Chris Matthews by the end. In the second hour, Kanye West is pulling. I'm sorry, 50 Cent is pulling at Kanye West. Wait till you see how much money he owes. Oh God, these jackass celebrities! Jesus Christ, man, so much money and they wasted it all. And how is he trying to get out of debt? And the difference between 50 Cent and Donald Trump. So, and then of course there's stories of injustice as well in the second hour. But then here's my favorite story. It's not my favorite story because what we're going to start with is got me really worked up. And then the electability story is amazing too. Lots of great stuff. Anyway, is how often or what percentage of single people don't get laid in a year? And what percentage of married people don't get laid in a year? The numbers are trouble. If you're a sex advocate in this country, if you're pro-sex, the numbers are trouble. They're actually, I couldn't believe it. But they're an exhaustive survey, gigantic survey. So anyway, that's in the second hour. And then tonight we have about the 1 millionth town hall / debate. This time it'll be among the Democrats. This is a town hall that was sort of late into the schedule. Tonight we'll be going at 8:45 p.m. Eastern is when we will start that coverage. TYTnetwork.com/live. And then Saturday's a huge day, man. Nevada caucuses, I'm going to tell you what the latest polls are on that in a minute. And for the Democrats, and then the South Carolina primary for the Republicans, both equally huge. Is Donald Trump actually losing his lead? There are competing polls on that today, so we'll find out on Saturday. Okay, now let's get started. Last night we had a Republican town hall. It was Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, and Ben Carson. It was on CNN, and Anderson Cooper was moderating. Now, at the beginning of that, I thought I remembered that Anderson Cooper was incredibly tough on Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders when they had done a debate. So I literally said in the beginning of our coverage, I think that Anderson Cooper will keep him honest and will be tough on the Republicans as well. Maybe not as tough, but he'll ask them the right questions. Boy, was I wrong. Now, I'm going to show you the soft questions he asked the Republicans. And they're outrageously soft. But wait till you see the questions he asked the Democrats, which we found. Let's keep him honest. First, here he is with Dr. Bancroft.
So, was it hard for you to give up surgery? I mean, you trained for this for so long. You were an excellent surgeon by all accounts. We know President Obama plays golf. We know former President George W. Bush paints now. He used to clear a brush, probably still does out in Texas. What do you do to relax?
Play pool.
Play pool.
I love to play pool.
Are you competitive when you play pool? What sort of music do you listen to?
I primarily like classical music, particularly Baroque music.
Did you listen to that when you did surgery?
What kind of music do you like? How do you like to relax? I know you are an excellent surgeon. We did not edit out the tough questions. There were no tough questions. So now, the town hall event, so we had a lot of the audience ask questions as well. Most of that was packed with softballs, deeply Republican audience. In Democratic town halls, CNN, the same group, packs the audience with, wait, aren't you a socialist, etc., right, over and over again. But it's okay, let's stick to the video that we have because it is startlingly clear. Now, let's see if he was any tougher on Marco Rubio, who's an actual contender.
When did you know that Jeanette was the woman for you?
Well, I'd like to think she liked me first, but I liked her.
How'd you meet? If you are elected president, would you still coach your son in football? In Mason City, I was surprised you mentioned that you're colorblind, which I hadn't realized, and that you should have seen your clothes before your wife started picking them out. Did you always have that? The other thing I think I found surprising about it is you like EDM.
I do.
Electronic dance music.
Yes, I don't want people. Maybe people thought it was something else. So I.
You ever been to a rave?
Well, no, I never been to a rave. No, never been to a rave.
Well, I don't know.
The Republican primary ended.
Well, I mean, you like EDM. That's what they do. Do your kids like it too?
We're having so much fun. How much does your wife love you? What kind of music do you like? We even left out the question where he said, giving a record of accomplishment, why did you decide to be a public servant? Well, thank you for serving the public, Marco Rubio, and you are so accomplished. Oh, but, there was that tough question. Now, let's be fair. Are you colorblind? Wait till you see what he asked the Democrats, but I got one more Republican for you from last night. Here's Ted Cruz, who's got 1,000 tough questions he could be asked, given his odious record. Instead, he got these softballs.
Your wife mentioned this to CNN a while back, that you occasionally, when you call her on the phone, you sing to her? You sing musicals? Is that true?
But look, I mean,
What's your favorite musical? Do you want to tell me what reporters you're having drinks with in D.C.? I guess not. What's your favorite cocktail? I understand you're also kind of a night owl. What do you do late at night? Do you watch television? Do you have a guilty pleasure? Are you reading something now? I know you've done a lot of impersonations on the campaign trail. I've seen some of them. Simpsons characters, Princess Bride. What's your favorite one? Do you want to grace us with it?
oh, look, I mean, part of it is you got to have fun.
The Republicans, everybody's having fun. No hard questions. You're biased if you ask hard questions. So, what's your favorite cocktail? We also left out Clemson or South Carolina. That probably was the toughest question all night. What's your favorite impersonation? Probably Anderson Cooper impersonating a journalist. Now hold. At this point, you can say, hey, wait a minute, Jank. Maybe this is just a couple of questions he asked at the end, and it's okay. You can ask one of these questions, and as long as he's doing the same thing to the Democrats, that would be fair. I agree. I don't mind one of these questions, or even a couple of these questions at the end of the proceeding to get a little personal. Some people hate that. I don't. I understand it. But you have got to be even-handed. Now, let me show you the questions that Anderson Cooper asked the Democrats instead. Now, let's start with Bernie Sanders.
Senator Sanders, a Gallup poll says half the country would not put a socialist in the White House. You call yourself a democratic socialist. How can any kind of socialist win a general election in the United States? Denmark is a country that has a population of 5.6 million people. The question is really about electability here, and that's what I'm trying to get at. The Republican attack act against you in a general election, it writes itself. Senator Sanders, you voted against the Brady bill, mandated background checks and a waiting period. You also supported allowing riders to bring guns in checked bags on Amtrak trains. For a decade, you said that holding gun manufacturers legally responsible for mass shootings is a bad idea. Now you say you're reconsidering that. Which is it? Shield the gun companies from lawsuits or not?
Which is it, huh? And what kind of socialist are you? There's no questions about EDM or what kind of musical Bernie Sanders liked in that debate. Yeah, that's interesting. So now, at times, they've been tougher on Bernie Sanders on CNN, but this time around, let's be fair, they were super tough on Cliff. Now, I'm going to show you this in a second. But remember, what's your favorite cocktail was a question that Republicans got. Now, wait till you see that same Anderson Cooper on that same CNN rip into Hillary Clinton. Watch.
Plenty of politicians evolve on issues, but even some Democrats believe you change your positions based on political expediency. You were against same-sex marriage, now you're for it. You defended President Obama's immigration policies, now you say they're too harsh. You supported his trade deal dozens of times, you even called it the gold standard. Now suddenly last week, you're against it. Will you say anything to get elected? Secretary Clinton, though, with all due respect, the question is really about political expediency. Just in July, New Hampshire, you told the crowd you, quote, take a backseat to no one when it comes to progressive values. Last month in Ohio, you said you plead guilty to, quote, being kind of moderate and center. Do you change your political identity based on who you're talking to?
No.
Secretary Clinton, Russia, they're challenging the U.S. in Syria. According to U.S. intelligence, they've lied about who they're bombing. You spearheaded the reset with Russia. Did you underestimate the Russians and as president, what would your response to Vladimir Putin be right now in Syria? Governor Webb has said that he would never have used military force in Libya and that the attack on the U.S. consulate in Benghazi was inevitable. Should you have seen that attack coming? Secretary Clinton, you are going to be testifying before Congress next week about your emails. For the last 8 months, you haven't been able to put this issue behind you. You dismissed it, you joked about it, you called it a mistake. What does that say about your ability to handle far more challenging crises as president? Secretary Clinton, with all due respect, it's a little hard. I mean, isn't it a little bit hard for you to call this just a partisan issue? There's an FBI investigation, and President Obama himself, just 2 days ago, said this is a legitimate issue.
Even the tenor of the question. With all due respect, Senator Clinton, I didn't get that tone from the Republican town hall last night. I got with, do you go to a rave? How much does your wife love you? Do you sing to your wife? Oh, do you coach your son's football? Will you still be able to do that if you're president? What a swell person you are. Sanders, you socialist. Clinton, you liar. Look at the framing. Look at the framing. So if you don't know anything about how conservative media in this country is, and all you heard is, oh, liberal media, and then you get the liberal media ripping the Democrats, and then you go, well, I mean, it's even the liberals who agree that the Democrats are awful. I mean, look at all the questions that are asked. They got to answer these questions. They have to answer them. There's deep problems here with the Democrats. And then you go over to the Republican side, even the liberal media. Look at, they realize that these Republicans are swell people. They love their wives. They love their sons. They go to football. And they're real people. They have music that they like. They play pool. They have their favorite cocktails. Other Republicans are so warm and fuzzy. Where's the liberal media? Where's the liberal media? I don't see it. I don't hear it. Okay, now you want to know the reality? The media is run by giant corporations like Time Warner. Time Warner owns CNN. Time Warner would have liked their merger approved with Comcast. They didn't get that. Under a Republican administration, they probably would have gotten that. Now, is it that they tell Anderson Cooper before the debate, go shred the Democrats and be soft on the Republicans? No. Likely what happens is, hey, that guy is really scared of the Republicans. Let's promote him. Okay, that guy knows his role. Oh, Candy Crowley, working for this same CNN, dared to challenge Mitt Romney on one fact during the 2012 elections in a debate, and she was absolutely right about that fact. They concede that she was right. She is removed from all the debates. Candy Crowley is gone. You ask the Republicans one wrong question, or you dare to actually give them a fact during a debate, you're gone. If you're Anderson Cooper, and you want to play patty cakes with the Republicans, and you want to rip into the Democrats, you are promoted. Oh, Anderson Cooper. Oh, what a great journalist he is. Journalist. That's a good one. Look, Anderson Cooper is enormously wealthy. Does his loyalties lie with the Republican Party? I don't know. I would imagine on social issues he's more likely to be a Democrat. And if you ask him, he'd probably be outraged. Like, oh, that's crazy talk that I favor the Republicans. But show him the tape. The fact is, at a bare minimum, if we give him the best case scenario, he is scared witless of the Republicans. He knows that asking them the wrong question could be a career ender like it was for Candy Crowley. So, shh. What's your favorite drink? What's your favorite musical? When it's the Democrats, show them how tough you are. What a journalist you are. No. This is bias. And it is not liberal bias. They are cowed by the nonstop Republican attacks against the media. The Democrats do not do likewise. They do not attack the media, and they should, because the media is enormously biased against them. They're run by giant corporations that want tax cuts and deregulation, and their monopolies approved, okay? And they hire anchors that'll go soft on the Republicans and super hard on the Democrats, so they can frame it for the whole country that the Republicans are nice and the Democrats are the bad guys. Now, one more thing that is of pure substance. Whenever in any debate, and you'll see it going forward, not just what happened in the past. Whenever Hillary Clinton, but especially Bernie Sanders, proposes any policy, they'll say, how can you afford that? How can you afford it? But in a Republican debate, like last night in the town hall, when Ted Cruz said he's going to increase the Air Force by 50% in a military that is already larger than the 8 largest other militaries in the world combined, they never asked, how can you afford that? And you'll see going forward, they'll never ask it. They'll never ask, as the Republicans talk about, I'm going to go and invade this guy. I'm going to go bomb that country. I'm going to build the military even larger. All their programs, they'll never ask them, how are you going to afford it? Because the media plays softball with the Republicans and hardball with the Democrats. That is a stone cold fact, and you just saw it for yourself. Okay. Propaganda is an amazing thing. All these years, liberal media. Don't believe your lying eyes. No. Even though you see it over and over again, this same phenomenon we keep showing you. Don't believe your lying eyes. We're telling you that these giant multi-billion-dollar corporations are in fact liberals. Of course they are. Of course they are. They take you for a sucker, man. Don't let them get away with it. Turn that shit off. Okay. All right, let's move forward. Okay. I was led to believe that Nevada and South Carolina were Hillary Clinton's firewall. That's the statement that's often used. It means they were going to protect her, even if she lost Iowa, and she didn't. She tied. She won by a razor thin 0.2%. Hasn't been confirmed yet. That's as close as an election as you can get. But even if you give her that victory, tiny victory. And then in New Hampshire, she got clobbered, lost by 22 points. But they told us it's okay. She's got a firewall coming up in Nevada. It's a lot more Latino voters, and Latinos love Hillary Clinton, and she's definitely going to win in Nevada. And this Bernie Sanders, she's going to put him away. And come to find out, not so much. Let me show you the latest 4 polls. Here's CNN ORC poll. Here comes Bernie Sanders. Hillary Clinton 48, Bernie Sanders 47. 1 point lead for Hillary Clinton. Quinnipiac University poll, 44 for Hillary Clinton, 42 for Bernie Sanders. 2 point lead for Hillary Clinton. Here we go. Target point survey. Sorry, tied. 45-45. 538 now has it at 47% for Hillary Clinton, 45% for Bernie Sanders. Hillary Clinton had a larger lead in Iowa when they went out to tie, because both in Iowa and in New Hampshire, Bernie Sanders outperformed the polling because of the enthusiasm more of his voters show up. So what has Hillary Clinton done now? Packed her bags. She's leaving Las Vegas. She's thinking, what happens in Vegas, I hope stays in Vegas. So why are you going to celebrate your victory? You're going to do a victory speech. But now there's reports that gone in the wind. Why? Because they're afraid she's going to lose. And if she loses, or even ties, like she did in Iowa, that's bad news. Look, she had a gigantic lead in Nevada. She had over 20-point lead in Nevada. It's gone. Okay. John Wilson, most respected journalist in Nevada, been covering politics there for a long time. He said, on the issue of Hillary Clinton's now turning around and saying, didn't we say there's a lot of Latino voters in Nevada? Which, by the way, there absolutely are. Last time, amazing. 65% of the voters in the caucuses were minority on the Democratic side. Okay? So the last contested one in 2008. 65%. Now, Hillary Clinton's camp saying, no. Nevada's 80% white. It's just like New Hampshire and Iowa. It gives Bernie Sanders a lead. And that gives him an advantage. That's not what you've been saying all along. So Ralston calls him out on it. Says, quote, this was not only visibly false, but a clear sign that she wasn't just lowering expectations, but showing real fear she could lose Nevada. He went on to say, the Clinton panic is palpable. Smell of panic in the morning, which, by the way, in Vegas does happen from time to time. I've been there, sister. Okay. But under these circumstances, we got a race on our hands. So all the talking points about Hillary Clinton, no, it's not a real race. Bernie Sanders, he doesn't have any chance. No way. Come on. I got a firewall in Nevada. Well, that firewall apparently has also felt the burn. So your big lead in Nevada, no, that also left Vegas. Let's see what happens on Saturday. Oh, don't miss it. You kidding me, dog? TYTnetwork.com/live. Don't miss it. The drama. It starts at noon Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern. One more thing. There's an article in today's papers about how Hillary Clinton's donors are panicking a little bit, and they can't understand why Bernie Sanders is so popular with the young, and why Hillary Clinton is not resonating, and why there isn't the grassroots support for her. They held a meeting at the offices of a Wall Street investor. You're not getting it. They're literally, they're in that room. They're not necessarily bad people. Okay, remember, these are guys are not giving to Ted Cruz. They're not giving to Donald Trump. They're not maniac Republicans. They're not the Koch brothers. They're Democratic donors, right? But they're sitting in a boardroom in New York City in a Wall Street investor. A lot of them are enormously rich, and they're going, why is Bernie Sanders popular? Why does Hillary Clinton have a problem with grassroots? I can't. Anybody know why? Sell, buy, sell. I can't figure out why. You guys are the problem. The the fact that she raises all her money from you guys and is to some degree beholden to you is the problem. They live in their bubble so much they can't even see it. It's amazing. But as those firewalls come crumbling down, well, they're beginning to see it. And they're beginning to feel it. Oh, feel the ball. All right. Now, I've front-loaded this show. I love this story, too. Okay? How many times have you heard Bernie Sanders is not elected? I've heard, I don't know, dozens, hundreds of times on television. You can't go on the internet and go on, even on so-called progressive sites, and let alone Daily Beast. Every day there's 2 articles. Not electable. Not electable. Our friend Hillary Clinton, who we all love and adore in Washington, D.C. and New York, that she is electable. She's the only one who's electable. Okay, let's break that down and see if that's true. Now, I've shown you many, many polls on that, but we got a new one from Quinnipiac. So let's take a look at it and see if that's true or not. Oh, look at this number. You see that Hillary Clinton is actually beating Donald Trump. These are head-to-head matchups if there's a general election, okay? Now, that is the issue of electability. So she's winning 44 to 43 against Donald Trump. That is not much of a lead. That's 1 point. It's within the margin of error. That's basically a tie. But okay, she's got a lead. Great. So I'm sure Bernie Sanders is not doing as well against Donald Trump because Hillary Clinton is more electable. Wrong! 48% for Bernie Sanders, 42% for Donald Trump. Bernie Sanders has a 6-point lead on Donald Trump, not within the margin of error, doing 5 points better than Hillary Clinton. I thought she was more electable. That's weird. This seems to say less electable. Wait a minute, let's be fair. Let's go to head-to-head matchups against the other candidates. That was probably a fluke. So how about versus Jeb Bush? My God, Hillary Clinton is losing to Jeb Bush. 44 to 43. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break. Okay? Now, okay, well, it's only 1 point also within the margin of error. Let's call it a tie. So I'm sure Bernie Sanders is losing worse to Jeb Bush, right? And you see where this is going. Wrong. He is crushing Jeb Bush. Bernie Sanders beats Jeb Bush by 10 points. One of them is losing to Jeb Bush. The other one annihilates Jeb Bush. That's an 11-point difference. Tell me again who's more electable. Couldn't hear you. Hold. Let's go to the other guys. Now, it could be Ted Cruz. It really could. So, how's Hillary Clinton doing there? Oops. Losing to Ted Cruz. Look, Hillary Clinton still has an excellent chance of being the Democratic nominee. I see that number, and I got a little panic in my heart. I'm being honest. She could lose to Ted Cruz. She's losing to him right now. No Democrat should ever be losing to Ted Cruz under any circumstances. She's losing. How about Bernie Sanders? Is he doing better? 49 to 39. He eviscerates Ted Cruz. He beats him with a stick. He beats him by 10 points. So, if you're worried about electability, Hillary Clinton is losing to Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush. Bernie Sanders is beating both of them by 10 points. Not even a contest, a landslide. Who's more electable? Wait, how about Marco Rubio? He's the establishment guy. It could be him, man. And that's okay, so let's buckle up here. Okay, Marco Rubio beats Hillary Clinton by 7 points. 7 points is huge. Not anywhere near within the margin of error. Marco Rubio definitely beating Hillary Clinton at this point. How about Bernie Sanders versus Marco Rubio? Flip it. Bernie Sanders is beating Marco Rubio by 6 points. Tell me again about that thing about electability. I couldn't hear you. All right, one last one, just because we're having fun. John Kasich. Well, he's the most mainstream. Maybe Bernie Sanders has more trouble against him, and he does. He only beats Kasich by 4 points. So he is beating every one of the Republicans head-to-head. The smallest lead is 4 points against Kasich. How about Hillary Clinton? I mean, she's, mainstream. Kasich's mainstream, so that's probably a good matchup. Wrong. Not a good matchup. Kasich beats her by 8 points. Beats her easily. You're not getting it. All of you in D.C., all of you pundits in New York, you're not getting it. In your bubble, Hillary Clinton is a smooth politician. You love smooth politicians. They've been winning for all your life, to be fair to you. You're old, and you think, well, I mean, out of my whole life, these smooth-talking, talking-point politicians always win. Bernie Sanders, that guy's a liberal. Liberals don't win. Partly because because we spit on their face every time they run, and we tell everybody that they have no chance of winning, and we've been doing it here, but it's not working. Yes, it's a whole new world. We don't have to listen to your crap anymore. We don't believe you anymore. We don't believe your propaganda anymore. There's this thing called the internet. You should look it up. It has real information. And when people look up that real information, they go, I kind of like Bernie Sanders. And I'm not sure I like Hillary Clinton. Now, there's an amazing part of this propaganda. I'll get to it in just 1 second. Now, I do want to give the only downside in this entire poll about Bernie Sanders. They explain that he ties Clinton and Trump on having strong leadership qualities and falls behind Clinton and former Florida Governor Jeb Bush on having the right kind of experience to be president. So that is his only downside. Now, get a load of his upside. In the next sentence, they explain Sanders has the highest favorability rating of any candidate and the highest scores for honesty and integrity, for caring about voters' needs and problems, and for sharing voters' values. Now, all of those are enormously important, and that's why he's winning. Okay, now, let's go to favorability and lack thereof. Okay, this is among all voters. Look at how popular Bernie Sanders is. 51% favorable, 36% unfavorable. For a politician that is sky high, he is the only one on the Republican or Democratic side that is in positive numbers. All the Republicans are in negative numbers. Well, how about Hillary Clinton? I hear she's electable. Let's look at her favorability. 37% favorable, 58% unfavorable. That is about deficit. She's got a 21-point deficit. He has a 15-point positive in terms of favorability. Are you kidding me? Look, I don't want you to quote me later. I don't want to brag about this later. Don't have her be the nominee. She is not electable. If you have her as the nominee, I am deathly afraid she's going to lose. People don't like her. Her unfavorables are sky high. She has no line of attack against the Republicans. She can't say, hey, you guys take all the donor money and do their bidding, because she does the same. And she is open to 1,000 attacks. And none of this even takes into account, oh my God, what if she gets indicted in the middle of the general election? When it's too late to bring in Bernie Sanders or another Democrat. Yeah, okay, you say, oh no, I don't like the email scandal. Well, there's parts of the email scandal that are nonsense. There are parts of the email scandal where you go, wait a minute. What did you do for donors who gave to the Clinton Global Foundation? Global Initiative. You really want to find that out in the middle of a general election? You want to take that chance that we might have Ted Cruz as president? There is an electability issue in this race, but it is not even close. Don't trust me. You certainly don't trust the Hillary Clinton surrogates. Don't trust the pundits. Look at the numbers for yourselves. You have eyes. You have a mind. Make up your own mind. Okay, finally, what is amazing is the propaganda on television and all throughout the traditional media is so strong. When those same people are asked, who do you think is more electable? Despite the head-to-head matchups, 55% said Miss Clinton would have a good chance of defeating the Republican nominee in the fall general election, compared to 47% who said the same of Mr. Sanders. So, even though they think, I'm going to vote for Sanders instead of Trump or Cruz or Rubio, I'm on Sanders' side. They turn around and go, I don't know, they tell me he's not electable, so I guess Hillary Clinton is more electable. No! You just told us that, and they don't know the poll results, but you guys, through the poll results, showed us that actually Bernie Sanders is more electable. But we've been so brainwashed by the media that even though we see it clear as day and we like Bernie Sanders more, independents, by the way, that's why he's crushing. Because independents go in droves to Bernie Sanders. Go, I don't want a guy who's taking Wall Street money, who's taking donor money and is beholden to them. That's why he's winning the middle, right? But then they turn around and go, I don't know, media tells me that he's not electable and she is. Okay, I guess I'll say Hillary Clinton's more electable. It is demonstrably false. There is one person clearly more electable in this race, and it's not even close. It's Bernie Sanders. If you're voting on that issue, and you do not want Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to be president, you should vote for Bernie Sanders. That's not me saying it. That is, in fact, according to the facts and numbers, the American people saying it. Okay. I love this show. All that horse crap you got on every other channel, Are any of you bring them these are any of those guys bring you these facts? I mean, go ahead, watch it. Are any of them telling the truth? They're still out there today. This is not the first poll. I've told you this 100 times. It's like the 12th poll in a row showing Bernie Sanders is more electable. Still, you'll go on TV and you'll hear them. The electability. Hillary Clinton, electability. Just earlier this week, Daily Beast, 2 different articles. Kelly Goff's article. Oh, by the way, thank you. One of the viewers sent me her bio. It turns out Kelly Goff, who wrote that glowing article about how electable Hillary Clinton is and how unelectable Bernie Sanders is, used to be an intern for Hillary Clinton. Didn't disclose that in the article. Interesting. While she pretended to speak for all black people. Interesting. Young Turks. Lots of stories, lots of rage, lots of Young Turks. Let's do it. Living legend Anna Kasparian. God, I love this show. I love this job.
I love this tweet from the other Russer.
I had a rough last few days and missed TYT yesterday. The theme started playing and my week instantly got better. I shouldn't read this tweet. Should I read it? I'll read it. Jack, we're in the middle of the show. For crying out loud.
Oh my gosh.
If there's a debate, there's an election night. Don't even think about going anywhere else. Because we are going to lose our minds here. Mayweather will knock out Pacquiao. Floyd beats his wife. All right, back on the Young Turks. I got some fun tweets for you guys. First, Carl Blauvelt with a nice tweet, so I wanted to read that. Jank is the Viking of the media. Nothing is sacred, and light will be shed on everything hidden behind political walls. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate it. All right, Nobukin writes it about Anderson Cooper. Maybe Cooper thought he was speed dating instead of moderating a debate. It does seem like the kind of questions you'd ask on speed dating. What's your favorite drink? What's your favorite musical? Okay. Joe Oliver, is this Anderson Cooper or Maury Povich? Duende Chingon says, can't wait to see tonight's GOP Town Hall Part 2 so we can finally find out what Donald's favorite color is. Oh my god, if you thought he was soft on the other guys. Unless they have felt the blowback, they'll be so putting soft on Donald Trump. He might cry. Now tonight we'll be covering the Democratic Town Hall because they're now doing these on top of one another. They even booked a town hall on the night of an election. That's insane. Okay, so tonight it's Bernie Sanders versus Hillary Clinton on TYTnetwork.com/live. That's at 8:45 p.m. Eastern. Phantom Stuffs says, truth is, Hillary Rodham Clinton isn't winning any new votes. People know everything positive they're ever gonna know and learn new negative shit every day. So this is partly what we were talking about in the coverage last night, which is that Hillary Clinton is not gaining in any of the polls. All of the gaining is going to Bernie Sanders. It might swing at some point, but it ain't happened yet. So that's a bad position to be in politics. Ray Vermana says she had a firewall. Now she's got a wall on fire. If Bernie doesn't win this primary, the DNC will be on fire. Your move, HRC. Finally, Smooth says, you know you have a likability issue if Jeb Bush is tying you in national polls. Come on, give me a break. Give me a break. I'm tied with Hillary Clinton. Give me a break. All right, they're kicking me out of the tweets. They're kicking me out of the tweets. There's nothing I can do. I got to go on. Okay. Let's go to the next story. Okay. Bow 2 shots. Should be a space. Anyway, now we have yet another controversy on the Republican side. Ted Cruz's campaign has put out a picture of Marco Rubio with President Obama. Let me show you that picture, and it mentions the Rubio-Obama trade pact. Okay, first of all, the picture is enormously fake. Second of all, there is no Rubio-Obama trade pact. There is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Now, I'm also against that. It's a very rare situation where I agree with Ted Cruz, but I don't have to lie about people I disagree with in order to get my point made. I mean, I think that photo is so obviously fake that I'm not sure it's as big a controversy as some are making out to be. Of course, Rubio says he's furious about it, and it shows what a liar Cruz is. But then remember, people are low information voters. So a lot of people don't know the simplest things. You know that a lot of the Republican voters don't know if Jeb Bush is George Bush's brother, right? So might they be fooled by that picture into thinking that it's real? Yeah, they might be. So where they get it from, it looks like they took a stock photo of a shorter white guy with a laptop shaking hands with a taller black guy, and they flipped it and then put in Rubio's smiling head and Obama's smiling head. Okay. Now, when the Ted Cruz campaign was asked about it, they said, if Rubio has a better picture of him shaking hands with Barack Obama, I'm happy to swap it out. Okay, so look, this is disingenuous and generally wrong. It's yet another dirty trick from Ted Cruz. So again, let's show you the picture so you're absolutely clear on it. Let's show you the stock photo so you're clear on where it came from. And now let's show you a Ted Cruz picture we found. Hey, look, if you're unhappy with the picture, Ted, we can swap it out. Give us a real picture of you shaking hands with Stalin or Kim Jong-un, or Satan, or Darth Vader, or the Hamburger. I don't know what he's doing in there, although you don't want him stealing your burgers. And finally, this is Ted Cruz with Voldemort on the Cruz-Voldemort trade pack. Hey, Ted, if you'd like a better picture, we could swap it out for you. Just ask, okay? Well, I'm sure you're not going to take offense at any of those, especially if we spread them all over the internet, right? I mean, the one with Kim Jong-un, we can maybe put one with Castro. I know you're not going to take offense because you think it's no big deal. Just wanted to be clear on it. Okay, we move forward. So the man who came up with a legendary hope poster for Barack Obama has come out with a poster for Bernie Sanders and has endorsed it. First, if you don't remember, this was the hope poster back in 2008 that Shepard Fairey came up with. And Shepard Fairey is a legendary artist, and he did that. He's done Obey, he's done many other posters, and so now he's got one for Bernie Sanders, and he says, look, I'm proud to field of Bernie. He didn't want to put his picture in it because it's not about the person. He says it's about an idea and it's about the principles that people are fighting for. And Shepard Fairey was a little disappointed with Barack Obama. Part of the reason probably why he thought not to put all your eggs in the basket of just a person, but an idea. So that makes sense. Now we have our own, which we're a little partial to. Yes, we put Bernie's picture in it, but we kind of like it. Let's show you this one. This was made by Absent, and you can find it on shoptyt.com. I'm not saying anything, I'm just saying. That's Punk Bernie, or Rock and Roll Bernie. We also have a Trump one, not quite as cool. It's Bitchy Rich. We also have a Warhol one, which is kind of badass for Donald Trump, because that really is the essence of Donald Trump. That's all on shoptyt.com. I haven't said a word. I'm just saying, if you wanted to, you could get all those as posters or T-shirts there. Now, let's turn to the street artists supporting Ted Cruz. Now, you might have seen this around, especially if you're on the West Coast. No, let's go to the Ted Cruz poster first. So that's graphic 49. Don't we have that one? 49, then 50. There we go. Okay. So that's Ted Cruz with a bunch of tattoos, and a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. He mentioned that in the town hall last night. That's Unsavory Agents is what he's calling himself, but the real name of that street artist is Sabo. And he's such a badass. He's so cool. Yeah, Democrats are the only cool ones. We got the coolest Republicans. Well, who is Sabo? We're going to tell you in a second. But first, I want you to understand that Ted Cruz is very proud of this guy and is selling that poster on his own website, on Ted Cruz's website. So let's show that. And he's selling actually a bunch of items from Sabo at Ted Cruz's official presidential site. So we know Shepard Fairey. We know he's a good guy. Let's meet Sabo and see if he's also a guy who cares about the issues and just happens to be a Republican and thinks that Ted Cruz can unite the country. All right, now I'm going to read you these tweets without censoring anything, so you get a sense of what kind of person Sabo is. So here's a tweet he sent out. To a nigger, a black life don't amount to shit, much less matters. Ted Cruz is proud of this guy. Okay, anything, oh come on man, maybe his account got hacked, maybe just one time he called him the N-word, and by the way, not with an A. That's why I wanted to read you the full thing. Alright, let's find out. Here's some more tweets from Sabo. To Jimmy Fallon, you're not even that funny. Tell your monkey to play a better song next time. Referring to the band leader on the Jimmy Fallon show, who is African American. Now let's go to another tweet where he says, dumb, black, poor, and illiterate is no way to go through life. Stop fucking marching and crack open a book for a change, you morons. Okay? Then let's go to his views on President Obama. Obama has never looked more like an incompetent shoeshine boy than he does today, and half of you assholes voted for him. A shoeshine boy. I'm not sure that these racist terms are hard to miss. Well, the first one was just the racist word, and that's all that was. And then the monkeys and the shoeshine boys. All right, well, maybe he just hates black people, and that's all. Would that make it okay? All right, now here's what he thinks about Muslims and letting them into the country. The only way a community of roaches can infest the country is if the host insists on feeding them. So, comparing a religious group to roaches, has that ever happened in history before? And how did that turn out? Okay, now let's go to his views on Hillary Clinton. Oh boy, buckle up. I hear Bill Clinton has raped more women than I've banged. Hillary's not included. The jury's still out on her being a chick. Okay. I'm going to do one last one for you guys, because remember, Ted Cruz is proudly selling this guy's stuff on his website. Could you imagine if a Democrat who was selling stuff from a person that said 1/10 of this, 1% of something anywhere near this offensive? Final one from Sabo, and there are dozens of these, hundreds of these, just giving you some ones we selected. Said, Dear God, I don't ask for much, but please put these chimps where the Black Lives Matter most, in cages. Amen. This is the guy that Ted Cruz is so proud of. He mentioned in a town hall event and bragged about that poster, and is now selling it on his website. Can't tell who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. Can you see it? Yeah. I think most of us can see it very well. But mainstream media, calling it even. Hey, Republicans say this, Democrats say that. Obama's got a poster, Cruz has got a poster. They're all perfectly lovely. Okay. Now, we move forward. Here's my Apple story, which I will get to in the next segment. Okay. Now, there's a lot of bias going around in the media. None of it is liberal. It's almost all against Bernie Sanders. CNN, from time to time, supports Hillary Clinton, and other times is vicious to her, and by comparison is enormously kind to the Republicans, as they showed last night in their GOP town hall softball event. Now, speaking of softballs, people have raised an eyebrow about Chris Matthews. Seems like he's thrown a couple of softballs in Hillary Clinton's direction. First, let's go to an interview where he lets her do all her talking points against Bernie Sanders, and seems to implicitly agree. That's fine.
Well, there he is. What do you make of that defense? He says he's in line with the president, and he's not one that the president's talking about. He's not one of those who opposes common sense gun reforms.
Well, that's at variance with his record. You know, Senator Sanders and I have some differences on policy. He's pointed out some of those from his perspective this week. He could today introduce legislation to repeal the immunity that was given to gun makers and sellers. I hope he will join me and the president in supporting real peace, and that's what I'm looking for.
Madam Secretary, I believe he said he will not change his mind on that point, but thank you so much.
All right, look, that's just an interview you can say. Let's go to the next clip, see if he's got any opinions on Bernie Sanders.
So, you know, you're dishonest. Well, wow. You're saying to the former Secretary of State, former Senator from New York, you're dishonest? That's pretty nervy for a young person to sit into a major figure in American life like that kid did. And Hillary, what's she going to say? I'm not dishonest. She has to go back to the motives of those who have raised the questions about her honesty, which is unfortunately for her very much like what she said back during the Monica days when she said there's a vast right-wing conspiracy out to get me. But in fact, there is.
So that's his defense of Hillary Clinton. Okay, and look, the right wing has been vicious to Hillary Clinton in the past. Now, okay, if he's even-handed and then defends Bernie Sanders as well, that's a different equation. So let's go to his views on Bernie Sanders and see what we get there.
He's a Democrat. He also says he's a progressive. He's a social Democrat. Democratic socialist, social Democrat, whatever. How can they all be the same? And isn't Hillary into a real problem here of trying to compete with a socialist on how left she's willing to go? And he's getting the title progressive. She's given him the title. Why is he a progressive? He's a socialist. Why is she letting him even begin to define a progressive? He's a socialist. It's the only label he's a right to because he took it upon himself to say that's what he is. I watched him this morning for an hour and a half. He never mentioned foreign policy, never mentioned security, never mentioned ISIS. It was all the social agenda of socialists or very progressive Democrats. And that's what we talked about.
Did that seem even-handed? It seemed very even-handed to me. Look, let's be honest, he's a socialist. Now, why is she even having this conversation with this guy? Oh, I don't like this guy. He's not the only guy that Chris Matthews doesn't like in the establishment. I'll get to who he does like in a second. So, come to find out, it turns out that Chris Matthews' wife, who's running for office as a Democrat, has some of the same donors as Hillary Clinton. Things that make you go, Has that been disclosed on MSNBC? Of course not. Right? And she's got people working for her that used to work with Hillary Clinton. So there are a ton of conflicts of interest here. But finally, I wanted to show you a clip where Chris Matthews is with a Republican, John Kasich. This just happened. To give you a sense of how the establishment thinks. Let's go.
You were a commentator in the church. As an altar boy, you escalated to a higher level there of greatness. But then you became a commentator for Fox about 6 or 7 years. How was being a Fox commentator different than being an altar boy?
Well, here's the thing. I got to tell you a great story. I walked in one time and saw Roger Ailes, who is a genius. And
he runs Fox.
He never told you
to walk the line or anything over there.
What do you think?
I know. I just want to get that
have gone.
I like Roger. Anyway, let me.
Bernie Sanders, socialist. Oh, you were an altar boy, John Kasich. This is a hardball. How is being a Fox News commentator different than being an altar boy? That is a hard-hitting question. Okay, but that's not why I played you the clip. I played you the clip for the end there, when he said, I like Roger. Roger is Roger Ailes, who, yes, runs Fox News, as Chris Matthews pointed out there. He also used to be in communications for Richard Nixon. And so he did propaganda for Richard Nixon. And he has been quietly behind the scenes one of the biggest power brokers for the Republican Party for decades upon decades. He has done dirty trick after dirty trick, first working for Nixon, then working at Fox News. For example, he hired George Bush's cousin to call the election in 2000. When it was a statistical tie in Florida, Fox News was the first news network to call it for George W. Bush. And that was George W. Bush's cousin who called the election. And then all the other networks panicked, followed Roger Ailes' lead, and called it for George Bush. He swung the election with a dirty trick. But it doesn't matter. And Chris Matthews, who thinks he's a Democrat, probably thinks he's a progressive, is out there. I like Roger. I like Hillary. I do not like Bernie Sanders. He's a socialist. He should be called that right away. Why? Because Bernie Sanders might actually overturn their apple cart. He might actually challenge and change the establishment. Chris Matthews makes millions of dollars every year. You think he wants to see that apple cart overturned? His wife is part of the Democratic Party, running as a Democrat now. You think he wants to see that apple cart overturned? He doesn't want that apple cart. He eats all those apples. Every day he goes home and he says to his wife, how do you like them apples? So Chris Matthews is going to protect the establishment come hell or high water. So when it's Kasich, you play patty cakes with him. You say, I like Roger Ailes. Hey, Chris, no one who wants real change in this country likes Roger Ailes. I can't stand Roger Ailes. Yes, the guy's smart. Yes, you give the devil his due. But do not be under any delusion that he ain't the devil. So the guy has been fixing politics, playing dirty tricks for all these years, supporting the Republicans, helping them get elected, right or wrong. And Chris Matthews thinks, I like Roger. I like Roger. You think these guys are progressive? Not remotely. Gee, I wonder why they're not fair to Bernie Sanders. Can't quite figure it out. In fact, this is one of the reasons you should be for Bernie Sanders. Because if he threatens and challenges these guys that much that they're this scared of him, apparently they think he might actually change this system. Sounds good to me, young Turks. All right, Candy Grant from Mongo says, my Bitchy Rich and Trump Warhol shirts are in the mail. I can't wait to get them. God bless Candy Grant. Shop TYT.com for anybody else who wants them. Lauren says, Ted Cruz proud to sell racist artist posters, but pulls that because the star was once in soft porn. Priorities. And then finally, Eli Brodich says, things that make you go, should be a segment on the show. Agreed, Eli. We'll work on that. All right, last story for you guys. It's about Apple. Speaking of apples. Yeah. So Apple has decided to take on the United States government, and it is an interesting case. Now, we have the San Bernardino shooter. Remember the terrorist who killed 14 people, injured 21 others? Well, they have his cell phone, but they can't open it up. And so they're asking Apple for help. Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, has said no. So, very interesting case. First, let's hear out Tim Cook as to why, and then I'll give you both sides. He says, in the wrong hands, this software, which does not exist today, would have the potential to unlock any iPhone in someone's physical possession. So, he's saying, look, the FBI isn't saying, here, just unlock this phone for me. The FBI insists that they are. But Apple's saying, no, they want us to create software to unlock the phone. But once we create that software, well, then anybody can get it. So, he continues by saying the FBI may use different words to describe this tool, but make no mistake, building a version of iOS that bypasses security in this way would undeniably create a backdoor. They're worried that that's a backdoor that the government can then use to open up all our phones. He continues, and while the government may argue that its use would be limited to this case, there is no way to guarantee such control. He goes on to say the government is asking Apple to hack our own users and undermine decades of security advancements that protect our customers, including tens of millions of American citizens, from sophisticated hackers and cyber criminals. The same engineers who built strong encryption into the iPhone to protect our users would, ironically, be ordered to weaken those protections and make our users less safe. So who's right about this? Well, I'm going to get into advocates for privacy that begin to tell you who is. But also remember, one of them made a very good point. He said, look, they say that they're painting this issue, the government is, as privacy versus security. But actually, doing this would make all of us less secure for the reasons that Tim Cook just stated, which is that, hey, now if we create this, other people could get their hands on it, and the government could also have it, in which case, then none of our phones are safe, none of our information is safe, and not only is that a violation of privacy, but it could create other security issues. So now let's go to the Huffington Post. They explain the Bureau requested a court order to access a phone belonging to one of the attackers who killed 14 people in San Bernardino, California last December. It has asked Apple to create a backdoor or software that would be able to circumvent passcodes on an iPhone in order to seek the attacker's data. Now the White House says otherwise. They say, look, and in fact, let me quote here. Press Secretary Josh Earnest, according to the Huffington Post, said the Justice Department is, quote, simply asking for something that would have an impact on this one device. But they explained, but privacy advocates called the FBI's request a patently illegal demand that could give them free reign over the public's data. Tim Cook again said it would undermine decades of security advancements that protect our customers and prove catastrophic in the wrong hands. So, where do some of the other tech giants come out on it? Well, Google's CEO has weighed in. Which side is he going to be on? Well, he says that he is publicly backing Cook, writing on Twitter that the FBI's demand could compromise users' privacy, adding that it could, quote, set a troubling precedent. And they explain here that Apple has complied with the government request before. The Daily Beast notes that the tech giant has aided authorities at least 70 times since 2008, but the company increased encryption safeguards beginning with its iOS 8 and later versions, saying at the time it wouldn't be able to comply with the request to pull data any longer. Now we go to Fight for the Future campaign director Evan Greer, and he adjudicates, at least for people who care about privacy and our constitutional rights here, he says they're not just asking Apple to unlock one phone, they're asking them to build software to circumvent their own security. So he goes on to say, you destroy one of the most important security features of the iPhone. Once it's built, it doesn't just go away. So this is not an easy issue because, look, this guy was a terrorist. Now, he's dead already, and that's why it's particularly unique case, because normally the government could just have a warrant for that person to unlock his own phone if he was still alive. But you can't do that since this guy's already passed away, and he only knows the code to the phone. So, I'm worried that there's a host of crimes which we'd all be outraged by, let alone terrorism, right? All those things, if it was somebody you know that got killed, or that might be in danger now from a guy who doesn't want to give up his code, you might want to say, hey, let's get into that phone. So it's not an open and shut case. It's not super easy in one direction or another. But at the end of the day, it appears that they have worked with the government in other cases, and in places that made sense, and especially if the person's alive, there's a lot of other ways to get the information from the phone. In this case, he already did what he did. He's already dead. Yes, there could be useful information on there about how he might have communicated with other collaborators, but right now there's no evidence of other collaborators. So it's kind of a goose chase. And meanwhile, if it allows the government to have a backdoor so that it has all of our access to all of our phones, I'm with the privacy advocates and the people trying to protect the Constitution, but that's too much for the government to ask. And I think Apple is right here and Tim Cook is right. Leave our phones alone. Okay, that's all. I'm out of time. I gotta go. Now, Anna's gonna come in here. I'm staying with her. Don't worry. Don't panic. Like you were about to panic. Anyway, we do have a number of great stories for you in the second hour, including 50 Cent trying to get out of his bankruptcy. Why won't they let him pull a Donald Trump? We'll tell you when we come back. Welcome to your Friday postgame. Except it's currently midday on Thursday.
Are you gonna fire me?
Sometimes I'm being a dick. Back in 05, we almost went under, but members rescued us.
Once their only method of success is going the athletic route, it tends to be the more preferred way to treat your body.
Nothing good in the world is ever happening. Strong arm that only wants to fight like fun. It's totally bullshit.
Don't do drugs and don't shoot people.
TYT is all in a good mood today. I know I'm a weirdo if I read books, but fuck people. I have a stack of papers here. Believe it or not, this is how Jack used to be when he did the radio show. Wait till you see these huge things.
I'm gonna go with your tricep. Size very impressive. The quads.
That's for the members. That's for the post game together. We're too strong.
Patience. It's a virtue. They think you can put me in a box. But you can't stifle a revolution. Cenk Uygur, you started something. An idea. The truth and honesty matter above all else. And the people love you for it. And for a while, so did I. We could have stood united. A political force of reckoning upon our foes, the hypocrites, the phonies, the unjust. You put me in this box. Cenk. No. You began without me. You began without me. God as my witness. I will be the one to finish it.
Great movie or the greatest movie ever made in the history of cinema?
That was great. Oh, damn.
I was just totally dazzled in every way.
What the hell was that? It was insane. Cut. Shut up, movie.
It just failed on like every single level.
Michael Bay.
It is still rapid fire.
Terrifying. Carbon. Nuts. That was just ridiculous.
Was it written by ABBA?
He's pulling strings like Yo-Yo Ma. You'll pay for the whole scene? You'll only use the end.
We talk about TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're going to help us run the country.
Oh, like this.
It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us. Whoa! Democracy!
United!
We are!
We are!
Too strong! Stop! There's thousands of volunteers, and you could be among them.
With Wolfpack, the mission is so clear.
Money is killing our democracy. 96% of Americans want it. When you get the power back, oh, that feels good. This is just the beginning. Let's go get them, man. Up and at them. Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com. Davenport writes in, Anna, hashtag second hour best hour.
What?
Okay. But Creighton Elizabeth says, I was panicking a little bit, Jenk. Thanks for sticking around. Because I said,
Why?
I said, Anna's coming up next. I said, don't panic. I'll also be there. See, I told you they were going to panic. I knew it. David K. Smith says, why would they need to get into his phone? It's a little late to start counterterrorism. They're pulling the wool over our eyes. Now, look, there could be valuable information on the phone, so I disagree with you on that, David. The flip side to that is they never catch any of these guys. So it's like, the Boston guys, the San Bernardino, etc. And then they tell us that they need all these tools that they've been using for the most part and not caught people with.
Yes.
Right? So what do you need the tools for? We have no, when confronted and asked never caught a terrorist. They never use it. They use it all the time, but never caught a terrorist. So, not an easy case to make that, hey, give me all your privacy for shit results.
Right. So is this the Apple story?
Yeah.
I love that story. And look, whether or not Apple is going to win this battle is up in the air, but this is a great PR strategy by them. In the very least, I think it's more than a PR strategy, don't get me wrong, but if they don't achieve anything at the end of the day, at least they get good PR out of this.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Okay. All right, let's go forward.
All right, let's do it. 2 LAPD police officers have been charged with sexually assaulting women while on duty. The 2 men in question are James Nichols and Luis Valenzuela. They're accused of assaulting 4 women between 2008 and 2011. Now, Los Angeles Times has a lot of details on these stories. Various women have come forward with very similar accounts to what happened to them. Usually what would happen is these cops would pull these women over and allegedly take them to a more secluded area and force them to either fondle the police officers or give them oral sex. Most of the alleged assaults took place while the officers were on duty, and some of them were perpetrated in their patrol cars. The victims were the ages of 19, 24, 25, and 34 at the time of the alleged assaults.
Okay, disastrous. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. The good news here is, wow, we caught them.
We caught them.
And we're actually punishing them.
So they were from the Hollywood precinct, very, very close to home. And it's scary to know that this is happening by people who are supposed to protect us, who are supposed to serve us. Obviously, we've done countless stories involving police brutality, and now we have these stories of cops taking advantage of their power to sexually assault women like this.
Yeah. Valenzuela is also facing an additional gun charge because he pointed his gun at one of the victims. So it's as bad as it gets in that sense. At the point of a gun, he's basically assaulting them. They could get life in prison. So this is very, very serious.
Yeah.
It's interesting that I'm super happy that they're taking this as seriously as they are. I guess I get why, but in the shootings, even if it's an unarmed person, they all support the cop, right? No, you don't know, right? And I guess it's because they think it's dangerous, and I want to be able to make sure I don't take any risk with my life, and you can't justify this at all. There's no risk, etc. But it is weird that the killing of, when the cases where they're unarmed, innocent people, is taken less seriously than a sexual assault, which is as serious as it gets, except murder is slightly more serious.
Right. Well, to be fair to, or maybe unfair to the cops, what ended up happening with this story is multiple women came forward. So when the first reports came out, it seemed like the police department wanted to kind of brush it under the rug.
Oh, okay.
But then it became a reoccurring thing, and you can ignore it for so long, right? And I think the LAPD probably realized we better handle this before it turns into the Bill Cosby of the LAPD.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, hey, look, at least here was a situation where, at the end of the day, they did the right thing and got these guys off the street. So
yes.
It winds up being, in that sense, a good ending when you don't often get that in stories of police abuse.
All right. A sheriff from Rutherford County, Tennessee, heard shots fired outside of his home, and he was questioned as to why he thinks that there was violence so close to where he lives. Well, he had an interesting person to blame for that violence. Beyonce.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's, I'm sure. She went to Tennessee, right, to shoot at the sheriff, because she's not too busy, right?
She's not too busy, right. So, he blamed the shooting on Beyonce's performance at the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
When is it going to end? When is it going to end? It's all Beyonce's fault. She's now the scapegoat for any type of violence that occurs. Now, this is Sheriff Robert Arnold, and he says, you have Beyonce's video, and that's kind of bled over into other things, it seems. With everything that happened since the Super Bowl, that's what I'm thinking. Here's another target on law enforcement.
Now, if you live in Rutherford County, Tennessee, you got to be thinking, because your sheriff apparently is miserable at his job. And here's why. There's no evidence. Not only did Beyonce do this, he's not charging, right? But that somebody got inspired by Beyonce and did the shooting. So if this is how he conducts himself in other affairs, I don't know. Let's find a black person to blame, right? Or any other person to blame. Or forget the racial part of it. I don't need any stinking evidence.
Yeah.
I'm just going to shoot off at the mouth. I don't blame somebody that didn't do it.
You know, what a good sheriff does is he investigates.
And it seems like a serious thing. I mean, there was shots fired outside his home. That's a pretty big deal. You'd think you'd want to investigate. In fact, it makes me think, who fired those shots?
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't he doing a real investigation? You'd think he'd be super pissed about shots fired outside his own home.
It just sounds like, look, police officials are angry at Beyonce for her performance because she called them out, and they don't like being called out. And the thing that drives me crazy about some cops, not all of them, is how thin-skinned they are, right? They are supposed to protect and serve. They are supposed to be the strongest, bravest individuals in this country. And they're the ones who can't handle a little criticism when some of their own use brutality and should be criticized for it. Now, in a subsequent statement, Arnold said that his remarks reflect the violence and senseless killing of 7 deputies in the U.S. since the show aired. My comments are an observation of the violence that has occurred, but in no way is meant to offend anyone.
I think you might have led to 7 cops being shot, but no offense. And the lack of logic there is unbelievable. And, it's got to get challenged because, yes, there are unfortunately cop shootings throughout the year that happened. Now, luckily, there was less cop shootings in 2015 when, oh my God, Black Lives Matter is pulling you. Cops' lives in danger. No, it broke a record for the least amount of cop shootings. Great, there's less cop shootings. Still, unfortunately, there are some, and we want to prevent those. But in this time of record low police shootings, to say, it's the ones that happened, not because there was a chase in that particular case, not because there was a shootout. It was Beyonce. It was probably Beyonce. And wait, was there any evidence that in any of the shootings that somebody just came up and said, this is for Beyonce? Hey, none! Of course not. This is preposterous. And then you've got the National Sheriff's Association Executive Director, Jonathan Thompson.
Favorite quote.
He says, art is one thing, but yelling fire in a crowded theater is an entirely different one. Who was yelling fire? They wore Black Panther outfits. That's a group from decades ago. Okay? As if, that's oh my God, did you see the outfit of the backup dancers during the Super Bowl performance of Beyonce? Let's go kill people. No one has ever killed anyone because of a backup dancer's outfit.
So there's obviously the comical component of these statements and this story, but there's also the maddening part of it, where they're essentially saying we are allowed to brutalize your community, and you're not allowed to speak out against it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can't speak out against it because the second you do, we're going to use you as a scapegoat for any and all violence that occurs in this country. How insane is that? You are the one who starts the violence. When you go after people who are unarmed and you gun them down, you are part of the problem. You should be called out on it. You are being paid by our taxpayer money. We should hold you accountable for your actions. If you can't handle that, if your skin is too thin and you can't deal with that, well, maybe you're not the bravest. Maybe you shouldn't be a police officer.
So they say this is all anti-police, etc., and that this is a real problem that causes violence. The whole point of Beyonce's song was, and you saw it in one piece of the video, where there was graffiti written on a wall that said, "Stop shooting us."
Of course.
Back in the other church, hanging out with you guys. I figured out who Anna is just the other day. It took me a while. Anna and her fiance Christian are obviously Ricky and Lucy.
Because he's Cuban and I'm Caucasian. I'm an olive Caucasian. Wait, what made you think of that? Where did that come from?
I don't know. I don't know why that popped into my head. But right, everybody agrees. It's so obvious, right?
I like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Holy Ghost writes in, ever think that cops might be more responsible for cop shootings than Beyonce? Hashtag unpopular opinion. Hey, Knowledge Gluten writes in, or Knowledge Glutton, sorry.
Like knowledge gluten? What is that?
I didn't know if the knowledge was gluten free or gluten. Okay, glutton for knowledge about it. I wonder if there will be an uptick of traffic stop for black people by the department that sheriff runs. So that is a good and unfortunate question. That guy's obviously got some significant bias, and so I'm afraid for the good people of Rutherford,
Rutherford. Yeah.
County, Tennessee. Okay. I think these are the same members from yesterday. Rebecca Rush and Jerry Briscoe, member 1549, 1550. Well, Rebecca and Jerry, thank you again for being members. And we'll read some more member names during our live coverage, which is in just a little bit. It's at 8:45 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be covering the Democratic Town Hall today, where whoever it is in the media, I'm sure, will be enormously tough to the Democrats and won't ask questions like, what's your favorite musical? Like we saw.
God, I can't believe he asked questions like. I mean, I guess I should believe he would ask questions like that.
I know, we're so naive. I said before the debate that he wouldn't. I said it on the air. Like, no, he'll be tough on it, because I saw how tough he was on the Democrats.
I mean, the town hall might as well have been on, like, Hollywood, right?
Yeah. Even like this, he's like, with the Democrats, he's like this. Like, now, how can anyone believe you, Hillary Clinton, after all of this? Right?
Mm-hmm.
God, it was unbelievable. Anyway, so join us tonight at 8:45. And join us overall on the Young Turks. Thank you for those members. If you want to be a member, tytnetwork.com/join. Oh, member that just signed up says hi to you. I'll tell you who it is afterwards. You actually know him.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Great
So,
guy.
like, a few weeks ago, we did a call with our executive producers. Executive producers are people that, support the show a little more by paying more each month. And it's really cool because, we do monthly calls with them, and they kind of chime in on the show and what they like, what they don't like. They criticize us a little bit. And I like it because it's like a family,
Okay, and by the way, this guy became an executive producer, so he's going to be on the next call. Okay, so check that out. You guys make the show run.
Yeah.
So that's why we tell you and we thank you.
Yes.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. A Vietnamese woman who was on death row escaped death row, although she's still in prison. The way that she did it is she had a male inmate give her his sperm, and then she artificially inseminated herself and got pregnant.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a law in Vietnam that indicates that if you are pregnant or if you have a young child, you are not allowed to get executed. Okay, so that's how she was able to dodge the death penalty. Now, the child has to be under the age of 3. I'm not entirely sure what happens to her after the child is older than 3 years old.
It's weird because if you are pregnant or have a child under 3, normally you get a life sentence. Now, in this case, I don't know if they revert back to the death penalty. Based on how they wrote the story, it appears that they won't.
Right.
That it just gets switched to a life sentence.
Right.
So then, of course, they're going to want to do that. In fact, this isn't the first time it's happened in Vietnam. In other cases, they had people just have sex with them to get pregnant.
No, this is incredible. So this has happened before, and what happened was the guards allowed a male and female inmate to have sex with one another and get pregnant, right? And then the guards got fired as a result of that. But if you're wondering, like, okay, well, what was the crime? This woman was a drug trafficker, okay? Getting the death penalty for drug trafficking is hideous. So I'm glad she got knocked up.
That's even worse than the U.S. Jesus.
Yes.
Right? And it's resourceful, they might want to fix that loophole, but I hope they don't.
Right.
I don't want these poor people getting killed. And I'm amused by the guards who are like, yeah, okay, we'll watch.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they're pervs, but it's true.
Then they got caught. You think you weren't going to get it? Well, maybe if in the case where they were having sex, it's possible she wouldn't have got pregnant, and the guards would have just got to, enjoy themselves.
Right.
And never gotten caught, right?
So I have a question for you. First of all, what a romantic gesture for a male inmate to hand over his sperm like that, just to save a woman's life.
Well, he got paid $2,200.
Well, still romantic. But would you do it?
Uh-huh.
If there's a woman who's about to be executed and you are the only one who can help her with your seed, would you do it?
Is she hot?
What does it matter?
Oh, it's okay. Inseminated. Okay,
Yeah.
not the actual act.
Yeah.
Okay. She's Vietnamese, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, I have to do it. You put me in a situation where I can't say no because I don't want a person being executed for drug trafficking.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if she killed someone, right? Do I really want my baby to be
born to a murderer?
Born to a person, I don't know. But I can't say no. Being the lib that I am, I can't say no.
Yeah.
But that kind of sucks because this question assumes that kid is then born. Then I got a kid running around in Vietnam with a, at least somewhat questionable mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't have any fun doing it.
It's true.
Well, I mean, maybe a little bit of fun.
That's true.
And $2,200, not a bad price.
Chunk of change.
Yeah, for something he was probably doing in prison anyway.
What I'm amazed by is that he successfully got the sperm to her. Like, what kind of prison is this? What kind of justice system is it where it's so strict that if you get caught trafficking drugs, you get the death penalty? But once you're in prison, it's like willy-nilly, like people are having sex with one another.
Yeah, sperm around.
Yeah.
Like, I'm amazing that it worked. Don't you have to, like, keep it cold or something? I don't know. I mean, is it as simple as, like, yeah, get it to me, 2 days later, and
well, sperm is an amazing thing, right? Like, we've done stories about people who have, remember there was this guy who gave his sperm to a lesbian couple?
Oh, yeah.
Like, the lesbian couple was looking for sperm, in vitro is really expensive, buying sperm's really expensive, so he's like, I'm just going to give you my sperm for free. And then they successfully got pregnant. I don't know how it all works, but it seems like sperm's very resilient.
Yeah, apparently so. Be careful where you leave your sperm. Note to self.
Yes. All right, let's move on to some science. Researchers are trying to figure out why it is that marijuana impacts people differently. Now, some people might get a light buzz. Other people, like maybe Jenk, kind of go nuts when they smoke weed, right? So
I don't know what you're talking about.
So the researchers have identified a specific gene that could impact the way your body reacts to marijuana. Now, a variation of the gene called AKT1 is linked to people being more susceptible to the mind-altering effects of cannabis. For the study, the researchers tested 442 marijuana users for psychotic-like symptoms while they were high. Then again, about a week later, when they were sober, the researchers measured the extent of the symptoms and effects on memory loss and compared results. They found that the study participants with a certain variant of the AKT1 gene had a much stronger reaction to cannabis, including symptoms like paranoia, magical thinking, and visual distortions than their counterparts.
Sounds like a guy I know.
I know. When I read this, I thought of you. No, but, okay, so sometimes when we talk about marijuana and our personal experiences on it, people get really frustrated with me especially because it doesn't matter what strain it is, right? If I smoke it, I just want to lay on the couch, right? People, no, it's a sativa. If you smoke a sativa, you're going to be active. You're going to want to go for a run. No, it impacts people differently. It really depends on whatever gene you have, whatever way your system is built.
Yeah, my system is apparently built for liftoff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if you remember, I talked about it in one of the post games, or a couple of the post games. TYTnetwork.com/join to become a member. I text my friends and say, put the tray in the upright position because we are taking off. And then when I take off, man, I fly. As I told you in one of the post games, once I trapped fear in a closet.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, Nutella fountains and demon cats and like the most amazing experiences you've ever seen. It's actually a minor miracle that I'm not on it every day. Because it's pretty good stuff. But it's so powerful. It affects me in a way that is so powerful. You actually can't do it all the time.
Right. You can't function properly, right?
Oh, and it knocks me out for almost the entire next day.
Oh, really? You feel tired?
No, not knocks me out like that. I'm still high.
That's amazing.
So, I mean, my friend who does this that I've heard about, like the video I showed in the post game where I was in Vegas,
right? And
I made a Facebook Live stream before the football games. Like, I think they're gonna win.
That video is so funny.
I think they're gonna win.
That alone is worth the cost of a membership. I know it really does impact. Like, there are people who can wake up in the morning, smoke or consume marijuana, whichever way they do, and have a very productive day, right? Go about their day at work, do what they need to do, have full-on conversations with people. I cannot have conversations with people. For me, it's specifically for relaxation, and I want to go to sleep, and that's it, So.
Yeah, no, and so this explains a lot. Everybody has different reactions. Yeah. Mine is definitely different. I mean, my friends is very different.
All right. 50 Cent owes his creditors more than $30 million.
Easily.
Now, he filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and as a result, there needs to be a repayment program. But he's not too happy about that repayment program because he believes that it would essentially make him a slave, or it would be like indentured servitude. Now, 3 of 50's biggest creditors, Sleek Audio, SunTrust Bank, and Listonia Levinson, have come up with a payback plan that are asking the judge's approval. 50 has just responded, claiming the plan violates the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which bans slavery and involuntary servitude.
Come on.
He says the plan would create a near indefinite period of involuntary indentured servitude, where he has to work solely for the creditor's benefit.
Now, look, I understand that it's some tough conditions, and Listonia has had some hard times since they broke away from the Soviet Republic. But look, you borrow the money. Now, it's not just as simple as that. But owing $30 million to people ain't no joke. So it might be to 50 Cent, who's like, what's the difference? I mean, I burned through tens of millions of dollars. That's just another $30 million. But you got to remember, the tiniest percentage of that, so that's $3,300,000 is 1%. How much would you love to have $300,000? That's just 1% of what he owes. So he spent 100 times that he can't pay back, let alone all the money that he spent that he had earned, right? So not a lot of sympathy for 50 Cent here.
What I don't understand is, how does it get that bad? How do you go $30 million in debt? Or how do you owe anyone $30 million, right? Especially when you've been given this incredible opportunity to be fabulously wealthy. How do you fuck it up that badly?
I hear he's down to just 50 cents. Okay, no, it's not right. But now I want to give the counter to this. The counter is that Donald Trump went through 4 bankruptcies. And he's not anybody's indentured servant, right? So he was just like, okay, yeah, he had to sell a yacht, he had to sell a bunch of things, right? It wasn't like it was painless. But at the end of it, he got to keep his own personal money. His companies went bankrupt, and then he was like, well, sad day for you. I kept almost all my personal money, and so here I go again. So, and then remember, for creditors, the reason that you are getting an interest rate is because you are taking a certain degree of risk. So Trump will turn around and go, you shouldn't have taken a risk on me. I'm an idiot. And I can't manage a company if my life depended on it. I proved that 3 other times, and you idiots gave me more money on the 4th time. What do you think I was going to do with it? Of course I was going to lose it. I don't lose my money. I lose your money. That's what I do all the time. That's why I did it 4 times. And for the creditors of 50 Cent, like, you really thought he was going to be responsible as he's in the club, right? Yeah. And bragging about how he throws money away. Like, I guess they thought he was just kidding around in the songs, but I guess he wasn't. But if you lent 50 Cent a lot of money, or, any extravagant celebrity, you can't really be shocked that risk didn't work out for you. So there is an argument to be made. Hey, I'm going to go through bankruptcy like Trump did. I'm going to pay him back as much as I possibly can, and then I'm done with it.
Yeah. It is incredible to see how many people, whether it's lottery winners or celebrities or athletes, how many of them become so wealthy and how many of them just squander their wealth. Like, just completely mess it all up, And I think that it's because of a number of different things, right? First of all, wealth management is not an easy thing. So if you haven't come across money like that before, you haven't really earned it the right way. Like, let's say you got it through a lottery or something. It's really easy for you to, be susceptible to, family members or people coming out of the woodwork trying to get that money from you, maybe investing it in bad things. I don't know what he did, but it happens almost every time.
So you have no experience in wealth management, but plus, all of a sudden you have so much money that it doesn't compute. You think, I can't possibly run out of this money. I had nothing, and now I have all of this, right? And you want to go a little bit crazy. The lottery winners do it. The celebrities do it. In this case, it happens to be a rapper. So that's why it happens all the time. The thing it happens most to is athletes. Athletes are miserable at wealth management. And it's true in all the different sports, and with basketball and football and baseball. And they all go broke, and they're all flummoxed by it. Like, thank the Lord, I didn't see that coming. On 50's case, I would have thought that he'd be a little bit better, given that he's named after money. That he would have done better with money, but apparently not. And at the end of the day, what the 13th Amendment thing is crazy talk. No, you're not a slave. You shouldn't have borrowed the $30 million. If I'm a judge, I'm not buying that argument at all. On the other hand, I would really want to know wait a minute, why does Trump get away with it and he doesn't?
Right.
Bankruptcy is supposed to wipe out your debts.
Yes, and by the way, both Trump and 50 Cent filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, so it's not like it was different types of bankruptcy filings.
So you can take all his mansions, you can take all his cars and everything else he's got, and so I don't know why there's two sets of different rules where one person's wages can be garnished indefinitely and the other one isn't.
Right.
The other one gets to run for president and brag about how smart a businessman he is. Incredible.
All right, final story for you guys. How does sex impact the happiness of your relationship? Well, there's an interesting infographic that was put together by the University of Toronto. I don't know how to pronounce that word, so I'm not going to. It's from a 2015 survey.
Oh, I got it. Mrs. Swaga.
Is that really how you say it?
No, of course not.
Oh, okay. Anyway, this infographic was super interesting, and I wanted to give you some tidbits from it because I was surprised, honestly. So, according to this survey, they found that 61% of singles and 18% of married people haven't had sex in the past year. I thought that the figures were supposed to be reversed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought single people have more sex.
Yeah, wrong again, Bob. So it's interesting on many different counts. That part I already knew because of a different study that we had covered. And this is, by the way, they looked at overall figures with a giant number of people in this. So it's not like it's just a throwaway study.
Right.
The numbers are as real as a study like this could be. So I knew, like, it's the green is always the grass is always greener on the other side. Mm-hmm. So married people are often like, oh man, if I was single, I get. No, dude, when you were single, you never got laid. Let's keep it real. Okay. So but I am surprised by the other part of it, right? So the two components, let's break them down. On the married side, it's a little devastating that about 1 out of 5 married people don't have sex the whole year.
Right? I feel like it's super common, right? And okay, so I was reading this blog on Huffington Post. I just happened to come across it because I thought it was super interesting. This woman was writing about how painful it is to hear about her other female friends who are also married talk about how their husbands always want to have sex and they're like tired of it, right? She's like, I would kill for my husband to want to have sex with me. It's been years.
But the grass is always greener on the other side, right? Mm-hmm. If her husband was a horn dog who always wanted, she'd be like, oh, come on now. All right, enough already, right?
Yeah.
So it just keeps going back and forth. But obviously it's enough of an issue for 18% that they don't have sex at all the whole year. So that's kind of really sad. And I get it, but at the same time, we wish it were better. Now, but on the other side, 61%. So all you married guys out there, man, grass is not greener. Those dudes aren't getting anything. And it's amazing because we live in this world where people are always like, oh, I'm on Tinder and this, and oh my God, all the girls, and yeah, right? And no, they're not like this, okay? 3 out of 5 of them got nothing the last year. Nothing, okay? So it makes me also feel better about my record, right? Like, when I was single, I did okay. I was no Jen Kwan. I was no Jankanova. We've talked about it in the past in some of the post games, right? A couple of dozen and then some, right? Okay, all right. But sometimes I'll run into people and they'll laugh at me, like Jimmy Dore and Wes, so they're like, oh, Jimmy literally called me a child, right? He's like, you child with that number, right?
Yes.
But then I see stories like this, and I think, no. Not everybody is like a comedian like Jimmy and a stud military dude like Wes who spent every night in the bars, Most dudes are just sitting at home going, God damn it, it'd be nice to get it once a year.
Yeah, I know, it's incredible. You're right, the grass is greener, or at least seems to be greener on the other side. Now, how many times do you need to have sex in order to have a happy, fulfilling relationship? Apparently, it's only once a week. Once a week is the agreed upon number, according to various studies, which I think is about right. I mean, some people want more, but the average is once a week. As long as you're remaining intimate with your partner and you have it with some regularity, then you'll be good.
Yeah, and
Good night.
but it at least keeps a consistent intimacy between the two people, which I think is probably the most important part.
Yeah, physical touch is super important, so I get that. 57% of people in an unhappy relationship still find their partner attractive. So that's good.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of, even though they're in an unhappy relationship, I'm still heartened by the fact that they're like, no, I'm miserable, but I do like it when he fucks. Or vice versa.
Yes, exactly. And then finally, kissing and cuddling is more important to men in long-term relationships.
Oh, who knew that men were more schmoopy papoopy?
Yeah. Dude, people want validation, and I think that physical touch is one form of that validation, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't need it because I'm very tough, obviously.
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
But I hear other guys need it. You know what I'm saying?
You're super macho when you, especially call Wendy pudding pop.
Hey, be cool. Call me pudding pop. Okay, guys. Much love. That's it. We're done. Thanks for making the show happen. TYTnetwork.com/join to be one of those guys who makes it happen. And to all the crew, too. We're making, all of these guys are in here every night. You know, some of the hosts are here, but we rotate the hosts a lot. But the same crew is here usually day in, night out, to make the show happen, to make all our live coverage happen. So, and you guys also pay their salaries. So thank you. TYTnetwork.com/join. Bye-bye.
There is. Anyways. Right. Oh. No.
be on the Republican side. What we do know is that for years they have coordinated what they call their message of the day. So you'll hear on the floor of the House, you'll hear on Rush Limbaugh, you'll hear on Fox and Rupert Murdoch's network the issue of the day, which they will pound away at, which then creates the echo chamber, which resonates throughout. Sometimes it's hard to tell it.
Try set it a place, and then right there in your face. Put together, gotta cover by that. Head of the state, when the devil's out of cheddar, right about the state, for themselves as a race, gotta have the race. Use a media sources to help they perform and making a separation between people and norm. It's simply feeding what you believe in. Not giving a reason to keep being the force that been served. And to make sure that the plans that been served and the problem using force, ready to sacrifice that it was active life, just to make sure that they get you on for true support. But it really was important, even though what they do was just lose distorted. Now follow what I was against you, the board, and then they're gonna do you will be recorded. I know that it's being distorted. They think you to follow your dreams, and you got to be to afford it. But if you're broke, then I guess your dreams are sorted. Dead in the world with no need of being recorded. Of course, it's the plan to sort. But if I bet, believe me, they deserve to play your goddamn. For the wild news was to the bottom of like damn, to the land that they trying to ruin is like sand. Killing the spirit, they shorten in the lifespan. Living into the metal, they get you a life chance. Living there was a giving, and keep it from 5 men. Bringing fear into the hearts of those people that might stand for something. It seems like all around the world corruption. Continue with this fucked up plan, we stuck in. Making it hard to function, and there's nothing happens to this, so they begin to function like this. Yeah, stop. We gotta work together to get out of the function like this. Yeah, peace to the world, we continue with the beat just like this. Yeah, and we gotta do our own dance, follow the train, cause I'm telling you, if we keep on following them, we're gonna end up with the same dance, follow again, it's like this. Yeah, stop. We gotta work together to get out of the function like this. Yeah, peace to the world, we continue with the beat just like this. Yeah, and we gotta do our own dance, follow the train, cause I'm telling you, if we keep on following them, we're gonna end up with the same dance, follow again.
Even with a small number of companies have this much concentrated power, they will always abuse it. It's simply unacceptable in free society. And if you don't change the system, we can be having this conversation for the next 50 years. We're talking about Rupert Murdoch in the 30s.
Caught in propaganda, all wanted to answer all the talk that we take caught up in the trance of what the system symbolizes. The price is all depends on how they value your life. It's all dependent on if you're told by their vices, all devices. You can pass on the virus through your hybrids and up the sound sources. So you ain't all these others to keep the ground dormant. Forming a host, unknown the most, demanding obedience from coast to coast. Steadily repeating until you overdose, feeding you the same shit till you're comatose. Keeping you confused by using hope and quotes, so that out of your broke they hopes and dreams. Using the fake coats and schemes to keep up the jump on the two without the goals for me to get it done. So some decide to get it done, to feel safe for rest of America instead of sun, the dawn, because it doesn't seem that much to offer. For those we chose to hold the throne, the altar, those who chose to use control the altar. Lots of folks who lost in open water, trying to stay afloat, find a way to cope with the current coming out. I'm just trying to make a joke. It seems like these schemes designed to make us broke. It's funny to me, but I'm not trying to make a joke. I just bring it up that we start to realize that the team is a great way to conceal life. So I feel I must continue to speak up on the schemes and everything you. To keep up to my dreams, it means to send through a message. The power that changes in you. I know it's not the foolish, but don't be foolish about the truth being used to keep us stupid. Still over the truth, trying to keep us clueless. The truth being used as a whole and ruthless. Misguided man making bold excuses, playing with people's lives with their own amusement. And it doesn't really matter when you go the truth. And tell everybody at the bottom flow with success. People all around, things over your eyes. Things really gotta change. Now is the time you find your way as long as you aim for the sky. But first we got this great big mountain to climb. People all around, things over your eyes. Things really gotta change. Now is the time you find your way as long as you aim for the sky. But we gotta work together just to make the climb. This here must stop. We gotta work together to get out of the box just like this. Here must stay to the watch. We continue with the beat just like this. Here must end. We gotta do our own dance, follow the train, cause I'm telling you if we keep following them, we're gonna end up with the same damn problem again. It's like this. Here must stop. We gotta work together to get out of the box just like this. Here must stay to the watch. We continue with the beat just like this. Here must end. We gotta do our own dance, follow the train, cause I'm telling you if we keep following them, we're gonna end up with the same damn problem again.
First, we want to be a great propaganda system. Why our system is vastly superior to anything else in opinion is not that people think they're feeling it. People don't think that. They're looking for that. They're much easier to recognize the genius of our media systems, a system of ideology and control compared to an authoritarian system.
What you will see, of course, is intensive discussion about what we call the wedge issues. You'll hear, affirmative action. You'll hear abortion. You'll hear certainly gay rights. God in separation of church and state issues will be on television every single day.
Hey, everyone.
everybody. That was basically, he is an MC locally in Savannah, Georgia, and I see him every Tuesday night at the live hip hop night here, so I have to prop my peeps. I'm Alice, as I said, I'm in Savannah, Georgia, and I'm here with Cindy, who's in Northwest Ohio. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, good evening, all.
And Eddie is also doing on-air comment moderating for us tonight. Hey, Eddie.
How's it going?
Awesome. So we're gonna do a 30-minute pregame for you guys tonight. We're a couple of different things, but we want to start with the I don't know, some really good news for the day is kind of a cool news bite. Bernie is now leading nationally in a national poll by 47%. Hillary's 40%. So that's pretty cool. That was reported in Politics USA, and I think. Sorry if I'm going too fast, John. There's a link, so you can see the article. I did not have time today to check Real Clear Politics to see if it's incorporated into that yet, but hopefully it will be, because that would be awesome. So I think, go ahead.
That was a Fox News poll, though, right? Actually?
It was a Fox News poll? Okay. All right. See, I did this rundown so fast, guys. I didn't do a good job as my own personal research today.
Okay, it is a Fox News poll. Scott did point that out. All right. There was an earlier poll today that showed they're within a couple points, within the margin of error. They're literally tied nationally. So.
Yes.
So, but that's a lot better than he was doing, 6 months ago. 6 months ago was like, Bernie who? No one got any idea. So this says to me that his message is good, that people are hearing it and they're liking it.
Yes.
So it's not like yo-yoing. People are consistently getting on board, and you can see that in the endorsements too. There's people who they're with Hillary and then they learn about Bernie and they switch. So this is the way we want to go. So good job, everybody.
Yay! We're getting the news out there, and that's what we need to do. It's amazing how many people hadn't heard of Bernie much until New Hampshire or Iowa.
Right.
And all of a sudden they hear him all the time, and they're like, who is this guy? Where does he come from?
Well, you can see it's a huge difference in the mainstream media coverage. Now people are saying, oh, he's run such a great campaign, so disciplined, he's got enough money, he's got a lot of organization, he's got a good message. He's keeping it pretty positive, for the most part. So people, even like the mainstream media is starting to be like, oh, we just missed the boat on this completely. So
yeah, I'm finding it really funny. Was it Morning Joe? And I don't know their names on that show, but they're like, whoa, Bernie has just done so wonderfully. Like they've been on his side all along and have talked about him all along, but they just had him on a few times compared to Hillary. So. Yeah, I'm amazed at, I knew they would do that, though, eventually.
Oh, sure. No, they would have to be able to backpedal a little bit and be like, oh, we knew the whole time. Totally. We were on it. We just didn't say anything. So.
Yeah, they even said things about, oh, Hillary's going to lose in Nevada. And I was like, wow, they actually said it.
I don't know. I think he's got a better chance there than in South Carolina. I live, a few miles from the South Carolina border, the southern South Carolina border. So it's, and I used to live in Charleston. So I have sort of a sense of what it's like there. And I think, obviously he's going in the right direction there. He's obviously on the upswing, surging or whatever they keep saying. But I don't know if there's enough time. So that's where I am. What do you think about South Carolina, Cindy?
Well, I was actually born there and lived there till I was in kindergarten, but and I have family still down there. I don't know. Are the ads that I've seen online running there? They're really good ads with Erica Garner, some of the civil rights ads. Some of them are really good. I think he's got a real good chance if people are actually seeing those ads, and we're reaching out to especially the young college groups of people and working people in South Carolina. I think Bernie's probably got an edge. There's a good Hispanic population I know in the state now than there probably was when I lived there. Another group I think he's doing really well in. So, I think we shouldn't really say he's behind in South Carolina anymore. I bet he's doing a lot better than we think he is. Especially if people see those commercials. I thought they were really well done. I was just overwhelmed by how well they were.
The Erica Garner one was really solid. I loved that one. That was really powerful.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm going to jump in here real quick and make a statement. We've got some people asking a question about what we're doing tonight with the feed. And so I want to fill them in. Give me 1 second. Hi, everybody. My voice is probably not in sync. Apologies. So what's going on tonight is that we don't have a feed of the Democratic Forum that is on MSNBC. That, of course, is controlled by corporate media. However, we do have a feed. Oh, I got to get rid of the green bar. That looks terrible. We do have a feed from Scott, who was in the dinner. So the dinner is happening after the forum, from what we can tell. Scott's getting set up in there right now, and they're going to be doing some speaking in there as well. And so we'll have that, and then we'll have and we'll also have Scott while the debate is going on. We should have Scott potentially from a watch party. I say the debate, the forum. While the forum is going on MSNBC, we should have footage possibly live from Scott in a watch party. So either way, we will have some live coverage. It should include some Bernie. Just not quite sure how it's going to fit in the timeline tonight. We're still trying to figure it out. They made it very confusing as to what they're actually doing with the timeline. So there you go. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks. Yeah, this is I've had a busy couple days, so I kind of threw this together at the last minute. So thank you for filling us in, John. All right, so next on our list is
writing down our.
Yeah, I'm looking at a little outline document. Okay, so Cindy, you did something cool this week. Was it this week or last week? It was this week.
It was this week. This past Monday morning, early. Yes.
Okay, so you guys might have seen the video floating around of the long line at the Bernie rally. Well,
extremely long line at the Bernie rally.
The lovely Cindy was in that line, and
yes. Luckily, I was closer to the door than to the end of the line, but that entailed staying outside in the cold for over 2.5 hours so we could get inside. It was not a pleasant day in Ypsilanti, Michigan, which of course is February and the Great Lakes. So yeah, you don't really expect it to be balmy weather, do you? But,
no.
It was not as bad as it could be, but it could have been nicer. And in fact, they lied on AccuWeather that morning.
No.
It was about 19 degrees Fahrenheit. So
oh my God, that's so.
It was bitterly damp, which it usually is in this part of the world. So yeah. A lot of people standing in that line that did go at least a mile, because when we had to get out of the parking lot, and it took about an hour to get out of the parking lot later after it, we went that route, and from that drive all the way up there, it goes past a football stadium. That's one picture I have. It's the football stadium length. It kept going another block, past another light, and then went around the corner to another street. So yeah, I would say at least a mile. And the Hare Krishnas dancing along it. We didn't see them too often, so if they started from the front of the line and got to the back, I can see why we didn't see them too often, because they weren't hopping that quickly.
Yeah, a long way to go.
Singing and dancing and drumming.
So
they were interesting.
How was the atmosphere? It sounds like everyone was pretty amped, like pretty excited that Bernie was there.
These were real Bernie believers. I was going to say everybody who was there had to want to be there, because you don't stand outside for several hours in sub-freezing temperature and risk frostbite. And the thing that really concerned me, we had a lot of young people and working people there with not adequate clothing. Which is terrible when you live in the northern Midwest and the Great Lakes region and you don't own a coat. But
you can't do that. No.
Inadequate clothing to be outside for that long, and you could tell there were working kids, and the shoes, not trainers, sneakers don't work in this weather. And they were there. A group that we talked to were there because they were all kind of taking a break from work because they wanted to hear more about Bernie's $15 minimum wage proposal. So.
Cool.
That I found very fascinating. Not all college kids there, though. We were on Eastern Michigan University campus, which is a nice little medium-sized state school right next door to University of Michigan, which, of course, is a huge mega school. So, yeah, a lot of students. Some got bused and about 5 miles away from UM. But a lot of working people, older people, yay, and Bernie babies. I was impressed with the mothers in the snuggle sacks with the babies up against them to keep warm.
Yeah, smart.
We had all ages and all types of people, all races, Muslim people wearing their scarves and things like that, I noticed, in the arena. So this area of the world is pretty culturally diverse in that regard. And it was just, we were really impressed that we really did enjoy talking to people in line. And then when we had to wait a couple hours inside the arena. So you do learn, here's a picture here, I can see him now. That was when Bernie came in. It was very difficult to see when Bernie came in. People all kind of ran over to the corner, kind of like in a basketball arena where they come in through a corner thing. The Secret Service is everywhere. This is probably the most policed event I've ever been to. They are noticeable, and they're probably not noticeable, but we had sheriff's deputy, campus cops. The TSA is there. That's how you get through the wands and the, metal detectors.
Wow.
It's just amazing how much security you go through. But they processed about, I would say, between 9,500 and 1,000 people into that stadium or arena within a couple of hours before Bernie spoke.
Wow.
And we were waiting, and we kept wondering, where was Bernie? It took a while for Bernie to show up. He was about 10, 15 minutes late that our first speaker came up, and she was with the Michigan Nurses Association, who has endorsed Bernie, 11,000-member union. Yay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the nurses are pro-Bernie. And we kept going, where's Bernie? Where's Bernie? There was a lot of false starts. The Secret Service don't give anything away, though. So you watch them, you won't know.
So
but
what
showed up.
yeah, so just briefly, what did you cover? I mean, we've all seen, you and I have probably talked a lot. Yeah, people that are watching this, I've seen him talk a lot. But what, did you cover anything in a different way that you had heard, or, more in depth?
Yes, he really did. He came out of the box pretty much we were probably the first group to hear his comments on Flint, Michigan. Because the reason he had been late is that he had gone to Flint that morning. And so it's about 30, 40 miles away from Ypsilanti at least. He was a little further, I'm trying to remember. But he had gone up there and spoke to some parents. And his voice started out rather gravel, which we kind of get used to. We know Bernie is speaking everywhere. He had been in Nevada the night before. He had God knows how many speaking engagements the last week. But what was amazing, I don't think his voice came out very strong during his speech. He wasn't hoarse. I think he was actually in tears when he told us about the mother he had talked to, whose child was just mentally deteriorating in front of her eyes because of the lead in the water. And he said he did call on Snyder's resignation, which of course in a Michigan arena got a lot of cheers.
Yeah, well, but that's a complicated situation though, because the guy who was sent to his replacement is not the person, and their call is not so great either.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan's kind of in a real pickle there. It's just a lot of not very good Republican leadership, I guess. But
I'm always surprised to hear that. Not being, I've not explored the Midwest a whole lot, so I'm not very familiar with the political climate there. But I always felt like it was likely to be very strongly pro-union.
It was at one time. That's the saddest thing about it. Since the Reagan era, the unions have been decimated. And I'm not even exaggerating. Decimated. They are so weak here and so few and far between that the UAW even allows them to hire temp workers at $10 an hour to keep it illegal. Yes. Okay, it's that bad. That's why I could go on about Governor Kasich in Ohio, another person who's not a favorite of Democrats or Bernie supporters in this part of the world. But yeah, this is an area that really has been hurting the last 25, 30 years. And so Bernie, if we could bring back more pro-union culture in this country, I think it would do. We call the Rust Belt. A gentleman behind us we were chatting with says, we're not the Rust Belt, we're probably the Lead Belt. Because we all have crumbling infrastructure, and we're all probably getting lead in our water. And I think, I live in a little town. There's a little city in Ohio over by Youngstown that's also got lead problems in their water. They're going to find it in a lot of cities here.
We've got so scared. That's just terrifying. I mean, because your property there, it's nothing right now.
There's still quite a few people around here. There's about 10 million people within 100 miles of Detroit downtown. This is a heavily populated part of the country. There's large families. There's still a lot of agribusiness and other business going on. But no, the infrastructures are gone.
I mean, remember
I mean,
the
we
last
need new
moderator?
pipes, we need new water.
We have
Yeah,
no one else
We need a lot of new stuff. So what Marty's saying is talking to a lot of people.
Yeah, that seems like, he's listening. So that's great. I love hearing that. Thank you so much for sharing that whole thought process.
There was a small bit of it in the last report.
Yeah.
I'm going to break in really quick again, 3 hours ago. And they corrected something having to do with before. And he hasn't yet been clarified Siberia, but he was
privileged white man.
loudly by the audience. He simply
Give me one moment. I just want to say thank you really quick.
And he immediately
I
apologized.
forgot to fix the green bar.
Yes.
Richard Torres, in all seriousness, I had no idea. And I won't ever use the term Hispanic again. Did you guys see that come through?
No.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm not aware.
No,
So,
in Texas, we were told
Yeah, usually
Actually, Justice Kennedy was
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Reagan.
Yeah.
They're like, my bad. I think I've used the multi terms, and I had no idea. It came from the Reagan era and all that shit. So thank you for educating a dumb white man.
That would make sense in Texas. They would use that for being more Republican. Yes.
Because they just
I can see
dropped
that.
you there.
All right, there we go.
Cool, thanks for that.
You go, read prompter,
Okay, alright, so I think, so we have like less than 10 minutes over there. Are we gonna jump to it, right away?
I can do that. Yeah, really.
Without
any
Scott did say that he was, Scott did say that he was,
I might have.
But I think that's John, and he makes that point.
Yeah, I know.
sorry folks, I don't know what makes that sound, none of us do. I'm waiting for Scott to tell us what's going on. Scott said that he was waiting for Secret Service to
That's why it's easy
get him through the
Same pay whether you're hardball or softball.
So what's going on here is the MSN is going to kick on.
He needs that money.
And what we'll do is leave for the meta because we can't show you the MSN's the MSNBC show. So as soon as that kicks on, we'll cut the meta stuff. If Scott has a feed
It's been a rough
from
ride.
somewhere else, you'll probably break into that. I'd rather show live stuff than keep running at it.
So, okay, all right, now,
Well,
we've talked
I have maybe 15 more minutes of discussion. So whatever, we'll roll with it and see what happens.
Please go to
This is how we do it on Bernie TV.
Not for me. So you can see.
Actually, Eddie, hey,
Showed the question.
can we check in with comments? I haven't been looking at them at all. So are you?
That same Anderson Cooper.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Yeah. So what are people chatting about in the chat?
Isn't it true?
Right now they're talking about actually found someone that is a tracing captain in Nevada right now.
How can anybody trust?
Yeah, I can't find them.
Right?
Right now we do have a question
Okay.
from 777 Nightshade. If Sanders got a significant win tomorrow, say about 15%, how much would that affect South Carolina?
I haven't pointed this out. I retweeted it.
I mean, I think any strong showing in Nevada is only going to help South Carolina. I mean, really, like it's a momentum situation at this point. I mean, he's in a really good place because he looked like a tie in Iowa and blew it out of New Hampshire. So it's everybody's going to have to pay attention. It's not just like some phrase, sadly that won't matter.
I think he should be.
I definitely think he's on a roll. People like a winner.
Definitely.
He's going with a winner. As he's doing a good showing, I think it's only going to help him.
Yeah. So yeah, fingers crossed. Somebody very interested.
We have another one from Mark Terry.
Okay.
They never I don't know, there's some noise in the background.
Okay, I gotta give you the big. Some of you already see these. There's a new national poll out.
Sorry about that, guys. Really got to think about it.
Alright, from Mark Terry, but let's be serious here. What are Sanders' chances of winning Nevada?
44. Bernie Sanders.
I think they're. I want to try to answer this a little bit. So far, I saw a poll that showed Clinton at 69%. Chance of winning Nevada,
in fact,
but they've been all around all day, so I really can't give an accurate thing.
And that they would vote for the Democrats to win over Trump.
Do you know?
So
yeah, no, I have not. I haven't actually worked
they put up on their website.
So I have very limited amount of time to do my own research here, but I do think that
they pulled everybody in the country.
You know, it's, I mean, I keep hearing that
Sometimes what happens with Fox News polls
Nevada
is
right
that
now.
they'll
There's
see some of the
basically,
questions
you know, within the margin of error on any poll.
Yeah, it was like Hillary ahead by 1 percentage point, but they gave a margin of error of 6%,
Yeah, that's
which is really large for, which means they don't really know. In other words, I would say it's statistical deadly.
Now, Nevada is a caucus, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll be like Iowa.
So this is I'm hoping that they watch what happened in Iowa and was, okay, let's make sure that we get together. Don't mess up.
There's a couple things, guys. Nevada's a caucus, one, but we were reading the Nate Silver stuff this morning on the newsroom, and
it's a 20.
What he's saying is there's a lot of states that are 50-50 to a 3-point deficit. He's got to win those 50-50 states. That's really that's where the momentum carries over. If he starts to lose the 50-50 states, then he's done for. States where he's obviously going to have lost, he just can't lost. South Carolina is going to be drastically affected, in my opinion, by Nevada, because I think what we're going to see there is a lot more Latino votes, because they're not counting the youth vote, and they don't really have the demographics broken down correctly. I don't think the polls are very accurate on what's happening there. So I think it affects it, and we just we had a whole bunch of endorsements that just came through the other day. So that I think are going to make a major difference.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Justin Bamberg from South Carolina. That's a very good good endorsement, I thought, from South Carolina. So good for him. Thank you, Justin. Did you see some of the caucus videos, commercials by chance, Alice? Some of them were very cute. Videos that say, wake up and go caucus. I guess it's at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, so we can get young people in Las Vegas up from Friday night to go out and caucus.
That's a tough time.
They will get out and caucus, but the little ads, little blurbs for Bernie, get up and feel the burn and vote for caucus. I thought they were great. I came across those today and watched all of them.
They've got great wonderful. I really am so impressed. I don't know. I can't even think of like every single one is just like really.
I have to admit, I like Bernie's ads so far. All upbeat, fun, positive, friendly. I've seen 1 or 2 Hillary ads just because somebody had them on a show and was kind of dissecting them. They wouldn't sell me on her, I hate to say.
No, I saw one that she did that was basically making Bernie, it was trying to sell Bernie as like a one-issue candidate, like it was all about Wall Street. It always talks about Wall Street. Every answer, every question, every debate is Wall Street. And I was like, that kind of makes me feel like he understands how things are interrelated, but okay.
Yes, Hillary should not have the word Wall Street put beside her or connected to her in any way.
Right. That would be the optimum choice, I think, there. And she should be like, no, I'm a normal human. Let me go do some normal shit. You guys can watch me.
I just wonder, she's got a lot of money, or had a lot of money. I'm not sure how well she's doing right now. And she's put them into her advertisements. She doesn't seem to be getting the bang for her buck very well. Is it just me, or?
I mean, I'm not obviously not in that ancillary verse. This is kind of a good segue into my other conversation. I don't know if we can in here. Maybe we're about to jump out.
No, significantly better. Things against so we didn't run this clip. We have this 2-minute, 30-second clip from
Trump by 5 points.
Right.
Bernie Sanders
that's
beating
a
him
very good clip. Yeah.
So we could run that, and right now it's just Rachel Maddow talking to Biden.
Bernie Sanders
saying they'll return shortly to the streets. There's nothing exciting going on. You can check in with comments. There's a lot of good discussion going on there.
Okay.
Media, I'll take a look at that. Talk for 2 seconds. I'll pull up this video and we'll
dismissive. Socialist.
So
CNN says it over and over again.
Tell us about the comment section.
Tell us what people are discussing. Any new questions?
But to Brian's point, he has not absorbed 20 years of a pounding.
Okay, from Diane Sirocco. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong.
I think that
Ivan Flint, has anyone heard about the March 6th debate ticket?
Although in some cases I think
good question.
I believe that
I would love to go to the debate in Flint, too.
Hillary, because
I suspect it will be like the one at the University of Wisconsin. They'll give out like a handful to the actual people in the neighborhood, and then the rest will be under the hands of the DNC. They'll be handling them.
Campaign ad that she ran.
Which means they go to Hillary supporters.
Well, yeah.
I hope not, but if it's the same as it has been for other past debates,
that's a good thing. Yeah.
That seems to be the
common. It's Bernie Sanders.
You know, it seems like the audiences are picked for, you know, because they have their undecided voters, or you know, they have a particular stance. I mean, I think it's smart to pick undecided voters. Like that makes sense to me. So I don't know if that's how they choose.
Mostly they're rewarding good, faithful DNC members, from what I understand, or state Democratic committee members. Yes.
Okay.
So that goes.
I did not know that was the criteria. Well.
Yeah. If there's any marches or protests going on that day, let us know. That sounds fun. I might go brave Nicole again.
Yeah, get some pictures.
That's working. Yeah. I mean, through the roof.
Yeah. Okay. No, thanks for that. Thanks for that comment.
Trustworthy.
I didn't know they were doing it.
Enormously trustworthy. According to
I don't know.
I knew they had one, but it'll be before the Ohio primary, which is the 15th, and the Michigan primary is March 8th. So we're very close together here. So yeah, that's probably why they got that. Yes, we're just going to roll from March 1st to the 8th to the 15th, and there's a lot of them in those weeks. Yes. It's going to be crazy. It's not crazy.
Pretty intense in the very verse.
Over 70 countries want to redistribute.
Okay. So
we're ready, folks. You ready for the video?
Yeah.
Of course.
All right.
Candidate. You disagree with that?
Well, I'm at the beginning of this video. I have a red coat on, so you can spot me.
One litmus test for a Supreme Court nominee is overturning Citizens United. So why doesn't that prove what Secretary Clinton says about you? I mean, you didn't say that you have a Roe versus Wade litmus test. You didn't say you had an immigration action litmus test, a marriage equality litmus test.
That's what Secretary Clinton is actually talking about. If she happened to come to one of my rallies, which she has not yet,
that considering we had like how much notice did you guys have for this?
I didn't hear about it except maybe 2 or 3 days ahead of time, and I saw it on the Bernie TV Slack, and other people I talked to there had heard about it with less than 24-hour notice. So a couple of Detroit stations had announced it like the day before.
Okay.
He came with that short of notice, had to get off work, get out of school, get a babysitter, and stood out in the cold. These people
come from like far away, or was it mostly in the?
I would say mostly southeastern Michigan, and of course I came from northwest Ohio, my northwest Ohio side, but within 100 miles of that area. I talked to a girl who was originally from Cleveland, but I think she's at school at UM. She said there are 2 good-sized colleges there, but it wasn't just college students; it was townies, it was working people, it was people of all ages, races, creeds, and the Hare Krishnas there too. They got the ginger drink. They were great entertainment. I have to say it. I was glad they were wearing shoes and not sandals like us.
Right? Oh my gosh, yeah.
They were dancing and chanting. But yes, you know, it's amazing how many people were there without hats and adequate clothing.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, growing up in Vermont, it's no joke. The winter, you know, you can't be out there, especially standing still. You can't be standing still.
A little bit of a breeze too, and it was damp.
Yeah, it's still going.
It's still going. It goes down to Huron River Drive, which is about a mile away from the EMU Convocation Hall, because we had to drive that way to get back out to the highway.
Not able to run out of sidewalk.
This demand would undermine
someone said they could be in downtown Ypsilanti with under 2 miles. So
whose side are you on?
Or they could have been inside some places there. But yeah,
we're getting
good try.
Okay, guys, we're getting reports that Bernie is live.
All right,
so MSNBC, I guess.
Did they start off so far?
We're going to cut out of this. Okay, we can comment issue with Apple.
They've done it many times before. It's a marketing gimmick. In books come up there.
There we go.
$50.
I still had to say, by the way, everything is to know about you in terms of your health records, your banking records, your consumer practice.
We're going to cut to the meta
I worry about
debate.
that very,
If
very
Scott
much.
jumps in and tells me that he's got some live footage from elsewhere, we'll bring it on. Otherwise, watch it on your own systems. Watch it on the web. Somebody posted a link to see it scraped on some site. Watch it there. Unfortunately, we can't bring it to you because political speech is not owned by the people anymore. It's owned by establishment corporations. So, see you guys after meta debate or during the dinner, whichever comes first.
As somebody who is a very strong civil libertarian who believes that we can fight terrorism without undermining our Constitution.
A little bit of a political answer.
Yes, pretty political. All right, Senator, a couple more that we want to get out of the way before we get to the audience. Last week you said it was a low blow for Secretary Clinton to bring up the past criticisms that you had for President Obama. You said you had every right to disagree with him. But it went further than that. In fact, this is you calling for a primary challenge. Because on a radio show, I'm going to play it and then get you to react to it on the other side. One of the reasons the president has been able to move so far to the right is that there is no primary opposition to him. And I think it would do this country a good deal on surface if people started thinking about candidates out there to begin contrasting what is a progressive agenda as opposed to what Obama is doing. All right, that was you in 2011. I understand that. That was in response to a question on a radio show. No, I get that. But there are some Democrats who want to continue the president's policies. Why should they trust you as somebody who wanted him primary? You said it would have been a good idea if you would have been primary. Well, by the way, there is one of the two Democratic candidates here who actually ran against Barack Obama. It wasn't me. All right. Second of all,
what's the growth? That's absolutely true.
Closely with President Obama over the last 7 years. He is a friend of mine, and we have gone a long way together
too political. Go ahead
to move this country forward from the position we were in when Bush left office. When Bush left office, we were losing 800,000 jobs a month, and the world's financial system was on the verge of collapse. And I applaud President Obama and Vice President Biden for the work they did, and I worked with them. But to answer your question, do we have a right to have differences of opinion with President Obama? I have had a number. For example, I have disagreed with him very strongly on his views on trade. He is for the TPP. I am against the TPP.
Good.
He has, several years ago, continued Bush's tax breaks for the very wealthiest people in this country. I was on the floor for 8.5 hours in disagreement with him. Overall, I think the president has done an outstanding job. And the idea that there can be a primary where different ideas get floated and debated, I don't think that is terrible. You actually still think he should have been primary? Look, this is a media issue. This is one thing I said on one radio show many, many years ago. Media likes that issue. Bottom line is, I happen to think that the president has done an extraordinarily good job. I have worked with him on issue after issue. Now, very quickly, I had another Democratic president. This happened earlier today on your plane during a quick press gaggle. You were pretty tough on Bill Clinton's record, and you said you hit his record on Wall Street. You said this was a guy who wanted to deregulate Wall Street, was for welfare reform, the Welfare Reform Act that you didn't like, and got NAFTA through. It didn't sound like a presidency that you were very pleased with. Well, let me just again, I was asked to comment on Bill Clinton's very, very strong criticisms of me. Chuck put it into context. It wasn't that I went around attacking Bill Clinton. Totally understand. All right, it was Bill Clinton has been on the campaign trail. Some very nasty comments.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah, I was asked about that. So
I'm aware of where I'm coming from.
Did a very good job as president. But let's be clear. I happen to think that our trade agreements from NAFTA through TPP have been a disaster. NAFTA was pushed through by President Clinton. I fought very hard against the deregulation of Wall Street. Wall Street put billions of dollars in order to get deregulated so that large insurance companies and investor banks and commercial banks could be merged together. I thought that was a bad idea. That was part of what the Clinton administration was pushing. In terms of so-called welfare reform, that legislation ended up increasing extreme poverty in America for the poorest children in this country. I spoke out against it. I thought that was scapegoating some of the most vulnerable people in this country. Overall, do I think Clinton did a good job? I do. But those are three areas where I disagree with him. And let me just be very clear. If anybody thinks that a member of the United States Senate or the United States House has to agree with somebody in his own party who's president, well, all of the time, that is not my understanding of democracy. Given that we have Harry Reid in the audience, I think he knows how hard it is. Harry, how hard it is to hurt people in your own party. I will grant you that. All right, Senator. It is time to get the questions from the audience. So let's get started. And let me just, if I might, just say this as I see Harry Reid. The people of Nevada, I believe, are going to miss Harry Reid for all of this enormous as will the people of the United States. It is tough to be a Democratic leader. We have progressives, you have more conservative people. Senator Reid has kept that coalition going. This country owes Harry Reid a real debt of gratitude. Thank you.
Every question was super hard. I didn't even hear a fucking question about music. It was so bad.
People here, full disclosure,
playing field was so uneven.
There were about 40 people from the Nevada Democratic Party, but mostly we went out and found people who were interested in the campaign and want to know more about each candidate. And we're starting tonight with the topic of immigration.
Also, with this argument, he has his back to half the audience.
Comparing him with
Legally today in this country,
No, I'm saying Democrats versus Republicans. Every CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, they're all Fox News doesn't get it, but PBS, super hard on the Democrats. Everyone on the Republicans, patty.
Hard and framed from a conservative point of view.
The only one who's slightly tough on the Republicans is Fox News.
Placer verte.
Placer.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias a usted. Senator Bernie Sanders, you've stated in the past that the reason why you voted against immigration reform in 2007 was because it wasn't perfect. As president, would you veto our shot at immigration reform if it wasn't deemed perfect by you?
Well, I voted for immigration reform in 2013 because it was a much better piece of legislation. I voted against the legislation in 2007 in agreement with groups like LULAC, one of the large Latino organizations, in agreement with the AFL-CIO for a number of reasons, but I'll tell you one of them. Included in that legislation was a guest worker provision, which organizations saw as almost akin to slavery. Guest workers came in, and if they didn't do what their bosses wanted them to do, if they didn't accept exploitation and cheating, then they're going to be thrown out of this country. And many of those workers were terribly, terribly exploited. And that was the major reason that I voted against that. I don't want to see workers in this country exploited. But I did vote for the 2013, and let me say this more importantly. I want to take 11 million undocumented people in this country out of the shadows, out of the fear that they are experiencing every single day. I want Congress to do its job. Under Senator Reid, we did pass comprehensive immigration reform. Unfortunately, the House did not. As president, I will do everything that I can to pass immigration reform and a path toward citizenship for those who today are undocumented.
Even if it's not to your best life. Even if it's
the best of it. Look, it's not that it didn't think it was perfect.
Everything is framed against
perfect. Yeah. Nothing is perfect. That had particular egregious provisions in it.
Gracias, Aurora. Muchísimas gracias.
Yeah, I think that considering the discussion that we've had throughout this whole election about immigration, I think that Bernie Sanders is
like so many millions of others in the United States,
build a wall or something.
One of a mixed status family that lives with the fear of deportation of a loved one. Aurora, muy buenas noches.
Muy buenas noches. Yes, my question to you, sir, if you become the president of the United States, what would you do about the bars? My husband, I'm an American citizen, my girl's an American citizen, my husband was here 18 years. I tried to bring him out of the shadows, how you said, and I petitioned him, and they gave him a 10-year bar. He's been in Mexico doing his 10 years, 6 years now we've been separated. My little girl was in kindergarten when he left, the one in the feet right there. And the other one was in middle school, and now she's going to graduate high school this year, and her dad is not here to see that. What would you do
I'll tell you
to bring my husband home?
What you just described is unacceptable and should not be happening. My immigration policy is to unite families, not to divide families. When I was here in Las Vegas a couple of months ago, I heard a story, a young man who was in the United States military. While he was in the United States military, his wife was deported. Can you believe that? All right. Clearly, those are not the policies. Clearly, those are not the policies that I want to see, and I will change those policies.
How long, when you get there, how long would it take to change those policies? Because I've been waiting 6 years. 6 years out of my life.
Well, I can't, we will use our executive office and power as much as we can.
I'd love to hear the same situation presented to a Republican.
I know, right?
Well, that question literally could have gone to any candidate.
Right, as president, what would I do? It's not you did this, but when you're faced with that, yeah. So they never challenge it. They never challenge it.
Senator Sanders, hello, I'm here both as the vice chairman of the Nevada Democratic Veterans and Military Families and as an undecided voter. We have become aware that in the last 20 years there have been hundreds of veterans who have served honorably as legal U.S. residents in the military. After discharge, they ran afoul of the law for possession of illegal drugs or another nonviolent crime. As a result, their legal status was revoked and they were deported. In many cases, these veterans ended up in countries they left when small children, often unable to even speak the language. Remember, we're talking about veterans here who served our country and people that are comrades of mine in arms. Is this policy fair, and what would you do about it if you're elected president?
I was the former chairman of the U.S. Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, and in that capacity, I did all that I could to expand health care and provide the benefits that our veterans are entitled to. What you are describing to me seems to me to be an outrage. If people put their lives on the line to defend this country, are willing to die for this country, I don't think you deport those people.
Senator, what is your line when it comes to who gets deported and who's not? President Obama President Obama has deported more folks than any president.
Yes.
What is your criteria for deportation at this point for folks that are here in this country?
You don't like Obama, do you? Now, okay, do you agree with Obama that you should deport all these people? I've brought in 10 Latino Americans. Which ones should you deport?
But as I said a moment ago, my own view is that our policy as a nation, what I believe, is we should unite families, not divide families. We should not be sending people back to a country that they can barely remember and a language they may not even be able to speak.
How quickly are you going to get immigration reform done?
It is a top priority.
Very fast. Just ask that.
Well, quickly.
Their repetition makes it sound like they don't believe it, or that he didn't say anything in regard to that, or that they don't understand
when you have 11 million people living in the shadows.
So it's not all in his power.
We owe it to them to move as expeditiously as we can. If Congress does not act, I will continue.
And the Republicans have the advantage of being able to lie and say, I will do all that on my first day. Ted Cruz says that over and over.
Subject here.
What he should say is, I'm going
Scott
to do
Cruz. Taylor wants to get up here. He tells us he is supportive.
No, we're not. That's what we're doing. Trump would have said it's going to be amazing.
Don't worry, we're just doing full disclosure here, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Taylor.
Oftentimes, you treat racial concerns as if they were economic ones, saying that creating jobs and reducing income inequality is the solution to racially charged issues. How is creating jobs for low-income earners going to stop a system of police brutality towards Black Americans, a system of mass incarceration for Black men, or even a poor education system for the predominantly Black inner cities across America?
Well, I would suggest that you go to my website, BernieSanders.com, which has a very, very extensive program regarding the issues that you talked about. So let's talk about it. All right, we got more people in jail today in the United States of America than any other country on earth. 2.2 million people, largely African American and Hispanic, will spend $80 billion a year to lock people up. Make any sense to anybody? Not to me. All right, so what do we have to do? We got to do a lot of things. Is there a connection between economics and people ending up in jail? Well, let me tell you something. Today, do you know what the youth unemployment for African American kids is? It is 51%. And sometimes kids get into trouble when they don't have jobs. So you know what I think? We're going to invest in education and jobs, not more jails and incarceration. Number two, every person in this country, I hope, black, white, Latino, is disgusting when we turn on the television and we see videos of unarmed people, of African Americans being shot. We need real police reform in this country. Police departments are run by local departments. Federal government can play a major role. So what we have got to do is make it clear throughout this country that if a police officer breaks the law like any other public official, that police officer will be held accountable. We have got to demilitarize local police departments
so they do not look like occupying armies. We have got to make police departments look like the diversity of the communities that they are serving. There is a whole lot that has to be done, and I would love to continue to discuss it. But please, we're in a campaign, and the secretary will say what she'll say. I was arrested when I was 22 years old at the University of Chicago. You know what I was arrested for? Fighting segregation. So I have this issue. I date myself when I tell you that in 1963, I was there in Washington for the March on Washington, for jobs and freedom with Dr. Martin Luther King.
This is always talking about jobs.
I felt strongly about my entire life.
Senator, I want to follow up something you said at last week's debate. You said race relations would be better under President Sanders than they've been under President Obama. What do you believe that? Why do you believe that?
Well, what I believe is President Obama's made significant progress, and we're going to build on that progress. We can always do better.
See, again, why are you against Obama?
God damn it. Is to understand that we should not have 35% of African American kids in this country living in poverty. We should not have real police reform. We need to make sure that when people are in jail, often African American and Latino, there is a path back to civil society, so we don't have the rates of recidivism that we do right now. We have got to do away with mandatory minimum sentences. And I'll give you one example where we can make huge progress. Right now, it turns out that the African American community and the white community smoke marijuana at about equal levels. Okay? But it also turns out that blacks are 4 times more likely to be arrested than whites for possession of marijuana. Okay? And that is why I believe that we should take marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Too many lives have been destroyed. Too many young people have incurred police records for possession of marijuana.
All right, Senator. Thank you. We have a question now
on the issue of feminism.
Good evening, Senator Bernie Sanders. My question is, do you consider yourself feminist? If so, how do you, as a white male, understand the intersectional identities that people of color face,
Every one of them
especially
is like,
when entering
why are you against women? Why are you against Latinos? Why are you against blacks?
And each one shoots the ball right out of the park. And in fact, Gloria Steinem, everybody knows Gloria is one of the leading feminists in America, made me an honorary woman many, many years ago. Exactly what that meant, but double said that. What you came to campaign for. Look, right now in this country, women are making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. Minority women, women of color, are making substantially less. But African American women are making 54 cents on the dollar. This is absurd. This has nothing to do with economics. It has everything to do with sexism. I will fight as hard as I can. I work with Harry Reid. We have tried desperately to pass pay equity for women. I will continue that fight.
The narrative is that.
Up next is Cameron Miller. He is a filmmaker who has a question about minimum wage. Cameron,
why are you against filmmakers?
I'm all about everyone making as much money as they possibly can. However, if we increase the minimum wage, how do we ensure that that cost isn't passed on to the consumer?
Okay, here's where we are right now. We have a federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. That's where we are at. You could do the arithmetic as well as I do. Multiply that number or multiply $9 an hour, $10 an hour, 40 hours a week, 50 weeks a year. And you know what? You come up with a sum, with an income that nobody can live on and certainly cannot bring up a family on. All right? So here is my radical idea. You ready for a radical idea? All right. My radical idea is that in America, if somebody works 40 hours a week, that person should not live in poverty. All right, that's the radical idea. I believe we should raise the minimum wage to a living wage, and that is $15 an hour over the next several years. I am to tell you I have been on picket lines with fast food workers in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere. And these people deserve an enormous amount of credit for their courage.
Like we've never
and we are making real progress. Cities now, like Seattle, Los Angeles, San Francisco, are beginning.
They have it in Seattle. They raised it up to, I believe, $12, and they job growth in that state.
Bottom line is, in America today, we have massive levels of income and wealth inequality. Rich are getting much, much richer. Top 20 wealthiest people in America now own more wealth than the bottom 50% of America, 150 million people. What my campaign is about is saying we are going to have an economy that works for working families and not just the top 1%. One part of that is to raise the minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour.
How do we ensure that once we increase that to $15 an hour, that we're not creating a situation where those same people are now below the poverty line because prices are going to, I would assume prices are going to increase.
Look, the truth is, yes, you may end up paying a few cents more for a hamburger at McDonald's. But you will be, if you're that worker going from $8 or $10 an hour to $15 an hour, you're going to be a lot better off. And I'll tell you something else. We have 47 million people living in poverty today. We have people who go to emergency food shelves who work 40 hours a week but are not earning enough money to provide for their family. When we put money into the hands of working people, you know what now that happens? They can go out and buy products. They can go shopping. And when they do that, they create jobs. So instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires and thinking that's going to trickle on down, my view is you put money into the hands of working people who spend it and then create more jobs.
Thank you very much. Sarah, one question comes from high schooler Jessica Acuna, who will be voting for the first time this year.
So my question to you is, I'm a student, so I like how you want free education. But what is your plan to possibly achieve this, being that it would cost about $70 billion, my bad, per year, more than twice what the federal government spends on Pell Grants. Wait, I'm not finished.
So Hillary wanted me to read the full text.
Will free college make higher education more efficient, more innovative, and higher quality?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the point of lesson.
So, would free college make higher education more efficient, more innovative, and higher quality?
Let me answer it in this way. Okay, this is something I feel very strongly.
It'll be very efficient when you actually get one, as opposed to not get
150 years ago, very brave Americans fought for the concept of free public education. And what they were saying is, you know, working class kids, low income people, their kids have a right to get free education. It shouldn't just be available to wealthy families. Their kids should not have to work in factories or on farms. Huge achievement. And what public education has been in this country from day one is saying free education for the first grade through grade 12. That's great. But you know what? The world has changed. Today in 2016, in many respects, a college degree is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50 or 60 years ago in terms of going out and getting a good job. I believe that today, when we talk about public education, it should include free tuition at public colleges and universities. That's what I believe. And why that is a revolutionary idea. My parents, my dad came to this country from Poland, immigrated here, dropped out of high school. My mom never went to college. There are millions of kids in this country who today, because of their economic circumstances, never believe they're going to be able to make it to college. What I want is for every child in America, regardless of the income of his or her family, to know that if they study hard, take school seriously, yes, they will be able to get a college education. It's a very good question, and your number was exactly right. The other thing that I want to do is lower student debt in this country. Millions of people are being crushed with high student debt. Every place I go, $50,000, $100,000, $300,000 going to medical school. We are fighting for both of those provisions. Now, you're right. It will cost $70 billion a year. It's a lot of money. A lot of money. How am I going to pay?
I have a follow-up.
Tell you how I'm going to pay.
Let me read it.
When Wall Street's illegal activities help destroy this economy and hit the state of Nevada probably harder than any other state in this country, you know what happened? Congress bailed out the illegal behavior on Wall Street. Well, you know what? Wall Street's doing okay now. I think that we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. It is Wall Street's time to help the middle class of this country. That will raise all the money that we need.
We are going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to be talking about affordable health care and a whole lot more. Una breve pausa y al regresar, salud accesible para todos y más.
Okay, so look, Jose Diaz-Balart isn't just speaking Spanish just for fun, or just for Ted Cruz. It's also co-sponsored by Telemundo. Okay, so we just had the first part of the town hall on the Democratic side. It's Bernie Sanders. First, he was sitting uncomfortably close to the two moderators, Chuck Todd and Jose Diaz-Balart, and they got in his face almost literally. And every question was, "Why are you against President Obama?" Here's a clip of you being against President Obama. Now, in a Democratic primary, that could, if not handled properly, could damage Bernie Sanders. And every question was asked in a negative light, and with, in this case, Hillary Clinton framing against Bernie Sanders. Then they go to the audience, and those questions were not written by the audience members. Okay, they are written. First of all, they're reading them all, right? Okay, they might have written them down earlier, and you can read them, etc. But the framing of the questions, that last woman who asked the question was a student basically saying, "Why are you giving me a free education? Please don't." Okay, let's say that it was her idea to ask that question, and I would believe that.
About education.
About education in general. But the way Brian mentioned it as we're doing the live coverage, the way the follow-up question was, the second part of her question, was exactly how a producer would write the question. How about the efficiency of this? And given that it costs twice as much as Pell Grants, really? Okay. And every question is going to a specific subset of people and having a Latino ask him, "Well, what are you going to do about deportations?" As if, deportations are Bernie Sanders' fault when he's the most liberal senator in the Senate. Then you go to, a young woman and she asks, "Well, what doesn't education cost too much?" It's a little too convenient that every demographic is asking a question about that demographic and a completely hostile and skeptical fact.
Yeah, and you could just take those simple facts and turn them around. So why are you going to do this if it costs twice as much as Pell Grants? Well, that's interesting. So you're saying that we could only spend twice as much as Pell Grants, and instead of leaving people indebted for several decades after graduating college, we can just pay for the entire thing. That actually sounds amazing. That sounds like a huge bargain. And also to say, if we have a problem in college of the cost, the efficiency, and how versatile it is, why solve one if it's not going to simultaneously solve all of them?
But the
ridiculous framing.
The efficiency to me too, and that is straight from the playbook of when you remove competition. And I've been hearing this from people around me too, friends and stuff. Is that but these colleges won't be competitive, and really should we reward people? Just give them a free education? Don't you have to work for that?
That's why we should take away high school and elementary school.
I just don't believe she thought of that aspect of that. It felt like a producer screened the question, then edited that. And really, if a producer at MSNBC is trying to bring value to these town halls, how about eliciting a different kind of response or a new dimension to the same old fucking argument?
Yes.
If you're going to ask about the education thing, what is something we can ask him that he hasn't already said?
Yeah.
What's a dimension of it? I don't know, how much do we need to cut the Pentagon budget to come up with the money to provide the grants? Have you thought about that?
Yeah.
That's I don't know what the answer to that is. And I'm just saying, producers are cutting themselves, they're just devaluing their own programs and their own news value.
See, Brian's question would also be challenging. It'd be an interesting, challenging question, but it would be smart, it would be different, it would maybe get him off of his talking points? Because it's not like Bernie doesn't have talking points. He also has talking points. They ask him about minimum wage. He goes to his minimum wage talking point. I get it. But, like, that way you could be challenging without being fake and without being skewed, right? So, I look, honestly, I'm again in a rage, right? Because yesterday we do the GOP town hall. It is the softest questions I have ever seen in any debate or town hall. And then when I get on CNN for that, they say, no, it's a town hall. It's not a debate. That's not fair. Here we are at a town hall for the Democrats, and every single question has been enormously critical or skeptical of Bernie Sanders. So what happened to musicals?
Or if I were in a relationship with any one of those questioners, I would say, like if I were having dinner with any of those people, I would say, hey, whoa, why are you backing me in a corner like this?
Yeah.
Why don't you ask me a question that I can answer with real analysis, and I can... Do you know what I mean? It's all so antagonistic. It would be very fascinating.
Unfortunately, that support is not translated into jobs. And I would like to know how you will ensure that support translates into getting veterans hired, and not only hired, but getting them jobs that are commensurate with their skills and abilities.
Well, thank you very much. Your point is well taken. Everybody thanks the veterans, but sometimes after they come home, we have a tendency to forget about them and the struggles that they go through. I was chairman of the Veterans Committee for 2 years, and in that capacity passed in a bipartisan way the most comprehensive veterans health care legislation passed in the modern history of this country. And we also did some other things in that legislation. To answer your question, we've got to do a number of things. In other words, we have to give a priority in terms of federal employment. And second of all, what we have to do, which we do not do enough, is people in the military develop a lot of really good skills. You know, whether it's driving a truck or doing whatever it may be, being a paramedic. We have got to make sure that the skills that they have acquired in the military are transferable to the civil society. So when they walk in, and that is not often the case. So in other words, in the civil society, you work 3 years, and then you go to another job, you get credit for those 3 years. Often that's not the case in the military. So we got to prioritize making sure that the federal government and the private sector hire veterans who often, by the way, are very, very good workers. Very good workers because of the discipline that they have incurred in the military. There's a lot to be done, but the bottom line is when people put their lives on the line to defend us, we have got to protect them in every way that we can.
To stick with veterans issues here, it's less than 10% of the population here's veterans, but about half of them are enrolled in the VA healthcare system. This is Penny Sua, who retired from the military in 2015 and has a question for you. And we just learned today that he's a volunteer for the Clinton campaign, but I think the question is still relevant.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Your chairmanship of Veterans Affairs Committee in charge of oversight for VA is arguably the most important position and highest ranking you've held in government. During that time, you were a major defender of VA care, despite 7+ IG reports of mismanagement and my fellow veterans even dying on waiting lists. At the time, you went so far as to call it manufactured scandal by the Koch brothers to promote the privatization of government health care. We need someone who would fix the issue, not ascribe the blame. If elected as president, how will you fix the VA to ensure me and my fellow combat veterans that will receive the care that we need?
Well, I don't Well, guess what? The Koch brothers and many of their allies do precisely want to privatize the VA. That's what they want to do. Do you think? And I believe, along with the American Legion, the VFW, the DAV, the Vietnam Vets, and virtually all of the veterans organizations, that is a pretty bad idea. Because veterans have their own special health care needs based on their service to this country. I will fight to protect and preserve the Veterans Administration. Now, as it happened, as I just mentioned, under my leadership, with the support of Senator Reid, we managed to pass the largest and most comprehensive VA healthcare legislation in the modern history of this country, approximately $17 billion. What we did is put billions of dollars into the VA to precisely address the issue of waiting lists. Now, it's good for some people to say, well, there's a problem, but we addressed the problem. Why was there a waiting list? There was a waiting list in Phoenix and many other parts of this country because there were not enough doctors, not enough nurses, not enough medical personnel. And we addressed that issue. We addressed a number of other educational issues. We brought many, many new healthcare facilities, community-based outreach clinics around this country. So I apologize to nobody for my work as chairman of the VA. We made significant progress in improving healthcare and expediting benefits for the veterans of our country who deserve, by the way, the highest quality healthcare we can provide. Thank you,
Senator Sanders, I want to turn to Faisal Sura, a doctor from this area who is here with his wife, and he is kind enough, because he speaks 5 languages fluently, which makes us bilinguals feel really bad all of a sudden. He's kind enough to agree to do this in English. How are you, Doctor?
That's good. That's
good.
Senator Sanders, I'm a physician in town, and my wife Leah does a lot of volunteer work in town. We try tirelessly to serve humanity every day. We are also proud, peace-loving American Muslims. We're the parents of 2 children, and we're very concerned about the safety of our children with the Islamophobia that's rampant right now. As you know, I mean, as president, how would you address Islamophobia?
Bluntly and directly. You know, this country's greatness relies on the reality that throughout our history, we have welcomed people into this country. As I mentioned, my dad came from Poland at the age of 17. People can disagree about immigration and immigration reform. I believe we need comprehensive immigration reform, taking people out of the shadows. But it is absolutely unacceptable to me that in the year 2016, we have people like Donald Trump and others who are trying to gain votes by scapegoating people who may be Muslims or people who may be Latinos. That is unacceptable. This country has struggled too much for too many years. And by the way, I am appalled. You know, people can agree with Barack Obama, you can disagree with Barack Obama. But anybody who doesn't understand that the kind of obstructionism and hatred thrown at this man, the idea of making him a delegitimate president by suggesting he was not born in America because his dad came from Kenya. No one asked me whether I'm a citizen or not. My father came from Poland. Gee, what's the difference? Maybe the color of our skin. So I promise you, you know, what motivates me is what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said. You remember what he said? He said, we've got to, I'm paraphrasing, we've got to judge people based on their character, not the color of the skin, not the country that they came from. That's the America we have got to fight for, and all of us together have got to say no to xenophobia and to racism and to bigotry of all forms. And by the way, thank you so much for being in our country, for practicing medicine, and for helping your fellow human beings.
Senator, I want to bring Aiden Tar here. She's got a question about the 2-party system. Well, she's a high school student. Is this going to be your first time vote?
Yes, sir.
Well, there you go. Another first time voter.
So, seeing as it is nearly impossible for a third-party candidate to be elected, and the fact you had to switch from an independent to Democratic to be considered as a legitimate candidate, since reformation of our party system has never been addressed by a presidential candidate, how would you suggest to reform our system
and allow for other parties and ideas to be represented?
Well, I probably know more about that issue than any human being in the United States of America.
Damn, man.
She really came up with that question? So forth. Your point is well taken. I chose to run proudly in the Democratic primary and caucus process, and I look forward to winning that process. But clearly, as a nation, I think we flourish when there are different ideas out there, when there are more differences of opinions. You go to Europe, for example, there are many, many political parties. And what happens in this country is sometimes the two-party system makes it very, very difficult to get on the ballot if you are a third party. And I think that that's wrong. I think we should welcome competition, welcome different ideas, and I think the two parties should be open to making sure that people have a fair shake if they want to run on another party.
By the way, Senator, I just want to show you. She really worked on this. She wrote it on a piece of paper. This is clearly, so you know, I was just very impressed.
And let me just answer it, if I might.
They might have gotten our tweets.
Like,
why have him do that? The fact that he did that makes me think, not that he got our tweets, that he's like,
should be proud.
Fucking obvious. Do something. Oh, that was interesting. I've never seen that before. Why would he do that? Yeah.
Republican governors and legislatures
feeling guilty about something?
Can't hold a pen or a pencil. It'll burn their flesh.
We want to make it easier for people to vote, not harder for people to vote, which is what many Republican governors are doing.
To piggyback off that question, and by the way, I agree with you, Chuck. A millennial using pen and paper is unusual.
It was a pen and paper, it's everything.
Now the producer is in their ear. Play off of it, like, you know, it's the pen and paper thing.
The need for a political revolution in the United States. You're a democratic socialist. When some Latinos hear those words, they think Venezuela and Cuba, Chavez and the Castro brothers, 57 years of dictatorship. Talk to the people who escaped those regimes today and hear you use those words and wonder exactly what you have in mind.
Sure. When I talk about democratic socialism, you know what I'm talking about? Social security. One of the most popular programs in this country, developed by FDR to give dignity and security to seniors. And it has been enormously successful in reducing poverty among seniors. When I talk about democratic socialism, I am talking about Medicare, a single-payer healthcare system for the elderly. And in my view, we should expand that concept to all people. I believe that everybody in this country should be entitled to healthcare as a right, and the most effective way to do it is through a Medicare for all single-payer program. When I talk about democratic socialism, I'm not looking at Venezuela. I'm not looking at Cuba. I'm looking at countries like Denmark and Sweden. And you know what goes on in those countries? All of the kids who have the ability and desire go to college. And you know how much it costs? It is free. They have child care systems which are outstanding. They have public educational systems which are extremely strong. The retirement benefits for their elderly, much better than they are in the United States. Bottom line is, when I talk about democratic socialism, what I mean is moving away from where we are right now. As a member of the Senate, let me break the bad news to all of you. We have a Congress right now which is dominated by Wall Street and big money interests. The members of Congress are not worried about the people making $9 an hour. They're not worrying about the kids who can't afford to go to college. They're not worrying about people who have no health insurance. That's not their worry. Their worry is for getting campaign contributions from very, very wealthy people and providing tax breaks for those who don't need it. So, in one sentence, okay, we're not talking about Venezuela, we're not talking about Cuba. We are talking about the concept, which I don't think is a radical idea, of having a government which works to represent the needs of the middle class and working families rather than just the top 1%.
Senator, thank you. I want to Luz Perez, who speaks English and speaks Spanish, but she's more comfortable in Spanish, so she'll ask the question in that language and I'll translate it into English. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
She wrote that
Ha
herself.
expresado su apoyo para el cuidado de los niños asequible, pero ha hablado poco sobre cómo el cuidado de la calidad depende de una fuerza de
I
trabajo.
really don't like that they're reading
¿Qué
it.
planea hacer para reforzar el personal de cuidado de niños con los salarios que necesitan para mantenerse en el campo y proporcionar asistencia asequible para los padres y las familias?
Muchas gracias.
Person's question is like, hey, I really like guns. Tell me how you're going to protect guns.
We've talked little about how quality care is.
Why can't they just let them stand up and ask a question?
What do you plan to do to
They're already screened
child care
to be there.
workforce with
Why do you then go
wages
one
they
step
need to
further
stay
and
in the
screen the
field and
question and
provide
have it written down?
care
And
for
if they
parents
really
and
wanted to F you
families?
over, they could just not read what's on the paper.
How come all the
which is very
candid
rarely
town hall remarks come out of these sound bites?
Every
Someone is
psychologist
in a cafe
who studies the issue
want to say like my dad
understands
died.
and has told
you know what I mean? Like those
that the most important years
could be
of human
yes,
development intellectually and
you know what?
emotionally is 0 through 4. In this country today, we have millions of working families. Mom goes to work, dad goes to work. They don't make a whole lot of money. They are desperately searching for quality, affordable child care. And all over this country, including my own state of Vermont, it is hard to find. So, to answer your question, number one, when we look at the instructors, the educators who work with the little ones, you know what? Their work is as important or more important than college professors. We have got to rethink how we deal and treat the youngest and most vulnerable among us. The idea that today, and I have talked to these workers, we have child care workers who are making $8-9 an hour, who have no health insurance, who are not making a career of the important work they are doing. What other countries are doing and what we must do is say taking care of the littlest ones is one of our major priorities. To do that, we need a well-trained, well-educated, and well-paid workforce. And this means changing our national priorities. My Republican colleagues want to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to the top 0.2%. Not me. I'm going to tax the wealthiest people and the largest corporations, and we're going to use some of that money to provide quality child care for all working families and make sure that those who work with the little kids are well paid and well trained.
Before I get to the next question, Senator,
I wanted to follow up on something you were talking about, the single payer, referred to single payer healthcare, talking about some of the European systems. You know, a common complaint in those European systems has to do with wait times for treatment, wait times for seeing specialists. How do you propose in your Medicare for All system to not have Americans have to deal with rationing of care?
Chuck,
I mean, this is a common, that's why I say it's common critique in Canada and the UK in particular.
But let me answer your question. You know, the insurance companies and the drug companies and their mouthpieces, they go around and telling us how terrible healthcare is all over the world. All these terrible waiting lines. And yet, when they do international studies and they ask people how they think and how they feel about the healthcare system, you know what? The United States is often down below many of these countries on much higher levels. We are the only country in the industrialized world that doesn't guarantee healthcare to all people. I've been criticized for saying that. Let me say it again. I believe healthcare is a right of all people. I will fight for a Medicare for all single-payer system. Second of all right, you want to talk about rationing? You got 29 million people in this country who have no health insurance. How's that for rationing? They can't go to the doctor. And then you got even more who are underinsured with high deductibles and high copayments. I have talked to doctors who have told me that people walk in the door extremely sick. And the doctors say, why didn't you come in here 6 months ago when you first felt your symptoms? And people said, I had no health insurance, or I had a high deductible. Chuck, some of those people die or they end up in the hospital. You want to talk about rationing? That's rationing. To answer your question, we spend almost 3 times more per person
than the people in the UK, 50% more than the people in France. We can have a world-class healthcare system without waiting lines, spending the same amount of money we're spending right now.
And with all due respect,
here comes another fucking I don't agree with
VA. Yeah, and which is a system that is designed to essentially be universal health care for veterans.
Yes.
Had wait times. Yes. Had a rationing situation. Yes. And I know you tried to correct that, but we just had an experiment which we got. How do you guarantee that your plan isn't going to experience the same problem?
Let me answer it. I just indicated to you. If, for example, there are systems, you're right, where if you needed a knee replacement or something like that, you might have to wait for that. But when you're sick, you go into the doctor when you need to go. My point is, Chuck, there's massive rationing in America. It is rationing based on money. If you don't have money and you don't have insurance and you don't have, you have a high deductible and you don't go to the doctor when you should, 1 out of 5 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs their doctors write. What do you define that as? Other countries around the world make sure that the people have the medicine they need. When 1 out of 5 people can't afford those prescriptions, then I call that rationing. We can do a lot better than we're currently doing.
Thank you, sir.
I would ask what I would do, and I would also say, and I'd say, hey, Chuck,
talk about an issue.
You obviously have no problem with this because you're a millionaire.
Land issues.
But a lot of people don't have health care.
I'm very honored to go ahead and be here to go ahead and present this question to you. But under Obama, there has been areas here that's been designated as national monuments. And at this point, my people in Nuevi, the Southern Paiutes here, we're trying to go ahead and work towards to get Gold Butte designated as a national monument too.
Yeah, I'm sorry, to get
Gold Butte.
Okay.
And there's a lot of recent issues that came up here, and what I want to really ask is that there are those who oppose the American people's ownership of public lands and would see those lands sold to private interests. As president, how would you ensure that our public lands remain in public hands and preserve our heritage and lives by stopping corporations from destroying Mother Earth?
Absolutely. I don't have to explain to you, or I hope anybody in this room or anybody watching, the outrageous way, unfair way that governments have treated Native Americans from day one. It is a disgrace. Number 2, I will, you're raising issues in terms of extraction of fossil fuels, for example. I believe that climate change is one of the great challenges facing this planet. And what I have introduced legislation to do, by the way, is to say that we will not extract fossil fuels in the future from any public lands. Number 3, I understand that it is absolutely important that the federal government do much more than it is now doing to work with the Native American community in preserving their heritage and their way of life. And I will do everything I can to bring that about.
Absolutely. Why is Chuck out asking Bernie about the VA backlog when Republicans are So how come they never do it? Hey, you're defunding Veterans Affairs.
Are currently in the spotlight.
You hate veterans?
You used to work there, right?
And even before that, it was concerned that it was being used from foreign countries. What measures do you intend to take to ensure that this program isn't used to attack the U.S. or to exploit vulnerable immigrants?
Well, it goes without saying that human trafficking, taking girls or young boys and doing horrible things with them, is something that we have got to do everything that we can to stop it. I will do everything that I can to stop it. In terms of making sure, as I understand your question, that people do not come into this country, let me back up and say that I believe, given the humanitarian crisis in Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan, that the United States and the rest of the world have got to make sure that refugees can get their lives together and that we should welcome those people in the United States along with other countries around the world. But when we do that, we have got to make very sure that the vetting process is strong, that people who we welcome into this country to help do not do terrible things to our own people.
How do you do that, sir?
Well, you do that by having a much stronger security approach to vetting people who are coming in, to knowing what their background is, to making sure that they have not been involved in terrorist activity. And there are a variety of ways that you can do that, but that is what we've got to do.
So there are several Tier 2 countries that are on the visa waiver program that individuals can get an expedited waiver visa to come in, and those Tier 2 countries don't meet the minimum standards of protect people from human trafficking.
Right. That's something that we have to address. I agree with you. It is a very serious concern.
Chuck. All right, thank you, Jose, and we're going to have to take a break here. Senator Sanders.
That a high school debater would ask. You expect Chuck Todd, as a trained journalist, to ask a better informed question. That's the expectation,
right,
of all of these guys.
Well,
it's just show.
That's why when we were,
I am afraid I had to ask that question because I made things. Anyway, good job, Chuck.
When we were criticizing last night the softball questions, everybody was saying this is basically an infomercial for the Republicans. And I was saying, no, it's much worse than an infomercial for the Republicans because you don't trust infomercials because they're BS and they're paid for. But when you see people on the news, you assume that the things you're being told are true. You assume that the suit on the stage with him is there to stop him from lying. But when they're actually there to facilitate the lying, that's far worse than simply making them buy the time on TV themselves.
Look, Wes is right that Bernie Sanders handled all the questions great anyway. And it bounced off of him, and in some ways it winds up helping him because they say, wait, now, are you a one-issue candidate because your litmus test is going to be Citizens United? It's like, yeah, I want to make sure that we reverse Citizens United. That helps if it doesn't hurt. Okay, that's all true. But I can't get beyond the injustice of the softball questions to the Republicans, and almost every question that Bernie Sanders, the Native American question wasn't a hard ball, it wasn't against them. The first veteran that talked about, hey, veterans getting mistreated if they have some small crime again, was not against Sanders. With the exception of those two questions, every other question was, Senator Sanders, how are you going to pay for free college for people like me when it would hurt efficiencies? Did I read this right? And it would $700 million. No, they wrote $70 billion. Okay, $70 billion. That's how much it would cost. Double the amount of Pell Grants. Did I do that right? Right. And so, I mean, every question, and then Chuck Todd, maybe getting our tweets in the middle, was like, "Oh, look, this one is handwritten. It couldn't be big. It's handwritten. You see that, everybody? Why are you saying that?
Existing handwritten form.
Yeah, I mean,
it's as if I told you guys right now, hey guys, I'm not wearing women's underwear. I'm really not. Of course I'm not. Why would I be wearing women's underwear? You see what I'm saying? Like, why did you just say it's handwritten? It's handwritten. You see that?
Yeah, I mean, one of your viewers said, I think writing down the questions keeps it smooth and organized and reduces people getting nervous and forgetting, etc. And I get that. I was a news producer, and I know exactly what they're doing behind that. But we need unrehearsed. We don't need smooth. Yeah. We don't need smooth and is an enemy to real improvisational impromptu dialogue with a politician. But to your point, you always notice that Republicans are able to stick to these broad meta themes of liberty, justice, American pride. You never hear that on this side of the aisle, or the Democrats are in the weeds, in the micro. How are you going to pay?
We're going to jump into our afterburn now that Bernie's done. I'm Alice, Savannah, Georgia, and I'm here with Cindy in, Ohio, North Ohio.
You know what? America's messed up.
Where I really need to go, I'm sorry, it's like in a whole other country, basically.
It is. It's a tourist mecca, I'll tell you. At least it's
the last time we had a president for 8 years before Obama. The economy was destroyed.
Alright, so yeah, they covered a lot of ground in that debate. I have the big page of notes that I took.
They still do that on half.
I think, well, we were just talking about the answer to what is Democratic social question. I think we all pretty much agreed that he killed it on that answer, so that was awesome. Yeah. It was pretty interesting that Bernie has to, people are constantly communists when we were filming. Somebody, we called somebody and after they were listening to the girl calling, and And the guy was like, a vote for Bernie is a vote for Joseph Stalin. You know, and he kept going on along those lines of thinking, and it was just like, no. Okay, everyone. Like, you know, it was really too bad. You guys didn't want to have a conversation about this. But
because they will dive into
it just shows like the amount of
policy-oriented questions.
Misinformation.
Misinformation, yes. I was really impressed that they brought up Chavez and Castro.
Yeah, because that is,
you know, often would bring up a lot of fear because a lot of these people probably came from Venezuela or Cuba originally, and that might bring up a lot of bad memories. So I thought that was a very calculated question on the democratic socialism. But I think Bernie really nails it because he goes back to the fact.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole alternative to, you know, it's basically a lot of if you're a college, that was basically what I told him. And he was like, well, actually, you know, like, I know you probably have to do this. I have to do it all the time. No, it's not the same as communism, democratic socialism, it's still democracy, it's just democracy that helps people. No, and it's going to show you this again. Okay. So, and I thought it was pretty
yes, I guess because we're getting so many new people new to Bernie in the last 2 weeks since Iowa, that they really don't know about the democratic socialism thing. We're going to have to repeat ourselves all over again on that.
Right, but it's also interesting that they're getting to that question, you know, they're coming to the table like, this is my sticking point. They're like, oh, I've heard of this idea. They seem okay, you know, they seem interesting. You know, so the mythology is starting to be dispelled.
I spoke against it. I think slowly but surely Bernie's going to get it out there that he's not Joseph Stalin.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing you hear sometimes from people that he's a Nazi like Adolf Hitler. That was freaking me out.
Okay, I'm going to tell you a really quick story about that. So I used to live with being a girl that lived in Charleston. The Tea Partiers that we got dropped a lot together. She was like, you're the first Democrat I know that isn't under the Constitution. You're not thinking, you're not just doing it just to be a sheep. So, for that, you know, she, thank you.
Then Judge Alito would have got
she, you know, so we got dropped a lot, and we had to kind of, we respected each other's intelligence. So we came to the conversation with, okay, you're not an idiot, probably decision to be this political alignment for a reason. So we just showed the opposite direction. So that's how we get there. And we were really able to like zoom out about why and talk about like, so do you trust people? Do you believe in helping people? Do you think you'll help people? Why don't you trust God? You know, we were able to have those really big discussions in a really kind of productive way. We did get to a point where we had a conversation like, you trust people, I don't. And that's the difference. She didn't trust the public. She didn't trust that people would have and I did.
Take a listen.
I think that was a very good conversation if you got down to the last step.
Yeah, well, and that I learned a lot. I mean, I'm a Northerner. I
that we can elect a Democratic president who could wave a magic wand and say,
but, coming to the South, I first learned
that ain't the real world we're living in.
I lived in the Northeast for years. And then I was in the UK, so it was great. Everybody agreed with me. It was wonderful. But I came to the South, and not everybody agreed with me, so I had to, like, shut up. I mean, not that I, had to shut up, really, but I had to listen. I had to, just figure out how to respect ideas that I thought were ridiculous, which is really hard to do. But, I feel like you have to show up at the table being like, okay, you made this choice for a reason. Tell me what that reason is.
Most experience who's ready to do all parts
of the job. I think you've done better than I have with people. I different background. I came from being a lefty from the South. And having the West and the West, and always being around other people who were a lot more right-wing than I was, and never quite being able to tell them why I felt the way I did, and being told to shut up, basically, so I just kept quiet, because it was just that much easier to keep the peace by just
that's
how I get on it.
For what I say,
No, it doesn't make you feel good about yourself. It really doesn't make your stress level. So you can have an intelligent discussion on it. That's great.
I think in the interest of having productive dialogue, this is a movement that is a little bit and to the previous
federal judge this week.
I have a little segment here planned called What Would Bernie Do?
Privacy
And
feature in the
with reference to a lot of Hillary haterade going around. I had a little bit of an experience with Hillary haterade, and they made, given the context of like, I live in the South, I try to be respectful of other people's views, even if I consider it very ridiculous.
What do you think?
And I went to Savannah now has a Hillary supporter Facebook page. That was
to get information.
kind of I was like, oh, they finally arrived. Okay, they finally.
Did you seek out the Hillary page, or did it just show up?
I went and looked for it. They were having an event. They're having an event on the same day in the same place that we are. We're gonna look it up. It's gonna be fun.
This will be interesting.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. We're not staying there. We're doing a march. It's a march. Not this weekend, but the following weekend. But they're having an event also in the park where we're starting. So I was like, oh, okay, there's the group. And I went to look at it, and I was like, oh, I wonder what they think about Hillary. Tell me, what's great about her. They must have good things to say about her. Supporting her. Really, and a lot of the comments that I saw on the were very really anti-Bernie. And as someone who's supported, not that I'm going to shift my life or anything. I'm like, this is what Bernie does. That's really the reason that I'm solid on that. I'm comfortable in that identity. But I was like, okay, so why do you like her? They've arrived at that decision for a reason. So we're going to go check it out. And they basically were spending a whole bunch of time telling me why I was an idiot. And that made me really uncomfortable. And it made me just not want to deal with
there's got to be some way.
And that, I was like, I've seen that from Bernie supporters too. And I think it's really important to consider your rhetoric and consider, like, if somebody, an intelligent person sat down and was supporting the other candidate, how you would explain yourself.
China have the same intention?
Not completely, anger is legit, but that's totally legit. Like, I am angry about a lot of things that happen in this country. But in order to make yourself acceptable, I feel like it's important to be like, all right,
Apparently not. I apologize. I didn't realize you were actually going to your rant. I thought you were going to your rant.
Deal.
For a second, Cindy, I need to make an announcement.
Okay. On his play.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I really thought you were going to just tease that. I didn't realize you were going to haul off all the way, or I wouldn't.
Oh no, I'm so sorry about that. I'm done now.
Feel free to go off on it again. I thought it was really good and it was a good testimony. I just want to let everybody know what's going on. Everybody's dropping off really fast. That's kind of why I wanted to jump in.
Oh, right on.
So listen, everybody. Scott's at the dinner right now. Bernie was whisked off the stage,
created 23 million
as
jobs,
we saw, and they're bringing him to this dinner. The dinner they didn't show Hillary, so they're not going to. This watch party was not to carry on the whole thing. They just wanted to see Bernie, and so we should have
economic development programs like empowerment zones and the new market tax
very
credit.
Shortly, we're just waiting for they started local politics.
I know that Senator Sanders also attacked President Obama.
And we'll go from there, guys. So if you want to keep talking, wrap up the conversation, let me pull this up.
2012 election.
Have Bernie at a dinner party.
And I just don't know.
Maybe this is going to be like his moment fantasy.
I would love Bernie at a dinner party. I just see Bernie as at a champagne night, a guy that would have a beer with you and sit down and eat some pizza and stuff. Yeah, Bernie dinner party. Not Hillary dinner party.
look at our last two Democratic presidents.
I've seen a couple of interviews with him and Jane in their house.
But I'll tell you what, I would take the two of them over
You'd have a phone interview with Bernie, yeah, you in your backyard on a summer's day with Bernie. I did like her rant though. I was going to say I had a run-in with a Hillary supporter the other day. It took me by surprise because they were more of a fair-weather Bernie supporter. I think those really hurt me in person well. You know, online a troll I can deal with. So I'll read what they say and I can ignore it or respond with a measured response and edit it and make it sound good. But when you're in person and they start to tell you you're stupid because Bernie can't possibly win the nomination, even though they do love Bernie. He's such a nice person, right? Blah, blah, blah. But Hillary's going to be the nominee. You better get on board and vote for her. And you say, no, I don't think I will vote for Hillary if Bernie doesn't get the Democratic nod. I will write him in. Well, I was told that was stupid.
It was a state-by-state.
How would you react? How would you deal with that? I think
you can choose to vote for. You don't have to vote for anybody.
I told them, I said, you're fine. You go ahead and vote for Hillary, but I will either write Bernie in or vote green or think about voting a different way or not voting at all. And that but I was told I was wasting my vote if I voted for Bernie. I said, well, why are you here at a Bernie vote making of it? That's very bad there. Yeah, well, very unusual, but I guess this is my first time to come against this, and probably some of our chatters have come across these before. But this so lately, it's been interesting these last couple weeks since Iowa and New Hampshire. People are coming out of the woodwork, and we're starting to see a lot of different types of Bernie supporters, possibly, that I haven't come across. And that might be one of them. The fair weather friend, I call it. They love it.
Well, we both had a chance to vote on.
You can't possibly win in November. Okay, so why are you here, or why are you saying you love Bernie?
Right, why are you
go vote Trump? So what are you doing? I just kind of wondered, these people surprised me with their response, and then they told me, I was stupid and wasteful. That's just hitting my hot buttons right there. So
no, well, that's not appropriate for them to frame it that way. I mean,
right.
If I were gonna say that somebody, I would say, well, do you like that would help Republicans? I mean, are you willing to, stand up for your own individuality?
Right.
Which is more important, your autonomy or, non-Republican?
So I think that was it. I was going to let Trump or the Republican win. My husband, who's from Britain, says some people will vote for a pig if it had the right colored rosette on it. You know what that means. They're in the right party. So it didn't make a difference who's got the rosette on, a pig, a human being, whatever. They'll vote for it because it's a Democrat. It's a Republican. And I've always been an independent, so that doesn't appeal to me at all. I look at the person and their character and trustworthiness.
Getting a nomination.
Yeah, it's like I'm not going to vote for people just because you told me you're a Democrat and I have to.
Just very quickly,
it's just not going to work. That gets me very independent-minded and saying, no way.
How would you do?
So I'm afraid the DNC this year has not made me into a Democrat yet.
And I know,
but
you know what?
They definitely highlighted a lot of
legislatively. I would do it on two paths.
Within the party, and I thought that third party question actually was pretty interesting. And then it came to the young person, and that was really cool.
Because
I'm glad that young people understand that our political system was never set up to be just two parties, or really any political parties whatsoever. They just came about. And so this idea that we're not like other countries that have 3, 4, 6, 18, whatever parties. Some European countries have about, a dozen? I can't keep track. Yeah, we are very bizarre in this idea with two parties. Even Canada has 3 or 4 parties.
Can I touch on for 1 second and check in with Eddie?
To get it ended as soon as
Eddie?
Secretary,
he's putting his headphones on. Full time. 1 second, guys.
You promised to deal with immigration reform within the first 100 days.
So, have a little bit of audience drop off, but we are still hoping that we're going to catch Bernie at this point here. So,
legislation is at the top of that list.
Now let's really quick. That's my bad, guys. You're fine. Scott was not live right now. It's all local people. I guess just talking.
I can control the
as soon as Bernie gets there, they're expecting Bernie to be there very shortly. As soon as he shows up, he'll come on and we'll bring that.
That's why we need to elect a
Alright,
Democratic Senate. So we've got
thank you.
some
What's the report from the chat?
And how will you be up?
We came back during our time. Right now, chat, they're talking about Hillary Clinton
in Spanish. She tells me, so I'm going to try
during
this.
the time.
She wants on now, I guess, yeah. I actually have a question for you. So we were talking about, how we approach people to bring political views. As, someone of, a younger demographic, how you approach people, who support other candidates. I mean, obviously you're on board for Bernie. Would you say most people you know are, or do you encounter,
Mrs. Clinton,
there's some splits.
Yeah.
There's splits, there's obviously some. There's always different parties. That's how it should be.
Because they have to renew their permits every 2 years, and that
Absolutely. There should always be people with different ideals and different thoughts.
Do you feel like people are able to discuss it with your peers without, being, I mean, I don't know, I don't know if Cindy feels like, yeah, exactly, but I feel like if someone's like, oh, I'm a tough supporter, then there's just like, there's it's very difficult to navigate around that wall to have a productive conversation.
There's sort of that awkwardness when it comes to it. I'm gonna fix my camera. Sorry about that, guys.
Going to school is
it's really uncomfortable to do this.
Society.
So yeah, to be honest,
tell you,
I
will do what I can as president.
I won't deny it.
We went back
I've done it during phone banking.
And we win
the
the
person
White
was way
House
calmer than I anticipated.
And
I've met for some reason some Trump supporters that were students that are Hispanic. I just like, wait, why?
I was the first person
to call out Donald Trump. We talking, and we started getting to the religious aspect of his thoughts, and I'm just like, I'm very, I'll just say like that. I'm sort of positive agnostic. Let's just keep it as that. I've lost my core things like because most of the regions are the reasons for all this. I'm just like, wait. So why did you just factor out like the Christian that that probably created a mass shooting? Why did you just factor out the Buddhist that did this? Why did you just factor out like a whole separate group? But you just pointed at those people that just came off Fox News.
As far from the message of Francis yesterday. He criticized leaders on both sides of the border, calling
am I hearing Hillary somewhere?
That's not Hillary, guys. It's actually somebody.
Good.
At the dinner, So we can ask the audience. Scott said he's still live. We're welcome to cut to that. You guys want to cut to hear her? I don't know.
Everywhere in the world.
Or you guys keep talking. Let us know in comments.
About it again.
Okay, let's know, audience.
Doing that because I hope people will begin to understand that
Go Scott. Thank you, Scott.
Our values. We need to provide humane treatment.
So why did I listen off?
We need to end family detention. I've been saying that for a very long time.
I've been honest.
We need to close the private
I'm a Latino, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Ecuadorian, I'm Croatian, so there's part of white.
Housing.
So, there's always going to be different parts, different thoughts.
Has due process.
But still, you shouldn't just go because of one, just for like one issue.
Because legislation.
Yeah, no, I actually agree with that.
There is a process.
Have you seen the ad that Hillary did recently about Bernie being the one issue candidate?
Bernie, the one issue candidate. I love it. It's stupid.
So
I'm pretty sure that we all agree that Bernie is a little bit more complicated than that. And one of my favorite things about him is that he interweaves all the issues so well. I really appreciate that.
Get rid of the violence that stops them.
Bernie's not a one-issue candidate, but that one little ad for Hillary trying to peg him as one is hysterical because
they are children.
He's so multi-issued. It's just impossible to say, he's always talking about Wall Street. But you know what, Hillary? A lot of that problem is Citizens United and the Wall Street Federation. So yeah, they do tie together. So not a very good ad for Hillary.
Well, as a realtor here in Nevada,
I guess. I think that's why she's not doing so well. They keep missing the point, and they just don't get it. They don't know where the average American is at, and they just
presidential candidate who has delivered
can't reach
speeches
them.
to the
All the
largest
money in the world will not buy the vote.
in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees.
Cameraman next to
Why are you hesitant to release transcripts or audio-video recordings of those meetings in order to be transparent with the American people regarding the promises and assurances that you have made to
I saw the Secret Service on Monday. They are really fascinating individuals. I've never seen them up close and in work before, but
when everybody else
they're fascinating.
candidate gets this
That's why I've gone to a Bernie rally before the Secret Service. They are so polished and put together and well policed now. So I don't think they're quite as spontaneous as they used to be.
Yeah.
What you are doing with
that's kind of the downfall. I could not see. He comes in and they kind of keep a corridor on him. That's what we couldn't tell. He was really in the arena. And then at the end, boom, he's out of there almost. Because I kept looking for him. And I think back in the summer, he was shaking hands in LA and Portland and the different places. He was taking selfies. I did not see anything of that in Ypsilanti. Of course, he went on to speak down the road in Dearborn. I think an hour or two later. But he would have had plenty of time because those towns are touching. So it wasn't a time factor. It is the Secret Service. They literally surround him and they surround the crowd in a mosh pit. They're going to spot out everything. They get closer to the stage as he comes up there. You should see those guys. They're just kind of like.
It actually broke my heart when you said
right out watching everybody. And so
now you're making me think of
this isn't rhetoric.
You're making me think of Frank Underwood getting followed around by security guards all the time.
It's a little bit different, I'll have to say. So I wish I could see him in a more relaxed setting. I wish I had seen him in Cleveland back in November now, because I think that was prior to a Secret Service thing. But we had police agencies of all sorts. So if you ever want to feel safe, go to a Bernie rally.
I think it's significant.
I guess meeting that he was the same, that he said the same stuff. Even though he interacted with people,
We had a lot of fun with him. He said huge, and we all echoed huge, and we had an orange balloon toss going around, and the Secret Service put an end to the orange balloon toss. I think it ended up in the thumb tears. So, yeah, it's not as spontaneous anymore, I'm afraid, but he does make it more personalized now. I think he's a little more relaxed talking to these large crowds than he was. Yeah, he really does. I think he's really genuine when he's up there too. I think that's why people relate to him so well. He does sound like he's crying. His voice is cracking when he's talking about Flint.
To the Democratic Party.
I don't think that was fake. I think he really was upset. He had just come there an hour before. I think it was really on his heart. It weighed heavily on him.
We're gonna switch over to the feed now. Apparently Bernie is there. Scott doesn't even have time to change out his audio settings. He's gonna flip over to something different. I don't know who the gentleman is talking. He's probably doing some kind of introduction. I'm just gonna crank it up. Here we go.
All right. I think the highest rate of foreclosures. We're going to have a lot of houses underwater. The value is not equal to
I don't even have either in
what the mortgage.
I know.
Seriously, so I want us to.
All right, here we go. Somebody introducing something to talk about Bernie at this. It's like a heel of WWE saying, like, all right, people from St. Louis
struck this state ever again. Secondly, we want to provide more help so that more homeowners, Hispanic homeowners, African American homeowners, those who want to be, have access to better credit and better support. Credit has tightened up in ways that are just not fair. You are 3 times more likely to be able to get a mortgage if you're a white applicant
that if you're black or Hispanic, even if you have the same credentials and you're presenting it to the people who are looking at it,
now who in here is ready
that kind of discrimination,
to shatter that glass ceiling? Who's
everything
with her?
I've got, using everything. Housing Authority, the Justice Department, the U.S. Attorney. We're not going to have this kind of bigotry. You know, I'm running to knock down all the barriers that stand in the way of people getting ahead. So we're going to make that possible. And of course, we got to get incomes up so you have more of a chance to save for that down payment. And you've got a better chance to actually get in a home and stay there. So I'm going to use every tool at my disposal to make that
standing with Hillary Clinton on Saturday.
Jump at a 24-year-old Hispanic with this.
It's going to be a tough call.
Yeah. And I'm telling you,
I want you all to continue enjoying your dinner or dessert. We will be back up in a few minutes. In the meantime, enjoy the mingle. But remember, stay close to your table because we have a very special guest who will be with us momentarily. Enjoy.
He's retired and he has a question about Social Security. Gustavo, buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Muchas gracias.
Good evening, Secretary. How are you?
Oops, that I had to jump as a 24-year-old Hispanic, which is unprecedented. So thank you for that.
And I'm telling you, if you were not Hispanic,
anticipation
and you're not ahead of me, that has to end. It's not right and fair.
He's retired.
Future generations. This will take presidential leadership. What is your specific plan to address this issue for the many who need it for economic survival?
So important. And the first thing we have to do is prevent the Republicans ever from privatizing it. They are still determined to privatize Social Security. You know, Kerry remembers after Bush got reelected in 2004.
Stop that and cut right back to
he said was, let's go privatize Social Security. I was one of the leaders in the Senate with Harry and others. We went around the country. We made it clear we would never let that happen. And you know what their whole plan was?
We can't show that.
Their plan
certainly can't show that. That'll get this channel shut down.
Fund to Wall Street. Imagine that.
That is owned by corporations.
Scandals
That
and
broadcast is owned.
Before.
Political
Think of
speech.
that.
It's a
that
debate.
will never happen on
According
my
to the
watch.
First
But here's
Amendment,
what will happen.
Political speech
We need
is
to
the
get
most
more money
protected
in Social
speech in the
Security
United
Trust Fund
States
to
of
keep us
America,
solvent
except
far
when
in
it's
the future.
owned by
There's a couple of
corporations.
different ways I'm looking at, and I'll have to talk with the Congress to try to figure out what's the best way forward.
PBS,
raise
all
the cap
debates should be broadcast.
and get more money that way.
This is one of the reasons why I continue to fight.
The existing percentage that comes out of people's
One of the reasons why, I mean, this is the reason why we do what's called the meta debate.
So that rich people have to pay on all
There's
their
no
income.
reason why we shouldn't be able to carry this street.
Because frankly,
and I
they live
guarantee you,
mostly
folks,
off
that tomorrow,
as you know, capital gains.
when you try to find this, you won't find the entirety of it. It'll be chopped out. It'll be edited. I think it'll be cut. The context will be broken up.
We have too many Social Security recipients right
this
now.
is what I fight. So anybody who wants to know why we get shut down and keeps telling me that my copyright infringement is just silly and I'm being a dumbass, it's against the law. These companies to own political speech. It's wrong. It's a violation of the First Amendment. So I'm going to fight that. It's like everything I can to take to the Supreme Court, get it changed. Like we're going to get the momentum back. 1996 Telecommunications Act is the reason.
Contributed to their communities, so they don't have much to draw on either. And then one of the saddest problems I'm going to go after is what happens
that we have unobstructed, clear,
it makes you seem
political content.
And then a widow loses half of her Social Security payment. She's not making much.
Hopefully they'll kick out of this and we'll be able to go to Bernie. They're just waiting for him to show up.
Their homes. They are just really in financial distress. So we're going to get it more solvent, and we're going to fix some of the problems of the people who are poor.
I'm talking for it,
and that's
so.
We can grant it, Brandon. I was going to say, the corporations own political speech, and the corporations own Hillary. Is there a connection there, we wonder?
I said, the mute today.
This time around, you see, consider it.
You
haven't come out
since I think it was Iowa, Bernie's gotten more media coverage, mainstream media coverage than any other candidate. And I, of course, did not put a link to the source for that in the rundown.
It could be a higher amount.
sure.
But this is the kind
available
of
via Google. So
that you've got to
but I thought that was
where the
pretty cool.
Congress might
Yeah.
be.
So,
So I laid out
total
a number of different approaches to get the money. And the other one that I mentioned to the gentleman
nobody cared. He was
is
totally marginalized. Now he's
putting a percentage on
in spite of them.
so that people with a lot of income, but from capital gains and from investments who now, they don't pay much into Social Security, but they have a lot of money, they will have to pay more. So those are a couple of the options. I think we can get one or more of those, but the goal is to get more money into the trust fund.
Like right now,
Chuck, would you ever
it's just a desperate
imagine raising the retirement age in the next 10 years?
No.
Why does it change whether you like it or not?
Right now,
You think you?
if you look at who draws
I
Social
missed
Security
everyone's
for the
favorite
longest time,
They want to hide that.
who have worked for many years. People
from Senate District
often really broken down by the physical labor or the repetitive labor that they do. Their lifespan
and then we have
is much longer than the lifespan of people like you and me.
I believe
Had a different sort of life,
but I'm not
made our money in
100% sure. Let's
different
give them a
ways,
round of applause.
didn't have to work that hard. So
All right.
right now, the
Now,
average
please help me welcome back to the stage
a lot
the
of
person who has
Americans
been
and
responsible for getting us all
Latinos
into
and
this
African
room
Americans
to
is
celebrate our love and our compassion as Democrats. Please
and that's
help me
lower
welcome the
still
chairman of
than
the
the age of
Democratic
people who are
Party,
affluent and well
Chris Miller.
educated. So raising the retirement age would very well eliminate
You're welcome to Nelson around the
people
applause.
from
You're doing a
getting
great
on
job
Social
today.
Security at all. I will not do that. I want people to have the best
It is my pleasure.
older years
As a man who is fought for equality and fairness his entire
We're going
life.
to take a sneak break in here. When we come back, a
For
lot
the
more
working
issues.
class, fought for pay equity and a living wage, and made people, not corporations and big money, his top priority. Please join me in welcoming our featured speaker. Give him a big Clark County Democratic Party welcome, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It tends to be the more.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Don't do drugs, don't shoot.
And let me begin by thanking every person in this room, no matter who they may be.
This is how Jack used to be when he did the radio show. Wait till you see these huge things.
I'm gonna go with your tricep. That's very impressive. The quads.
That's for the members. That's for the post games together. We're too strong.
What you do. So I just want to begin by thanking all of you. What you do. So I just want to begin by thanking all of you for your efforts. Let me also thank you
Lots of stories, lots of rage,
for sending to the United States Senate a man who is a very good friend of mine,
legendary Kasparian.
somebody I have worked with over the
job.
I love this tweet from the other
last 9
Had a
years.
rough last few days and missed TYT yesterday.
I also
Playing it, my
thank you
instantly got better.
for sending to the United States Senate
I shouldn't read this tweet. Should I
a
read it?
man
I'll read it.
who is a very good friend of mine,
Oh my gosh.
If there's a debate,
somebody
there's an
I have
election,
worked
don't
with
even think about
over
going
the
anywhere
last
else.
9 years,
We are going to lose our minds.
somebody who has done enormously important work for your beautiful state
It's a virtue.
and for the American
I
people.
think you can put me in a box.
Harry Reid will be missed very, very much. As all of you can imagine, it is not easy being the leader of Senate Democrats.
Reckoning upon our
In fact, it is hard to imagine why anybody would want that job. But Harry accepted it, and I think what is really remarkable about the man you sent to Washington, the man from Searchlight, is that you will not find one Democrat, not the most progressive, which I may well be, or the most conservative, have anything bad to say about Harry, because he is a man of his word, and he is enormously respected by the Democratic caucus. So thank you all very much for sending Harry Reid to Washington. Let me also thank the Black Caucus of Clark County for their support and their endorsement today. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, guys. When we began this campaign 9 months or so ago, the media noted that I had a presidential hairdo and that my clothes were GQ style. But other than that, they really didn't think that our campaign would go very far. Well, it turned out that they were wrong. In the last 9 months, we have made some enormous gains. When we began this campaign, we were about 3 or 4% in the polls nationally. That is not the case today. When we began our campaign, we were 50 points behind in Iowa. Didn't end up that way. We were 30 points down in New Hampshire. Didn't end up that way. And we were 30 or 40 points down here in Nevada. And I don't think it's going to end up that way on Saturday.
So you'll be able to just pause it for a couple seconds, depending on different.
Let me say something that I think most candidates would not say.
Okay,
we
now
live
we're back to
in a time
Tiana Winters?
when Republican governors all over
Good
this
evening.
country
My name is Tiana Winters. I attend UNLV. I'm a senior. I'm representing the Queensland College of Urban Affairs.
And
my question tonight is, my generation is the generation that grew out of that economic downturn. Gone are the days of affordable tuition, booming job market, and attaining that classic American dream. We need a rebel. We need somebody who's going to be by our side and ensure that after working hard and putting in our time, that we will be able to attain that success. My question to you is, because my generation is a little wary of placing another politician in the White House, with your tenure in politics, how are you going to deserve our vote?
First
of all, I know that you think
understanding
with
that
good cause, everything is messed up, because that has been your personal experience. I have the deepest, respect for and feeling for young people
and Nevada shows
literally
this country
came out of the Great Recession and are finding barriers everywhere.
Where's the point of view matters?
When we began our campaign,
I've actually been in elected office shorter period than Senator Sanders. I've been for 25 years. I've been there for 8, but I've also been a Secretary of State, and I'm a very big activist my entire life. And I know what has to be done, and I will do it. That's why I've laid out plans to remove economic barriers that stand in the way.
You should have had a better answer prepared.
You know, I want to stop bad actors from doing bad things.
Kind of a very
But I want to make some good things happen. I want to get back to the kind of job creation we had when my husband was president. Income is rising because Americans haven't had a rise in 15 years. I want to be sure that we knock down the barriers that hold back people because of racism, sexism, homophobia, all the
They won't even know what the knife is. You know you're dealing with a spectrum person.
Well,
I have a very specific plan to make college affordable, and I also have a really aggressive plan to get student debt down, to enable you to repay, refinance at a much lower cost and be able to get out of it sooner. So you're not paying your student debts 30 years from now. That's ridiculous. I didn't have to do that. I had student debt, and I got it paid back within about 15 years because I had it at a reasonable amount. And I want to bring you more young people in what are called contingency repayment plans. That's a mouthful, but it basically means you pay as a percentage of what you earn, not a fixed interest rate. I want to triple the number of national service jobs. I want to double the amount of education grants that go to people who do national service. So I have a comprehensive plan. And I think it's really important for young people to understand, you know what, we've got to have big bold plans. We've got to have our ideals and our values.
And that is,
now we got to figure out, okay, how are we going to get it done? How are we going to make it happen? I am absolutely confident I can do that. That's why I'm asking for your vote and your support.
Now, when you have a super PAC, they go to a fancy place,
senator, governor,
you pay a few million dollars.
They crossed me.
What we
back in the 90s, they killed the guy.
That's why we're here in Nevada, working as hard as we can.
I know that.
South Carolina. I am absolutely focused on delivering results for people. And any fair reading of what I've done since I went to work as a young lawyer for the Children's Defense Fund up till today shows that I know how to do that. It is obviously troubling that people have questions about me, which I will do my best to answer. But I think they really come down to saying, well, look, you know, like this young woman asked me, you've been around for a while. We've seen your face a long time. What does that actually mean?
So let me
well, I've been around doing stuff. I've been around getting things that I believe will help people, and that's what I'm going to keep doing. You know, when I ran for the Senate in New York, people said the same thing. You know, we can't trust her. We don't know her. I won.
Which is undermining.
And then when I ran again 6 years later, I was reelected with an even larger percentage of the vote because people saw me in action. So people are really asking, is she in it for herself, or is she in it for me? I've always been somebody who believed and raised in my family and my faith that I, with my blessings, had an opportunity and obligation to do what I could to help others, and that's what I will do.
So I have to tell them that wasn't true. Actually, the first caucus was held many months ago.
Next question comes from
my question is exactly on here that
corruption of American democracy.
If you look at the national average, there's a women who earn that money.
Whatever, $20 billion.
I will do everything I can to make sure that it does. And
what are you going to do for me in order to get
do it without legislative action, but I might not be able to, and he may not be able to. So that's why comprehensive
democracy. This is oligarchy,
clear all this
and that is why we are going to
everything I can to make sure that the young people I met,
United.
You know, I met a young woman who wants to be a doctor. She came here as a child undocumented.
And why we are going to get rid of super PACs once
she's worried. Can she get into school being undocumented? Can she get the scholarship she and her family would need? Can she graduate and go to medical school? And when she gets her medical degree, can she get a license? I'm telling you, that is just heartbreaking to me. So I'm going to do everything I can to clear all the barriers away so that every young person in this country has the same chance to make a contribution as that young woman wants to make.
And all over this country are working longer hours for lower
based on the proposal that you have right now. With this, for example, the AmeriCorps grants that you're willing to give to students, how would those also be granted to DACA students, for example?
Yes. Yeah, and you know, I think both Senator Sanders and I are
58% of all
taking the same goal to make college affordable for everybody. I believe my plan is a better way to get it done,
a rigged economy.
And therefore I'm standing behind it. And I am strongly in favor of clearing away all these barriers. So yes, anything I can do to make sure every single young person who wants to go to college in this country is given the chance to do it. It's also why I want to make community college free. Because if community college is free, then a lot of young people can actually go to community college without a lot of the assistance that they might need for a four-year college or university.
Happens to be the Walton family, the wealthiest family in America. What does that mean? It means that the wages that they pay their workers are so low that many of their employees
do you foresee a time when the federal government would be able to include the undocumented in federal grants for education, for example? Because if the state doesn't do it, it doesn't mean that they don't have those dreams and aspirations that they can't reach because in Washington they decide that they're not equal.
That's absolutely true, Jose. I'm very proud of all the states that have taken steps to make sure that grants and college tuition underneath are taken care of for dreamers or others who are undocumented. But it should be a national priority. And that's another element of comprehensive immigration reform, because once we get that, then there are no more questions. Everybody is entitled to the same rights and benefits. You know, I'm not sure everybody in the audience even knows. I mean, every year, undocumented workers contribute $12 billion to Social Security.
We are going to help them do the right thing by raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour over
that amount would go up to 20. It would be an additional $20 billion every year. So you talk about making the Social Security trust fund solvent, getting people out of the shadows, getting them into the economy to be able to pursue their dreams helps all of us. So absolutely, we're going to head for that.
Y como dice Luz, dinero que contribuye y nunca ven. As Lou says, money they contribute and never see anything back.
That's right. They contribute for everybody else. Like the gentleman's question, I want you to be able to contribute and as a citizen be able to draw it down because it's yours.
Secretary, say hello to Andres Felipe Rivero. He's asking a question about labor.
Right?
Yes. Muy bien, muy bien, gracias. Good evening, Secretary. Your ties to corporate America have been at the center of this campaign. As President of the United States and former board member of the board of directors of Walmart, will you be silent on Walmart's anti-union campaign? But more importantly, will you propose legislation that protects the right of workers to organize in their workplace?
Well, can I tell you?
When we talk about public education today,
the answer to that is yes, and it's why all the unions have endorsed me. And I want to tell you, the union, commercial union, at the forefront of the organizing campaign at Walmart. But most of the other unions have public unions, private sector unions, and you know why? I mean, really, here we go. Let's go back to the facts. Because I've always been a champion. I've always been there for them. Tom Harris, our great Secretary of Labor, who is here. Where's Tom? Right there. Is somebody
money, their vice president money, their president.
has been on the front line, standing up for workers and unions. He endorsed me. He's been campaigning for me. So I know that there's a lot of stuff that is said and thrown around. Look at the facts. Unions have endorsed me because they know I'm on their side. I'm not just showing up at election time telling them what they want to hear. I've been there year in and year out, and I will be as well.
Bernie just showed up election time and told them what they want to hear.
Reckless and illegal behavior.
I didn't know living wage of $15 an hour.
Immigrants were put in place.
Which is an issue that is very that is at the forefront for working families.
Absolutely. You know, I support a federal minimum wage, and I support states going higher than the federal minimum wage. That's why I support Andrew Cuomo in New York, who wants to raise it to 15. I supported what they did in LA, and I supported what they did in Seattle. But I'm standing with the majority of the Democrats in the Senate who introduced a minimum wage increase to $12. That would put it at the highest it has been since 1968. That would mean a wage increase for 35 million American workers. And 1 in 4 low-wage workers who are now just barely getting by. And it would help so many women because the majority of minimum wage workers are women. So I'm absolutely in favor of it. I will do everything that I can. We'll set it because it's a floor, and then I will use the bully pulpit to convince states that believe they can go further
to do just that. That's
talking about is telling every woman in this room, in this state, in this country, that she does not have the right to control her
What
own
strategies
body.
do you plan to employ in dealing with the conflict between women and children's rights versus the practices being utilized by some of our Middle Eastern allies?
Telling our gay brothers and sisters,
I went to Beijing in 1995 and said women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights, and I believe that with all my heart. And when I was Secretary of State, I put women's rights at the center of our foreign policy. And I went to 112 countries for all of you. I raised it in every country. I looked across the table and dictators and authoritarians and chauvinists and sexists and misogynists. Yes, I did. And I raised it with every one of them. So it will be a huge issue for me. And, I also raised gay rights. I went to Geneva and I made a speech about how gay rights are human rights because the people who are often the most oppressed and mistreated right now in a lot of countries are LGBT people. So to be at the center of who we are as a nation and what I will do as president. You can count on.
And by the way, in this regard,
quick follow-on foreign policy. President Obama has announced that he's going to go to Cuba in March.
It'll up their balls.
If Cuba done to earn a presidential visit, it's one thing to open diplomatic ties, but since December, since the official opening, there have been some regression, particularly in some human rights issues. Is a presidential visit a step too far? Like President Clinton be going this quickly, rewarding Cuba with a presidential visit this quickly?
Well, I know that the president intends to raise human rights issues.
And their political representatives
he will be very open about that. I am sure talking about the ongoing abuses within Cuba that are visited upon people who are seeking freedom, standing up, speaking out. I think having the president on Cuban soil delivering that message is very powerful. And I'll say too, Chuck, I was determined as Secretary of State to try to get an opening to Burma, now called Myanmar. And a lot of people said, well, that'll never happen. The military dictatorship will never change. And I said, what, we got to try. And so I went and I made, the case for why it would be better for them to open to pursue democracy and freedom. And then I took the president back with me. And the president spoke out. He spoke to a big group of students in Rangoon, Yangon, and said, you deserve better. Speak out for it. Speak up for it. The United States will support you. Look what's happened. There was an election. Aung San Suu Kyi's party won. The military is turning over power. Now, we can't promise that in everything, but if we don't take reasonable steps, we've negotiated a long time to try to get the opening to Cuba. So I think the president's goal is to make it clear to Cuban people today, tomorrow, and into the future, we deserve a future of freedom and democracy, and we will be there every step of the way.
Some people worry that the administration's lost leverage on this issue of human rights.
I think it's a different situation because there's so much traffic now between the United States and Cuba. There are so many Americans, both Cuban Americans and other Americans, coming to look at new businesses, looking to their professions or similar interests. So I think it's not just a presidential visit. It is a punctuation point that makes clear the United States is going to stay with this. We're going to keep pushing. I don't think the Castros can live forever unless they have found, Leone's magic somewhere. So there will be a new generation, and we've got to. I want the president to be able to look in the eyes of just like we did with the,
reading Moroni is
we say, okay,
he's saying
what are you going to do? Look how far behind you are.
Look at this.
You're going to be in Cuba.
I don't think so.
Either way,
they never give up, and they rise above hate to the mountain top jack with their big face up, and you can't see me on the mountain jack to the American. Thank you very much. Jack in the jab. Chris Benoit, Chris 3, WWF, that last one.
Number 9, Chris Who. Now, this is more of a lie by admission, so it's still uncomfortable. The small percentage who don't know, Chris Benoit was one of the most acclaimed, regardless of whether or not you think it's the right one. Number 8, Steve Austin and Survivor Series 1999. At Survivor Series, Stone Cold Steve Austin was hit by a car driven by Rikishi and people. But that's not the main lie. You see, Austin's neck was in a bad way, had been ever since SummerSlam 2007, when this happened. His neck problems had flared up, he was going to require surgery and be out of action for approximately 5 years. The problem was, he was booked in a triple threat match with The Rock and Triple H in a Survivor Series. The WWE knew ahead of time he wasn't going to be able to wrestle, but WWE got to be getting that coin, so they promoted the match they knew was something in with the big show at the last minute. Number 7, WrestleMania 3's attendance figures. The number the WWE champions like a proud mother with half a head sparrow in its mouth is 93,000. What are you going to do about it? During most indoor sports, attendance records stood for 23 years. They would if WWE hadn't worried about it. Various sources claim figures more in the 80,000. Dave Meltzer claims paying customers could be as low as 78,000. At this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if there was just one guy in the crowd who was millions. Number 6, Unity on ECW. Hey, am I right, lads? The WWE has always skewed sexy when it's taken about, but despite a couple of male bosses, maybe you shied away from showing any action in Unity. Then the radio reboot of ECW on Spotify started tanking hard, so they promised the goods. The late years, they promoted that an episode would be dedicated to an all-divas game of strip poker. Now, in their hearts, fans could have really been expected to follow through. And indeed they didn't. Pixelating the nudity in inverted commas was really just the divas wearing professional underwear.
The American people be able to hear the frame in a correct way, right? And I want the Republicans to also get tougher questions. Yeah. So that was a huge part of this debate.
I think that
now, once you get past that, how did they do Bernie Sanders and Hillary?
Much more per capita
far more substantive than the Republicans.
All of them provide health care for all
like Donald Trump did tonight. I'll be so fantastic, it'll make their heads spin. That's the most preposterous thing I've ever heard, right? Whereas these guys are diving into policy, but as Brian pointed out in our live coverage, they almost get punished for that because the Republicans get to talk in meta themes.
Throw the flag around themselves. And they talk a lot about the Constitution too, and they never mention the Constitution. Yeah. I mean, the Constitution seems to belong.
And I will,
as
president, do my best to move this country
more
toward a
passion
Medicare
and influence if they could just talk about it.
Program.
What they should do is, when you talk, I know you're disappointed by the questions. You're disappointed by when we talk about the way the questions come and they're written down, the moderators, but I don't
telling you again something that no candidate for president
any of these forums. What these candidates have to learn to do is pivot off of these questions,
not Bernie Sanders,
and
not anybody
create an impassioned argument for reason. I can get things done. Why? I have my whole career with my husband. We've done things.
Bernie Sanders or somebody else to the White House.
They have
to go home,
get into
turn on the TV, and not worry about things.
Create
you got your person
for the
in the White House.
And I don't see them doing it. Don't get stuck in the weeds. Don't be generic about these answers. Because on the right, they're doing these incredibly impassioned meta things that seem to galvanize. And our
control our economy.
So
people who control our political life.
I don't think Democrats
are so powerful. I'm talking about Wall Street,
or the kind of answers
which has
and I think that's a credit to Democrats. I don't think it's just a hit on MSNBC for asking.
Well,
so I hear you guys on that. I mean, I think in some ways the Democrats are a smarter audience, and hence,
the middle class of this country would move abroad.
What's your actual policy?
We know you love
right. And whereas the Republican audience is too busy going throughout the debate to figure out
everything you want to know about everything.
Doesn't mean you are. Well, then if you were such a big fan of the Constitution, why did you agree with George Bush when he ripped the Fourth Amendment apart and took away our privacy rights, right? So, but it would be nice, and that's why I come back to this thing, if the moderators asked them that. Wait a minute. You say you're a big defender of the Constitution, but you agreed with George W. Bush when he said that we shouldn't get a war. But that's directly against the Fourth Amendment, right? but they never do that, so the Republicans never have to answer for it, and they can do those kind of themes and get away with it.
And they get to look as if they are as prepared to be president as the Democrats are. If you just allow Trump to say, I am not going to give you details of what I'll do as commander-in-chief, because that would give ISIS an advantage. If you let him do that, but you don't let the other candidates
whether it is women and their male allies
it
saying,
makes him look like he's prepared, and he's not. And when you ask him what kind of parent are you,
in this country,
when the fate of the world in some way rests on him possibly getting into office and putting into effect policies that I think are fairly objectively disastrous, then you're doing a disservice. Unfortunately, it's CNN versus MSNBC, so we can't directly compare it, although with the amount of town halls they're doing these days, it probably won't be that long until Anderson Cooper does shut down politics, and then we will be able to directly compare.
They didn't come
I think but they did do it. Look,
they didn't come because the
they got a lot of bullshit excuses. Number one, Anderson Cooper did a debate. We just showed it today on the show. Same Anderson Cooper, same CNN. Incredibly harsh towards Sanders.
That is how
incredibly soft towards the Republican candidates. And then they did a town hall with Chris Cuomo, also on CNN, that was very harsh. Specifically against Bernie Sanders, less harsh against Hillary Clinton. To be fair, they were pretty soft on Hillary Clinton in that town hall, but not against Bernie Sanders. So now, in this case, they're back to asking about what kind of music do you like, what kind of parenting, and that's not a question I'd ask Donald Trump, a guy who said on 3 different occasions that he'd like to have sex with his daughter if it wasn't his daughter. And so, but my guess is that they didn't follow up with that question. So, when you have this uneven playing field, it seems like, oh man, Trump's going to answer that with some thing about how he helped his son or his daughter, and it's going to be a heartwarming thing. In this town hall, we just heard yesterday, no, the CNN thing was soft because it's a town hall. Now, this is a town hall. Was there one question that was soft? One question about what kind of music do you like? What do you do to relax? How much do you love your kids? How much do you love your wife? All the questions the Republicans got
together, young and old, black
so there's a giant disparity between how Democrats and Republicans
millions of people into the political process.
Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton did get to lay out their case.
That's what this campaign is doing.
I think that they both did
some of the huge turnouts that we've had.
Fine job presenting both sides. And at the end of the day, Hillary Clinton looked like she was very aggressive. You could look at that as a positive and say, she's out there and she's swinging away and she's in charge and confident. Or you can look at that and go, they seem a little nervous and are overreacting now to polls showing they're losing nationally. Might be tied or losing in Nevada. By the way, to be fair, she's not losing in any of the polls we've seen in Nevada. But Bernie Sanders is caught up, they're tied or within 1, 2, 3 points, right? But obviously, internally, it's not going so well for them. That's why there's a lot of reports out about how they're in a little bit of a panic and leaving Nevada. Okay? So, as I looked at it, I thought he was overreacting, but I might be biased because I agree more with Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders had to carry a lot of questions, so he had to fight back from the framing with, okay, I'm not going to apologize for my time in the Veterans Affairs, committee. Well, why would you have to apologize? Because they asked you a question of why don't you apologize for something he didn't do, right?
Hey guys, welcome back to Afterburn Round 2.
Pretty good.
We just can't stop today.
Actual censored human being, you're watching
so that was Bernie after
the
forum at a dinner,
one side,
the Democrat dinner,
a lot about
and so Cindy, I thought that was pretty cool to see him in a non-debate environment. I always like it when he gets to kind of let us hear it out a little bit, not too much there, but a little bit different from individual speech.
Minimum wage. Well, you have to spend that money.
I don't know. Did anything in particular stick out to you? I'm trying to.
Whereas on the other side,
anything new for you?
Let me put that.
Can you really vote for someone who doesn't quote the Bible at least 2 or 3 times in a town hall? I don't know. He could be evil, and I wouldn't know. I personally think that they both did well. They both had questions where they knocked it out of the park, and they got all fired up. People seemed to love it. And they both had a couple of questions where you're like,
so John, what did you think? Your audience kind of
like the Apple thing. We're like, well, I think we should have government in the tech industry talk about it. That's the basis for the entire what's going on. Some combination of those two, and neither is really answer this. Bernie Sanders had, when you're like, well, how fast are you going to pass immigration reform? There's no good answer for that. And she obviously
doing this a while.
So why?
Cindy, we still don't have audio. I would leave the hangout and come back.
So I think that they both did well, and I would say.
But anyway, where were you? Just before you take in there, I just want to say we've got more than 200 people watching.
Sanders.
So hi,
200 people know Hillary Clinton.
Thank you for sticking with us. We knew we had a little bit of a strange things going on there, but Scott was able to bring that feed, and obviously he's going to cut. I don't know.
So what do you guys think?
Or whatnot, but
Bernie Sanders or Hillary?
What were you talking about? I was busy.
Western approach here.
Switching stuff around.
We were just saying how it was kind of nice to see Bernie in a different, a little bit of a less scripted. I don't know. It's nice when he gets to be a little bit more casual, and obviously that was not a debate, not a forum, so he could talk to a smaller group and whatnot. So did he say anything new to you, or
I thought the whole thing was kind of a new thing. Just like the forum in particular.
Perfect example.
That what we just saw, that Darren thing was pretty much standard for some question, really. Typical.
There are a million things.
It's all great. We've heard it. You and I have heard it.
Yeah.
I hear you read this speech in my sleep.
We can hear you now.
Thank you. We can hear you now.
That woman,
Yeah, I'm in there.
Very loud.
your mother and she'll have
I don't think I'm right.
Well, we got the scratchy. We got the scratchy, Cindy. So,
that's the speaker problem. Sorry about that, guys.
That's all right.
Coalition needs to bring me a new laptop.
questions are harder than the detailed, policy-oriented, while the Republicans get to talk about the freedom narrative.
Actually, Cindy, I think we're going to have to drop you out and because I don't know what's doing that, but it's definitely not going to I'm sorry.
So I don't think either one of them, I think they both.
So anyway, we'll just carry on where we were. We got to get that fixed, folks. Remember, this is a volunteer network.
I like that.
So when people ask, I'll just cut it really quick here. When people ask, why is the audio bad, or why is that happening, or why is this happening? A deep price. There's no money here. You've got fan money. You guys have started to donate, and I really appreciate that. But this is a volunteer thing. Everybody's here on their own time, spending ridiculous amount of time.
Question to the young woman who
I'm unemployed. I do this from 6 a.m. till we're done every day, 7 days a week. And so I apologize. We're going to have to fix Cindy's laptop. She's the co-host of the show. We have a schedule where people sign in as volunteers to be hosts, co-hosts, comment on. We have a training process.
What Brian said was more.
And we just got to get Cindy's laptop fixed because everybody that's willing to be on a camera is valuable. Everybody that comes to our group is valuable. But
specifically about
the hosts, co-hosts, and the comment bots spend a lot of time getting ready to do what they do, and everybody that's involved in the live production.
Candidate is that he is trying to make
I didn't mean to cut Cindy off like that.
On the current political economic system that we have and how it's been rigged. Now that's why he tries to show how many issues are related to that,
Bernie,
and how he wants to fundamentally change the way that economic
what I thought was
are able to get the politicians they want, and it's going to get the
Democratic.
I think that is a big message.
They were definitely designed to attack
are rigged against them, and there won't be change.
That was
even with the Great Recession.
It was beautiful. I thought you responded with specifics this time. I thought his answer on democratic socialism was
I don't think
perfect.
He said it nice as well as he has at other times.
It was beautiful. If you don't get the answer, and Chuck Toad with his idiotic questions about healthcare and not understand. I mean, Bernie was on fire. His responses were badass. I thought.
Absolutely. I have this huge list of everything that they covered. It's like all the whole history of America, all those about, and they just covered a huge amount of ground. And he was just like he had an answer every time. He was never like, I don't know. It's like every single issue he was like, okay, we're gonna deal with this. We're gonna address this. We're gonna learn about this. This is related to this other issue. Like I love how he interrelates things. I actually really like the question about child care and how that related to income inequality, creating the workforce that child care. I thought that was just like a really nuanced issue and a really nuanced
wage argument is a compelling.
I agree. Wow, I'm like really laggy.
But no matter what the calculus,
you guys knew how this thing was put together.
Wage jobs,
but I agree. The response
to a better job.
You're never going on. Like, they're asking for these really dumb, simple explanations. Why can't you fix it with this?
Why isn't it like this? Why isn't it black and white? And he's like, it's a really complex issue. It involves this and this. The root cause is this. I've explained all these things, and they keep trying to ask these like 5th grade or lower questions about how he's going to fix things. He's like, it's not solve these big blocks of stupidity like we've had from establishment government in the past. It's solved with intelligent legislation. It's actually designed to solve the problem, not filled with extra bullshit to pad this lobbyist or this company.
Right, well, somebody asked, like, you didn't support this immigration bill, like, because it wasn't perfect, apparently was the quote. And he was like, well, no, it wasn't that it wasn't perfect, it was that it had some really terrible things attached to it. And I know, I'm not alone, I'm sure, in this frustration that when they try to pass laws, it's not just like one law, it's like 50 different things, and they're totally not related to each other.
Even though I doubt they'll ever say it,
that,
with the
creates all kinds of problems.
I think that they very much think that if you are in this job for longer than a transition, you deserve to be paid for it. Like, that is very much a part of their role. If you're at the bottom, you deserve to be there.
I see that some people are leaving, and good night, those of you who hung in with this. But yeah,
but that doesn't mean you can't get it back.
I think the questions coming out of the commentators' mouths
in the future, for
the way they were framing things, the way they were positioning things was so frustrating. This is one of the reasons why I created this damn network. And somebody has to do what's right.
I mean, massive. I see it everywhere I go now. Where
I think what Americans are waking up to, what the world is waking up to, is an understanding that what we're watching is a staged puppet show.
And if somebody
and the fact that Bernie is able to actually answer these questions despite everything ahead,
and I think people will put up with that for 3 to 4 years.
I think that's.
No, I agree. They the last one of the other metaphors. I don't know. There've been so many. Somebody used some very right-wing rhetoric to ask Bernie a question. I think it might have been something to do with big government. Are you gonna bring back the era of big government?
Getting
that, and I was just like, you realize that you're playing into that right wing myth, that big government is like this behemoth, evil monstrosity, and that's not reality. The reality, as we keep saying, is more complicated. So yeah, you're right. The rhetoric that they're using is very scripted and very intentional, and I was honestly not aware that it was so managed. So I started volunteering.
I generally agree with everybody here. Did you see the announcement that was made today? This is something we'll cover tomorrow.
They both got to present their case.
There's a couple things.
There was no
ABC just released a tape of the Bernie push, or not the Hillary push poll.
I defended Wall Street because they got attacked on 9/11. That was
tactics.
There was no dirty Rubio glitch in the robot. So now, when Hillary Clinton was really aggressively challenged by Bernie Sanders supporters,
we got that. Basically,
transcripts. I thought that looked particularly bad.
The guy who sent us a lot of the Hillary emails.
Probably don't think so. You probably
latest one, which says,
why doesn't
did it again, folks.
I think we're not getting to a point where the two sides are going to start getting
crazy bandit of
so we might get
radical socialists,
for a while.
commies, have outspent us again.
Bernie Sanders with a lot of supporters tonight.
So congratulations, 99. We've been able to outraise and outspend Hillary in Nevada and New Hampshire 3-1.
So they might get
because that's what it takes to win this bullshit war against the establishment government is to outspend them in their own machine.
Momentum.
And hopefully we'll never have to waste money on this kind of nonsense again. Really, like I was so excited to hear public funding of elections in the dialogue.
Given the challenges ahead, in their particular campaigns.
The reason I'm going,
and so I think it was a tie.
It's like, okay, the government won't be so big when we actually have control of it, right? Okay, when we can say, no, you won't be spending money there. No, you won't be putting that in your pocket. No, your Walmart friends won't be making subsidies.
As usual,
I think people understand that the enormity of the moderator line of the question from Jose is built within the establishment profit center. It's not anything about the government the way it runs. It's the corruption at the top that causes the waste.
Socialist.
If the 99% were running our government, it'd be run pretty well. But it's run by a bunch of elitist bastards.
Chavez and the Castro brothers, 57 years of dictatorship.
I love a ginormous government. I want a government that
today, and here you use those words. I wonder exactly
the people
what you have in mind.
Yeah.
There's no
okay, so the framing on this is
it's ours.
You're a socialist just like Castro brothers.
We don't let it go.
Venezuela.
We keep
so explain why you're not
have
the same
a great
57 years of dictatorship.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty
when
simple,
was
but
a Republican ever asked? Explain to me why you're not the same as a dictator.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is a fair question.
Well, it's not in the script, so it's not the talking points that the binders give them. So
No, Bernie Sanders is saying, hey,
yeah, guys, go read some dystopian novels and think about foreign media.
They're working, they're going to get a higher minimum wage, etc. I'm going to give your kids an opportunity. They're like,
all right, what do we want to do here? Do we want to keep yammering? Do you want to cut to a?
No, let's close it out. I have giant stew and a pretzel waiting.
Way over the borderline. And they never ask that question.
You need to rest.
Hey, that sounds good. Neil,
hey, right on. Welcome back.
World War II happened.
All right.
There were the
somebody asked what a push pull is.
How
you guys want to explain what a push pull is really quick?
Yourself. Sure. If you were ever put on trial after your administration,
do that while I set up the end video.
Okay, go ahead.
War crimes.
Right here, that's when you get a survey that's not really a survey, and they slant the questions where they try to make you think that the other person that's that is Hillary's push pull against Bernie, he's a bad idea. Well, you wouldn't want a $15 minimum wage because that may lead to higher taxes. Are you for higher taxes?
Oh,
right. They're kind of pushing the leading question.
Option for
it's horrible.
Is going to be
so they're insinuating things about their opposition to get you to say you support them.
Let's be fair with
someone they said. The blog I read about this, the guy actually knew stuff and kind of questioned them, and that caused the whole
As a realtor here in Nevada, I know personally how important the economy and the housing market is to the stability of our great nation. As the Democratic presidential candidate who has delivered speeches to the largest U.S. financial institutions in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees, why are you hesitant to release transcripts or audio-video recordings of those meetings in order to be transparent with the American people regarding the promises and assurances that you have made to the big banks?
Let me say that you not like Bernie. Right, and not just voting for Hillary because she's the lesser of
when everybody else does
evils, which of course I don't agree with at all. Yes, that's all she's got going for her is what it seems like. So really, she needs to get the campaign staff and
no, she needs
to advertise herself.
I was a candidate when I said you are wrecking our economy. What you are doing is going to bring us down.
Right, no, I
talked about hedge fund managers. I called Reagan CEO. I now have the most effective and comprehensive plan to deal with the threats that Wall Street poses, and I go further than Senator Sanders does, because I want to go after all the other bad actors, the bad actors like hedge funds, the bad actors like AIG, the insurance company, like Countrywide Mortgage. I take a backseat to nobody, and be very clear about what I will do to make sure Wall Street never crashes Main Street again, and that you can count on.
I would have used the 8 years a little more wisely and made myself seem more positive. But she's running an old-fashioned mudslinging campaign, I guess you'd say, and I guess goes with that.
Pretty interesting that she is not quite in the new media age, whereas I think Bernie is talking about.
I told them to cut it out. Right, you are very big on it.
So, so I guess I would like to thank
when you made speeches to Wall Street.
Cindy, thank you so much. Thank you, Eddie. The amazing Wonder Team who volunteers here at Brand TV. I love them. He is
2005, you are wrecking the economy.
Awesome.
There is no such
thing. He brought us the live feed of the dinner and his live interviews that we watched.
Why are we talking about the Republicans? We're in a Democratic Party.
I was like, wow, man.
The reason she brings the Republicans is because she doesn't want her.
Mika was helping. Jesse, I think was helping in the chat also. So thank you. Sorry if I forgot anybody.
There were so many people. There were so many people. I just dropped a note in the chat saying I was going to babble a few things real quick about tomorrow.
So there's that argument, and then there's the argument that you're right. You say that you're going to go
about tomorrow and what we've got going on, and probably be out of sync from what I can see here. And then you set up, you tell them about Bernie Bay by very angry production. This already looks ridiculous. So you tell me about this. You tell them about this right after I do this. Tomorrow, folks, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, the Real News Room, Bernie Sanders edition. Currently with a lot less cussing. Turned it down more to a family show. Cover more news. Join us. It's a show that really looks at all the news that's been happening in the last 24-hour news cycle. We separate fact from fiction and talk about what this means for Bernie and the political White House. Join us tomorrow for that. We also have, I know there's something going on. There's a concert somewhere, and we should have a feed from it. So at some point in the day, we'll announce that. And the best way to know what's going on with this channel is to subscribe.
You know what?
So please,
you can say the same thing she said back
subscribe to our channel, and if you notice, if you also notice, there's now a fan funding button.
Right.
This doesn't give YouTube any money, as far as I can tell. We don't monetize any of the videos on our channel. The reason there are ads on our channel is because other individual creators that videos content we use, they monetize. There's no problem with that. I just won't monetize our channel. I won't let corporate videos.
But I don't think that means it's meaningless.
They're not going to make money that way. So we did a fan funding thing. Talk more about that tomorrow. What it means. That's just been turned on.
I think that she's not
Newsroom tomorrow. Some concert at some point. There'll be Bernie. It's the weekend. You know how this goes.
Going to believe it. Someone doesn't pay that much attention.
I think that's it.
I think it's more.
Alice,
she is worried about losing some of her.
Somebody dropped this in our Slack, and that just made me laugh. So it is a song called Bernie Bay by Very Hangry
campaign finance. That she's going to do something about the banks when they know in their hearts that she won't. But if she every once in a while gives a speech like this, it lets them tell themselves, well, yeah, who cares? I'm going to still organize for her.
I think you are just stealing that idea. I've got so many great ideas for her. So, I mean, she'll never listen to anyone do it. She's running as a pragmatist, she's running as a crusader, but she doesn't run as a pragmatist all the time. She runs as a crusader 100% of the time to manage as a crusader. She runs flip back and forth between different while she's losing
You know, being practiced. I know how to get shit done. I know the people. I've done it. I actually have their names in my Rolodex. I can call them. Yeah, I spoke to them at a couple of elections, and I made some money. But guess who's going to get a little more before Bernie Sanders? Like, I think that outright arrogance is the last thing. Oh, no. You are. You got it. She's now at a great risk of losing. She now has to start throwing the ball down the field. Okay? So she's got to do something over the top like that.
Yeah, by the way, basketball metaphors too. But I think that in this case,
Okay. So look, there's two things. The one thing you jump from the beginning is, I don't have which goes part of what Brian and I've been kicking Republican ass for 20 years. That's why they hate me, right? Why have you heard bad things about me? That's because Republicans have been planting that stuff in the media because they hate me because I've been kicking ass for all this time, right? So that's what they do that slug. Now, my idea is a little bit moral. Hey guys, you know what? You're right. I've been taking all
who can't pay donations. Right? And I'm not going to do Colorado. Sorry, we're going to get the public. They're going to take money out. I've got to fix these goddamn things. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run again next time after I win this time. Next time, we're not going to have this time. Okay? I'm going to come out with that by 9. The next election, right? So, but whatever you got to do, you got to be on the top and stop this defensive thing that you're doing here that isn't working. To extend we just the final part of that. And exchange, that was for that quarter of championship fight. The follow-up question, I don't think that worked out any better.
Only a decade ago, I was a very, very big supporter of yourself and your husband. It actually broke my heart when you said a marriage was between a man and a woman. How can we trust that this isn't just more political rhetoric? Please just release those transcripts so that we know exactly where you stand.
Well, you know where I stand because I've been in public. But let me say something about this. You know, I, like many Americans, have evolved, and I'm glad I have. I am a 100% supporter, absolutely adamant about protecting marriage equality. And I think it's significant that the Human Rights Campaign, the leading organization in our country to ensure that the LGBT community has the rights they deserve, have endorsed me. Now, your candidate said, well, that's because they're a member of the establishment. Well, with all due respect, they fight against the establishment every single day. And I've been with them for years, and I will pass the Equality Act, too.
Sometimes you have to wait for it to get it through. And that's what Obama did. Obama said, we all know that she stood where she did on that issue because it wasn't politically beneficial for her to come out for gay marriage. I don't think deep down she was like Obama on that. And then the evolution answer I've evolved on this is a way of appealing to people's sense of forgiveness. Because we all evolve on a lot of things, right? Yeah. The better answer is to say there is a season for legislation, there is this time for things to get done. And I know that better than anyone. And I had to make a lot of decisions that just weren't, at the time, we weren't going to win on this. But now that I'm president, which goes to your point, you can bet your ass I'm never going to back down on these things. I will fight because it's about winning. It's about a political game. We all know that it is a game and you play to win. But if you can't win, you worry about being reelected.
Yeah. The problem with her there, and I'm trying to be fair to her, but it's going to be unfair in a sense. She's stuck. She's stuck. There is no good answer for why you were against gay marriage all the way to 2013, right? And so, to be fair to her, there is no good answer. So it's not like I can come up with a great answer for her. To be unfair to her, she's wrong, right? I mean, it's not unfair. That was her position, right? So look, I mean, if I was going to go over the top again, I guess I'd go over the top, but I don't think this is too over the top, even for me, right? Say, hey, you know what, guys? I wanted to get gay rights as effectively as we possibly could. And we had to take it step by step. That's the answer. Right? You think that if Bill Clinton and I, when we did Don't Ask, Don't Tell, weren't for gay rights? Of course we were for gay rights, right? But that's what we could get past the Republicans. Right? And you know what I did to the Republicans? I lied. Mm-hmm. I pretended that I was against some gay rights, when in reality, I was always for gay rights. Mm-hmm. Guilty as charged. Yeah. Okay? And guess what? We got all of those gay rights because we played a winning strategy. That's right. So I convinced myself that it's not too over the top. That is no.
I think that's a great answer. Great answer. It's a long game. Politics is a long game. I know it. I've been doing it for a long time. It's been a lifelong pursuit, and sometimes you have to take some hits. But once you're president,
So instead, her answer is I evolved, which means nothing.
We advise politicians to say that on a number of issues, but there's a couple reasons it sucks specifically for this one. One, you said it was 50s, and we're talking about 2013. I just did the research. Ellen's talk show had been on for 2 years at that point. That's really recent, which makes it you can't just say that you evolved. And then it's not
also like evolving on abortion too. to me, like, these are deep, these are core values.
Like, you know in your gut whether this person is a human who deserves human dignity or
unless
not.
you have a religious conclusion.
Yeah, maybe. We're not talking about, like, what sort of aircraft we should use, or, like, a cap on, like, should it be this many refugees, or should it be 1,000 more? We're talking about a core issue, and that's why I don't think that people, you didn't evolve on that.
And John's right, it's too recent. I revolved on some gay rights issues from 1992, right? Not from 2013. Yeah. Back when I was 22 and trying to figure out where I am in the world and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. 2013, when at that point she was 66 years old. And you don't evolve from 66 to 69. It's not what happened. So the political expediency.
Exactly. And the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage. It kind of feels like it's been since 2013. Like, it's already getting into where, like, man, was she after the Supreme Court? Like, that's how recent it was.
Yeah.
I know that it wasn't.
And then to say those DC groups that are, in this case, fighting for LGBT rights, again, not not voting with their members, but just deciding the leadership going, the Clintons have funneled a lot of money to us. Yes, we endorse you. It's not that convincing if you know any of the facts.
And our organization has the exact same initials as the candidate.
That's true.
And HRC and HRC.
And that answer, again, it just highlights her weakness, which is deception, not being authentic, lying. She is doing herself damage by not coming clean on these answers and being more of the pragmatist, which she purports to be. Yes, it's.
So let's try to go to the best line of debate. I think that we're going to go here to, I have it written down, video file. Okay. I don't believe that there were any giant zingers in this town hall for the Democrats. There wasn't a knockout punch. There was no Lloyd Benson line. I knew Jack Kennedy. You are no Jack. No. But they constantly challenged Bernie Sanders. And here on the issue of a litmus test for the Supreme Court and whether he had said it would be Citizens United, they challenged him on that, and I actually thought it did him a great favor. So let's watch.
A little bit about Secretary Clinton, who's been describing you recently as a single issue candidate. You disagree with that characterization, but this week you told my colleague John Ralston that your one litmus test for a Supreme Court nominee is overturning Citizens United. So why doesn't that prove what Secretary Clinton says about you? I mean, you didn't say that you have a Roe versus Wade litmus test. You didn't say you had an immigration action litmus test, a marriage equality litmus test.
I don't think that's what Secretary Clinton is actually talking about. Do I believe that there has to be a major focus on the economy when the middle class is disappearing, when people in Nevada and all over this country are working longer hours for low wages and almost all new income is going to the top 1%? Yeah, I'm going to focus on that. To answer your question about Citizens United, why is that a litmus test for me? Because if we continue going the way we are going, Jose, in terms of a corrupt campaign finance system, you know what's going to end up happening? A handful of billionaires are going to control the political life of this country and undermine American democracy and what men and women have fought to defend. So to me, this is a underlying enormous issue.
But that is the priority. It is the litmus test. Not one of them. It's the litmus test.
I think that's not what she is talking about. I think she is talking actually about my focus on Wall Street. But if you are asking me, do I think we have got to overturn this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision so that billionaires will not be able to pump unlimited sums of money into super PACs and buy elections? Man, I do believe that is an enormously important issue.
And so here was an attempt to like, oh yeah, you're one issue candidate, aren't you? Yeah. Washington thinks that that's like such a zinger. Like we got Bernie Sanders. And he's like, yeah, I want to take money out of politics and make sure the billionaires don't run things. Yeah, thank you for asking. Right? Yeah. I mean, that's his best line. They let him, deliver that line. And Brian was saying earlier that he didn't do his themes enough today, right? And John was backing that up. Well, at least in that case, he hit the theme and he hit it hard.
He did. And it all seems pretty good. I thought they were too. And I think that the press and this idea of this litmus test thing, because both Republicans and Democrats get it. On the Republican side, when you ask someone, is it going to be a litmus test? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like, without hesitation, is it going to be number one? I don't know, but it's definitely a litmus test. I heard Marco Rubio saying it on NPR this week. I don't know if it's like so bad to evade is it a litmus test? Yeah. I mean, but I like the way he pivoted to a bigger theme, and I thought that was effective. Yeah. And I don't know, I thought.
And by the way, Brian, you're goddamn right. I mean, if I was running, they're like, is it a Citizens United litmus test for you? I'm like, yeah, betcha. Okay, if someone is for Citizens United, the chance that President Uber would nominate them is beyond less than zero. Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I'd run him out of office like a Rotarian kicking Jeb Bush off the stage.
What bothered me about the question was, one, that it was just, hey, she's saying you're a single issue candidate. I'm going to try to find an example of that being true. It's bad enough that they're doing her work there. But then to say, not gay marriage, not these other things. Like, you don't care about gay marriage. You care about this thing, which is totally unfair. And just today I saw Trump was asked, would it be a litmus test for you that a candidate has to agree with the Heller decision?
Yeah.
And he said yes. So are they going to say, oh, so you don't care about all these issues? Like, oh, abortion doesn't matter to you, apparently, just the right to own a personal handgun, huh? And all that stuff. But they're not going to do that,
well, that's where I'd love to see these guys run against the media a little more and just say, Jose, knock it off. Quit. Stop it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because they do it on the Republicans do it all the time. They're, obviously it's a little more offensive sometimes, and it's name calling, and it's like making fun of a woman's menstrual cycle, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, they can still I just wish they would just handle them a little more, more aggressively.
Yeah. So you're gonna give me an opening to present one more over the top with Cenk Uygur, please.
I think there's you have a new segment, over the top. I like these because they don't sound so over the top when you're done.
So let's say I'm in Bernie Sanders' position. He asked me that question. Like, Jose, you understand? I mean, you're a smart enough guy to understand that there are many issues that we deal with here. Just because one issue is my top focus doesn't mean I don't care about the issue. The other issues, please tell me you understand that, right? So, of course, I care most about getting money out of politics because that affects every other issue. Please tell me you understand that, right? You understand that.
Can I take you over the top moment a little further?
Yeah.
For instance, when you begin each hour of your newscast, you start with the top story of the day. And it's followed by 10 other stories. The other stories aren't less important than the one that you started with, right?
Do you hate that last story?
Do you hate the people in those and you don't care about them? You only care about the... Of course you don't, right? That's an ethical bitch.
That would have been
I would have just
awesome answer.
I wish I did that. Yeah.
Nonetheless, this is fun. That's right. Nonetheless, Bernie's answer was still probably the best line of the
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to do 2 clips here that I don't know exactly what they are, but they look fun. I want to try clip 10 and clip 6 here. Let's watch clip 10 first. It's tiny.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you for your line.
Oh, right. That ain't right.
I'd like to thank you for your line.
Yeah, that was an awesome Freudian slip.
That's why they have to write everything down to avoid that.
And I believe that was a Hillary Clinton support. Okay, let's try clip 6.
I just don't know where all this comes from, because maybe it's that Senator Sanders wasn't really a Democrat until he decided to run for president. He doesn't even know. Last 2 Democratic presidents did. And it's true. It's true. It's true. I mean, it happens to be true. And I got to tell you, I look at our last 2 Democratic presidents. Were they perfect? No. No person is, but I'll tell you what, I would take the 2 of them over any Republican, anytime, anywhere.
So that was that a fail? She's saying, it is, she's true, and she kept pointing, it is true, that he was an independent and not necessarily a Democrat for a long time. But the reason he was an independent is because he was more progressive than the Democrats. Yes. So, did she score with her supporters with that, or were people like, get off of it? I mean, she got booed.
Her supporters liked it. Yeah. And she was like, listen, purity trolls. He's not one of us.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what she's calling out.
I would fire back and probably a misguided attempt to say, well, I guess you weren't really a New Yorker until you decided you wanted to run for the Senate, perhaps. But maybe
yeah, I mean, it's a glancing blow. It's still, I think, for the guys that are undecided, a little like, come on, we know Bernie's progressive. Like, what are you kidding us with this? He wasn't a Democrat. What was he, a Republican? Right? So, come on. All right, so let's go to the fails here. So we're going to go to videos 1 and 3 here. So, this is I don't know what this is. Anyway, let's go to 1 and 3. Okay, all right. Throughout the night, people were asking questions to, obviously, the candidates. It's a town hall event, but they were all written down, and some seemed, not necessarily how a regular citizen would ask a question, but more how perhaps an MSNBC producer would ask a question. I think the best example of that was this.
So my question to you is, I'm a student, so I like how you want free education, but what is your plan to possibly achieve this, being that it would cost about $70 billion, my bad, per year,
yes.
More than twice what the federal government spends on Pell Grants.
Excellent.
Wait, I'm not finished. Will a free college make higher education more efficient, more innovative, and higher quality?
Okay. I don't know if we're making too much hay out of it, but it sounded like with the more efficient, the higher quality, that there was a producer somewhere along those lines who helped her massage that question a little bit. So understand how this works. They know the questions ahead of time. There was a lot of questions that could have been asked. They selected the ones that they liked. The question is, did they then say, okay, you want to ask about free education? Let me help you write that question, right? And I think that's what happened here. Right?
You need another over the top over here. No, they realized that they gilded the lily. Because then Chuck Todd came out right after and goes, hey, there's no question here. Yeah, so they realized they blew it on that one.
Yeah, we were talking about it, we were tweeting about it throughout the debate. I think others picked up on how staged the questions seemed to be. She had no idea that it was $70 billion. Like, they wrote down a number that she had no grasp of, and so like she didn't come into that debate going, oh, I know how much the Pell Grants and everything costs, and it's $70 billion, and I can't, even though I want the free education, I'm going to try to bust them on how much this costs as opposed to the Pell Grants and yada. No. The producers were like, let me help you with that, right? And it seemed like the producers kept helping in the direction of asking questions to Bernie Sanders that were framed against them, right? So, you want free education, but how are you going to pay for that, right? And almost every question was framed that way. That's not an accident. They didn't just randomly happen to find all the people who were against Sanders and had really good either Hillary Clinton or Republican framing against them. They kind of manufactured it in the writing of those questions.
And John, I'm sorry. We have town hall fatigue because the dynamics of these town halls have fallen into this very entrenched sort of dynamic of back and forth where there's no follow-up or engagement of the person asking the question. Obama was really good at this. What the candidates need to do, once again, is play again. Take the media, stop being dictated to by the media, and ask the girl, where do you go to college? Yeah. Engage her. She's huge. She read the question. Make her break her from her script and say, do you have friends who have trouble working and going to college at the same time? And is that a realistic expectation? Should we make people work at this? Is it possible? It's actually impossible to work and go to college at the same time unless you want to get your bachelor's degree over a 10-year period. I'm making it easier for those people to get those degrees to contribute to the economy. So in other words, just break the media. These guys are being pussies with the media. Republicans are not. They challenge, they belittle these little anchor people and their formats. They don't listen to the bells. They don't listen to any of this prescribed stuff to them. These guys are obeying to this process and need to break out of it because both on the left and the right, they are pissed off at the media and think they do a terrible job. You obviously do. On the right, they're pissed too. So why are they playing this game?
Yeah. Sanders needs to do a better job of breaking through on that. And I agree with you that it'd be nice to have a conversation with that woman. Okay, I understand the producers wrote this question for you. Now let's actually have a real conversation. Like where are you going?
Which not only gets out what she's actually interested in this topic, which is not that it might cost exactly twice as much as Pell Grants or whatever it was that they put in there. Which isn't to say that she couldn't have figured that out or didn't know that, but that's not how a person would actually portray that. They would say it sounds like it would cost a lot. Right. But it would also, like, they always want to be seen as humans, and that's why they always say, well, I met Bessie in Des Moines, and she said, have a human moment right now. Don't tell us about the human moment you had 6 weeks ago at a campaign. Stop. Have one with that woman. Yeah. So I was thinking about what you were saying a debate or two ago. They should be doing that. And again, I know that we're expecting too much, but if they're going to be doing follow-ups, as they seem to be willing to do, if that's going to cost $70 billion every time every Republican candidate says we need to rebuild our military, which costs how many hundreds of billions of dollars every year? $600 billion? Yeah, I don't know how much rebuilding it costs, but I have a feeling it costs at least 10%. Right. Which would be as much as the free education for all of American college students. So perhaps bring that up if we're talking about literally at least as much money.
Yeah. And then finally here, I want to show you what Wes was alluding to, which was Chuck Todd, later in the debate, having realized we might have pushed the overproduction of this a little bit much and showed our hand, so he did this.
By the way, Senator, I just want to show you. She really worked on this. She wrote it on a piece of paper. This is clearly, just so you know, I was just very impressed.
See, now that was another question, and he bothered to point out that she'd written it out herself. Now, why would you say that unless you were being weirdly defensive?
Yeah, that was a Steve Harvey moment from the pageant.
It says it right here. It's on the card. We're not making...
No, I mean,
it's not me. I didn't do it.
It is defensive. And then Jose Diaz-Balart did the same thing right after it when he followed up. Like, this one, and he did a joke with it. But
they're bringing papers in here with words written on them and pencil and paper. These kids
do not pay attention to anything behind the curtain.
When you're scrambling to cover your ass, it makes you say stupid, awkward things like, see, she wrote it down. I'm really proud of her. Proud of her for writing down.
But they're all supposed to have brought in their questions, so why would you be proud of her?
Yeah, it's not a drawing you're going to put up on your fridge. She's not a 4-year-old. Why are you proud?
Yeah, like, so we had to write out the questions for everybody else. So this one I'm proud of. You know, like I said during the live coverage, it'd be like all of a sudden Chuck Todd saying, I don't want anybody to get me wrong, I'm not wearing women's underwear. Okay, if you say so. Okay, so final category here, guys. For the biggest controversy, I'm going to go back to what I've been pounding all night and for the last 2 nights, the juxtaposition between the softballs to the Republicans and the hardballs to the Democrats. So we've got a compilation here of the questions asked Bernie Sanders. Now you saw last night, if you were watching, you know, what's your favorite musical? What's your favorite mixed drink? You know, do you sing to your wife? How did you meet your wife? Those were the questions that were asked. Given what an excellent surgeon you are, given how many accomplishments you have, these are this excellent surgeon, obviously, to Ben Carson, the accomplishments to Marco Rubio, on and on, fawning. Now, here's what happened at a Democratic town hall instead.
You disagree with that characterization, but this week you told my colleague John Ralston that your one litmus test for a Supreme Court nominee is overturning Citizens United. So why doesn't that prove what Secretary Clinton says about you? I mean, you didn't say that you have a Roe versus Wade litmus test. You didn't say you had an immigration action litmus test, a marriage equality litmus test.
Last week you said it was a low blow for Secretary Clinton to bring up the past criticisms that you had for President Obama. You said you had every right to disagree with him. But it went further than that. In fact, this is you calling for a primary challenge. No, I get that. But there are some Democrats who want to continue the president's policies. Why should they trust you as somebody who wanted him primaried? You said it would have been a good idea if you would have been primaried.
Well, you know, by the way, there is one of the 2 Democratic candidates here who actually ran against Barack Obama. It wasn't me. All right. Second of all,
you were pretty tough on Bill Clinton's record, and you said you hit his record on Wall Street. You said this was a guy who wanted to deregulate Wall Street, was for welfare reform, the Welfare Reform Act that you didn't like, and got NAFTA through. It didn't sound like a presidency that you were very pleased with. You know, a common complaint in those European systems has to do with wait times for treatment, wait times for seeing specialists. How do you propose in your Medicare for All system to not have Americans have to deal with rationing of care?
Chuck,
I mean, this is a common, that's why I say, it's a common critique in Canada and the UK in particular. And with all due respect, the VA, which is a system, the VA, and which is a system that is designed to essentially be universal health care for veterans.
Yes.
Had wait times.
Yes.
Had a rationing situation. Yes. And I know you tried to correct that, but we just had an experiment which we got. How do you guarantee that your plan isn't going to experience the same?
I mean, but Senator, rationing, and you apparently don't care about any of the other issues. And why are you against the last two Democratic presidents? Why? Now, and then of course Diaz-Balart's question on, when Latinos hear that you're a Democratic socialist, they think of 57 years of dictatorship under Castro and Venezuela and the dictators there in Chavez. Why aren't you like them? I mean, the disparity is just unparalleled. I've never seen anything like this. I think what the mainstream media has done is just they've let go. They're like, you know what? We're going over the top. We don't care what it looks like anymore. We're under no circumstances will we ask Republicans tough questions. This will get yelled at. We'll get banned from debates, like it happened to Candy Crowley. Trump won't show up to the debate. We'll try to get us fired. We'll say that we're at fault. We'll start a war. It might ruin my career. The Democrats never say anything. And so we just keep pounding them and prove to the Republicans that we're not liberal.
You're right. And here's a really crazy, stupid thing. I'm just going to say it. That cable TV is fighting for its very existence. And they know that the clock is ticking down on all of these channels going away and becoming apps, and Wall Street is freaking them out every day. So if they can just perpetuate this fantastic, awesome, sizzling horse race day in, day out, and not challenge anything and just stoke it, keep it going, repeat things, parrot things, repeat extreme things, they'll get ratings, they'll make money, they'll sell at commercials, and they'll survive. I think this is just I think all of these guys in here are just kind of puppets in this big cable industry that is trying to perpetuate this silly little, these contests. How many town halls do we need? How many of these stupid debates do we need? Really? What have we heard lately that's blown our minds? I just think it's a big corporate sort of game to sell more ad dollars for more town halls, get us to watch.
So in the beginning, the DNC was doing too little debates. Now they've gone in the other direction, where these cable companies are obsessed. I got to get the ratings. So they're now doing the town halls on top of one another. There's a Republican and a Democratic one both tonight on two different networks. Now, one of the networks just scheduled a town hall debate for the night that we get election results in Nevada for the Republicans. Yeah. So they're like, forget it. Election night, we're doing another town hall. And if it's not a town hall, then it's just a Donald Trump circus. And we're just going to bring him out, and he's going to say he's for veterans, and then so to do his talking points for an hour with someone who's really friendly with him, just so they can try to grab those ratings.
Yeah, I mean, the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills or Atlanta does the same thing. Did you hear what such and such said about you? And they turn that into an hour-long television show. Yeah. It's the same thing here. Donald Trump said this about you. She said this about you. It's trying to create this sort of drama that keeps ratings high, keeps ad dollars coming in, keeps the cable bundles fat. This is a fight for survival for these guys. Sorry, that's my conspiratorial.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely true.
Goodbye. Thanks for you over here.
I literally talked to someone in the industry yesterday.
Right back.
Yeah, you're our Candy Crowley. Get the fuck out of here.
And Brian Deborah will come back.
I literally talked to someone at lunch yesterday that was in the industry about the panic inside the cable companies. Not just cable news. And someone else at an industry event said, look, let's keep it real. The top 10 cable companies are doing fine. Everyone else is screwed.
That's right.
And there's not 10 cable companies, and there's not 20 cable channels. Yeah. There's hundreds.
And you know who's suffering the most in this panic? It's not the people who write and make content. It's the executives who preside over these things. They're the ones who are losing their jobs, and they're the ones who are fighting for more, greater louder, the frequency. It's.
Yeah, the writers can always go to Hulu or Amazon or Netflix.
Hey man, there have never been more pipelines to put stuff in.
There haven't, but there's also been never been fewer people to actually pay for the work.
That is right.
I mean,
and talk about
as a writer,
livable wage.
Tell you,
No, you're right.
It's not easy to make a livable wage.
That's right.
But in terms of like their panic, I mean, there might be 10 that can exist because they have a lot of money and they make good decisions on, hey, maybe we should have the Big Bang Theory again for another year. They make good decisions like that, so they can exist. But it only took a couple of years of really widespread on-demand streaming of content for I think almost everyone to realize they can continue to exist. Nobody thinks they should exist in the format that they do. Nobody thinks that TV that isn't on demand makes any sense or needs to exist for any reason. You can make all the shows with your huge resources in your studios, put them online all at the same time so I can watch them on demand. And I don't need a 24-hour news network like you. You don't actually end up adding anything. It's just 6 different talking heads saying the same thing. They can exist, but they should exist like the internet exists, not like they have for 100 years.
All right, well, that's a good note to end on. Luckily you don't need them, but you got us.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for being here, you guys. Seriously.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Wes. John, I guess, thanks, whatever.
Thanks, whatever. Come on. To all the people behind the curtain who are scripting this, giving us cards.
Right.
You're treating me like I'm some kind of candidate. You're a moderator.
Thank you for writing all of my responses.
That's right.
By the way,
that's right. Jen Roofer handed me all of the things I sent.
You can turn the.
Yeah, it's written on a piece of paper. It's written.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do one last corny thank you, and that's to the audience that makes this happen. So all the members that power our show. For all of you who want to join us, tytnetwork.com/join. Thank you for all this coverage that we can do because of you. All right. Bye-bye.
has taken over the system.
I've got to add one last thing to that then, because that's why I'm more scared of a Hillary Clinton-Trump contest than I am a Bernie Sanders-Trump contest.
Me too.
Because Trump can say, see, insiders, lying politician like you're always used to, and energize that populist anger, right?
Yes.
But he can't say that to Sanders.
No.
Nobody believes that Sanders is a normal lying politician beholden to the donors, right?
Yeah.
He can make a legitimate argument. The way he's crushing his fellow Republicans is how he could but how he has a path of victory against Hillary Clinton. I don't think he has a path of victory against Bernie Sanders.
I think one thing, though, that we should consider is that look, it's a presidential election, so people do pay attention more than they would in an off election. But I think that in past years, you can get through a primary potentially and have a significant portion of the country who still doesn't know that much about you, because that's what party extremists pay attention to. Most people don't give a fuck about primaries. So you can get to the general election and still have a lot of people who they haven't made their mind about you. But one of the things I think that's going to come with the fact that you can't go 2 minutes without either us or anyone else in the media talking about Trump is that, let's say he wins the primary. Everybody knows who Trump is and what Trump is about. Whereas Bernie Sanders, potentially, he's gotten so far, as we're going to talk about later, like 10 minutes of coverage on the network news. He could potentially even win a primary and still be able to spread his message to a lot of people. But Trump, we keep saying he's going to tap out instead of falling into that hole, but nobody in 2 months isn't going to know what he's about. And he's still losing to the Democratic candidates.
And that's what's scary, right? Because it reveals our own country to ourselves. You're like, holy shit, half the country feels this way? They're okay with all this stuff? Whoa, this could actually happen? It makes you uncomfortable to live in America. It makes me feel like, wow, this isn't the country I told I lived in when I was growing up as a kid. I was taught that Russia was like this. I was taught that East Germany was like this. I wasn't taught that America was like this. We're not supposed to. We fought against this shit. We fought against persecuting people based on a religion or an ethnicity. We fought against that in this country, and now it's being embraced, what seems like it could be embraced by half the people. That makes me freak out. I don't know about you guys, but it makes me freak out. One more thing I'll just say is that, talking about Hillary Clinton's not going to inspire her base to come out, which she doesn't. Her base doesn't like her, right? The left wing of the Democratic Party not interested in Hillary Clinton because they hate her just for the same reason the base of the Republican Party hates Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush, right? They're insiders, they don't speak plainly, and they're bought, okay? But what will motivate the base to come out is if Donald Trump is the nominee. Then it's like the reverse inspiration, right? So, Hillary Clinton can't get the base out. If she's running against Donald Trump, that will get the base out. That'll get the Mexicans out. That'll get the Muslims out. That'll get all the liberals. Everyone will come out and feel like me to vote against this guy to keep him away from revealing to the country that we feel like we're not supposed to be.
Right, to essentially repudiate his platform.
So if he runs, it will bring out the Democratic base. If Bernie runs, he will crush him. But if Hillary runs, I think it'll be a squeaker and she'll win.
Yeah, well, look, obviously we don't know, but last two things that seem slightly contradictory, but I don't think they are. First, we shouldn't panic too much about the country because he's winning 35% of the Republicans, right? So we're still talking about at most about 25% of the country. So it's not half the country, and there's a lot of Republicans who are like, what is that, right?
But they will vote for him if he's the nominee.
Well, that's the wildest thing to hear, yeah.
But all it really matters is a few percentage points less than usual.
No, I bet you, if things don't go the wild path, they go the normal path.
Which is what?
The normal path is 70-30, and 70-30 is crushing, right? So whether it's Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton, they could annihilate him. Okay. I mean, not only win maybe every state, because a lot of Republicans, not a lot, but at least some Republicans will flip over. Like you said, almost every liberal, Latino, Muslim, gay, atheist, whatever. Well, not all atheists. Will come out and vote against him, right?
Good ideas. Smart atheists who aren't afraid to fucking identify the problem. Are you afraid to identify the problem? You're afraid to identify the problem. You don't think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is part of the problem? Because I fucking do.
Now, in 10 years, has there been a Kareem reference on it? I don't think so.
So one last thing. The Republicans are now worried that Trump is going to pulverize them, get them pulverized, not just in the presidential election. It's him. You lost, right? I mean, obviously they're not that blasé about it, but that's a problem. No, they're worried about down ticket voting. Okay, so if they've got a lot of tight races coming up in swing states like Ohio, Senate seats. They have more Senate seats up than the Democrats do this year. So now all the senators, Republican senators in Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio, are in a cold sweat panic that Trump is the nominee. Even John McCain in Arizona is worried he's going to lose if Trump is the nominee. So, I mean, Republicans, I don't know whether I should tell you to be careful what you wish for, because, and at the same time, like, the world's crazy. There's a scandal about Hillary Clinton, and everybody's talking about how she takes money, and oh my God, they find out one more piece of evidence about the Clinton Foundation, and then everybody's sick of that, and they don't, and we are faced with a possibility of a debacle that I would not want to face under any circumstance. On the other hand, if things go as they normally should, the Republicans are looking at a bloodbath. Right.
That's why you go with the safe candidate, someone who's never had a scandal, Lincoln Chafee.
That is such a funny reference. Anyway, you guys remember the first debate reference 2 months ago? No, I know, but the first debate, Lincoln Chafee was like, "You should vote for me because I'm the only one who never had a scandal." Dude, nobody knows who you are. Like, no one would bother to put a scandal on you. You could have sex with their wives in front of them, and they'd be like, "Nah, it's not worth the scandal."
Yeah. Yeah, you know who else never had a scandal? Bill Nye the Science Guy. I'm not voting for him either for president.
Although I would.
Actually I would. Actually, I would vote for him.
Bill Nye or Lincoln Chafee right now?
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye or Hillary Clinton?
Bill Nye.
You see, I'm saying Bill Nye. Come on, start the
You know what? I repudiate myself.
Regressive.
Okay, so I was gonna say let's jump to something different, but it's related, slightly different.
You telling me you don't think Muhammad Ali is an enemy of this country?
Just say it. Just say it.
No, you'll have the balls to say Muhammad Ali and his ideology are what's wrong. Okay, go ahead.
Probably going to be the downfall of our civilization. Okay. I would imagine. I've been saying that for years.
And you can do it. You can try to dress it up. You can put sprinkles on it. Whatever. It's not going to make it nicer. I'll go over to you, Johnny.
Okay. All right. No, seriously, I'm sorry. I forgot to say one more thing, which is like the 18th thing we were saying on the first story. But by the way, if the Republicans do want to do that coup within their party, it's their party. They can do whatever they want with it, I suppose.
And I can try it if I want to.
I know. But I think it's a terrible idea. I mean, as loathsome as Trump is, as fascist as he is, to say, okay, the voters clearly voted this way. Now, we're the powerful and you're not, so I'm just going to take someone else and put him as the nominee. Is a giant dick move, totally undemocratic.
Yeah. Well, plus it'll be ineffective from a bottom line standpoint. Split the party, and it's a lead pipe cinch for whoever the Democrats nominate.
And then he might run as an independent, and that will totally screw it.
That's what I mean.
It would confirm everything he's been telling them about the party.
Yeah, it would be a debacle.
Well, it's funny to see the Republicans try to distance themselves from the other Republicans, right? They're acting. They created Donald Trump. They've been doing this since they invented Fox News. This is the culmination, right, of the right-wing talk bubble. The culmination of Fox News, which is owned by a Saudi Muslim, which he wouldn't let into the country. Anyway, so this is the culmination, and now they're all acting like the dog who took a shit in the corner of the kitchen is acting like it's not his. I don't know what the fuck is that shit doing over there. I don't know.
He is the embodiment of everything Fox News has been saying is the perfect American for 25 years.
Yes.
Yeah. And so he's rich, he's not PC, he's white, he hates gay people, hates Muslims, hates
immigrants.
People.
Right.
Yeah.
That dinner they had where they were considering betraying him, this insider dinner that Washington Post was describing.
Red wedding.
The Red Wedding. It's a good thing they didn't invite him to it, right? They're all Dr. Frankenstein sitting around that table going, I think Frankenstein might be heading towards the village. Right? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Right, they created him.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz has been extremely hesitant to criticize Donald Trump in public, at least, but behind closed doors, he was recently quoted as saying, "Who am I comfortable having their finger on the button?" Now, that's a question of strength, but it's also a question of judgment. And I think that is a question that is a challenging question for both of them, talking about both Donald Trump and Ben Carson. I think that's the wisest thing that Ted Cruz has ever said, but it did eventually get out to Donald Trump, who apparently spends about 12 to 16 hours a day on Twitter. So he responded in a professional way by tweeting back at Ted Cruz with the period to make sure that everybody has to see it. It can't just be a private conversation between the two of them. Ted Cruz should not make statements behind closed doors to his bosses. I like that reference, though. He should bring them out into the open. More fun that way. Looks like Ted Cruz is getting ready to attack. I am leading by so much he must. I hope so. He will fall like all others. Will be easy, because every tweet has to end with a declarative sentence with an exclamation point.
He tweets like I imagine Saddam Hussein would have tweeted if he had lived there. It just occurred to me as I'm saying it.
Will be easy.
Saddam's tweets, yeah. Okay, so, this could be a lot of fun. Please make this happen. So the guy who's been looking forward to it the most is Donald Trump, for two reasons. Number one, I literally saw him tweeting out last week, before any of this happened, and he said in the past too, he's like, look, I don't attack first, I don't throw the first punch. And for like, that's his code. That's the only thing in his code. There's only one line in his code. I don't tweet first. Okay. So, and he's like, but I'm waiting for Ted to do it. He's gonna have to do it because he's trailing me. And if he does it, I can't wait. Right? So now, for the first time, he's seen an inkling of him doing it behind doors. He's like, oh yes! Let the tweets begin! Twitter storm. Right? So, and the second part of this is that Ted Cruz is actually winning right now in Iowa. And so the polling nationwide is massively in favor of Donald Trump. But in Iowa, the first state where Donald doesn't want to be embarrassed and be a loser, he doesn't want to be a loser in the first contest we're having, Cruz is winning right now. So he's chomping at the bit to get at him. Yeah. But Cruz has been such a lapdog of Trump, like, Mr. Trump, he's brought such important matters to the debate. I really think he's doing a great service to the country.
I commend Donald Trump for bringing attention to the immigration.
Yeah, so he's like, I can't attack the guy, right? But boy, what is it possible if Cruz were to win Iowa? The bounce he'd get off of that could really propel him. If things change so quickly, people lose track, I think, of how quickly things change after the Iowa primary is done. I mean,
that's true. And Ted Cruz has the ability to make crazy sounding things sound almost reasonable. Right?
More than Trump.
Yes, that's the scary thing about Ted Cruz. He goes, well, I'm just saying, and you're like, I guess that kind of makes sense. And then a couple seconds later, you go, that's fucking crazy, right? But he does have that ability to make it sound, especially to someone who's not informed.
And he's benefiting here because before he would have come out with these statements about Muslims, about gays, about blacks, whatever, and he would have sounded crazy. But now anybody's going to look reasonable. Sounds moderate. Like, oh God, yes, this guy is just a crazy demagogue. Oh, we'll go with him.
No, and I've said from day one, Cruz is the only guy possibly more dangerous than Donald Trump, because while Donald Trump is full of hot air and talking about the Muslims, the total ban, Ted Cruz introduced legislation this week banning Muslims in 3 different ways. He said if you're from a Muslim majority country, you're banned. What? Right? He introduced real legislation.
Yeah.
So he's Donald Trump is the big opus bear, right? And Cruz is the snake in the weeds. And so he's already doing all the things that Trump is threatening to do, and he's doing it under cover, and now he's like, Trump's to my right. This is fantastic. I look like the moderate. I'm angry enough and hateful enough to get the base voters. Yeah. But then I can say, hey, don't worry about it. Trump's crazy. I'm a senator. I'm a United States senator. I can't be crazy. Yeah. Right? And so he is that guy's the real time bomb. So part of the reason why I love this story is because maybe Trump eviscerates him like he's eviscerated everyone else, and that would be the first time where I'd be like, well, at least he did us a favor on that one, right? Because Cruz is perhaps the real danger.
One thing that I'm in a very immature way looking forward to at the next debate, which I keep forgetting if next Tuesday's debate is Republican or Democratic. I know they got both. It's Republican, okay. So we know he's getting primed, Trump, to attack Cruz. And the last time he was really fired up to attack someone, it was Rand Paul, and he loves to go physical, like to attack their appearance. And Rand Paul's a moderately good-looking guy. He attacked his hair. Wait until he gets a load of Ted Cruz's melted candle of a face and body. He is going to tear him apart.
I don't know. But again, never underestimate Cruz. So, was it Dershowitz who picked Cruz out as the best debater? I guess he had him in one of his as a student in law school or whatever. And Alan Dershowitz said the best debater is without question.
The thing that I think is interesting.
Yeah, no, I don't know how they'll wind that out. Yeah.
Considering how similar I think their actual positions would be, what I think is interesting in a debating context between Trump and Cruz is that Trump gets all this credit for being like a tough guy, when I personally see him as the biggest wuss in the world. I think one punch he goes down. He loves to say, I'm not going to debate unless you give me $5 million. No, we're not giving it to you. Okay, I'll be there. He keeps backing down from the things he says. He's an actual wuss. But Ted Cruz, he tried 2 debates ago to seem strong, and he kept doing this and looking directly at the camera, and he can't sell strength. Trump, all he has is the perception of strength. But Ted Cruz looks like a whiny little child when he tries to look strong. And I think that coming out of Iowa, he can get a lot of momentum, and he could probably clinch it if he could sell himself as the strong man that the conservative base desperately wants right now. They want a Latin American dictator. And Ted Cruz, while he has half of that, I don't think he can sell the dictator.
Oh, I thought you meant he had the dick.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that.
I thought he had the tater.
He needed the tater.
So, I'm telling you, Trump Cruz is going to be interesting.
Maybe that's a ticket.
Well,
I think that's what Cruz has been sort of being such a wuss about. Is, I don't want to hurt your feelings. Maybe someday you'll give me a job.
Yeah, it could be. Look, Trump versus Rubio is not interesting. Trump's going to bat him around like a kitty cat. You're going to be like this. Hey, little mousy. Hey boy.
You thirsty?
Right.
I can't even pay back your student loan. I'm running $10 billion worth of industry.
Is this boy still in the race?
Hey, you want me to help finance your boat?
Okay. Okay, Mark. Okay. Nap time. So that's not an interesting contest. Ben Carson, as Trump said, I thought Jeb Bush was low energy. It's like Ben Carson. No, that's not a contest. Trump Cruz is a contest, and so now let's get it on and see what happens.
Tuesday.
Yeah, now fun for everybody.
And I forgot to bring this up. I saw an interview with Kareem was on my mind because I saw an interview with Kareem the other day, and there's a picture. Because Trump tweeted out, where are all the Muslim athletes, right? Because Barack Obama said, where, what sports, right? So then Kareem's on this news show, and they show a picture of him with Donald Trump from 2005, and Donald Trump says that picture's been photoshopped.
Oh, come on.
And the news reporter said to Kareem, are you kidding? He goes, no, he said that. That's his statement, that this picture with me has been photoshopped with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah. And Kareem did it. He's like, man, this will be a lot of fun if I'm in a picture with Donald Trump. Right. Why would he want that picture?
And that feels like a Putin-esque thing to say. I mean, you always imagine these dictators from Eastern Bloc, what we've traditionally thought as Eastern Bloc nations, being these kinds of guys. And Trump has come forward in this country with our common backgrounds, if you will, to be this guy. I mean, he reminds me of an Eastern European strongman.
Oligarch, some guy who was given an oil company when he was 10.
Now, I would like to see where his strength really is. Like, I know, it's going to be mostly in red states, in rural areas. I would like to know what he's polling in actual cities where people live, right? Because that's what moves society forward when people come together and live in cities. That's how you develop culture and you move forward. So I wonder, right, and that's why cities are more liberal and forward and progressive, right? So that's what happened. I wonder how many people actually live in cities who are civilized actually follow Donald Trump and would support him. I wonder if all his support isn't completely rural.
Yeah.
I wonder. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we'd be disappointed to find out that it's not all rural. Yeah. So, but obviously more so. Obviously more so. No question about that. Okay, now we got to take a quick break here. But today is like Jimmy's dream show. We don't have to just do 2 hours. We can keep on going.
We're gonna keep going.
Okay.
I've been fucking saying let's do this forever. Now we're gonna do it.
We're gonna do it, Jimmy.
All right.
Until we find a cure, we're gonna stay here. All right. Sprinkles and the whole crew will be right back. We're back on the Young Turks. There's so many great tweets here. So let's get to it. Let's go to Leanne Davis here, writes in, the 10-year stream has been awesome. Thanks for tons of passion, honesty, and a daily dose of fun. Hashtag Sprinkles.
Sprinkles is trending.
Hold on. Can you send me that name? I want to block it.
Wait, get your finger ready.
Yeah, you'll be busy.
Okay. Sandra O says, I love my TYT Superman shirt and my tie-dyed TYT t-shirt and my TYT sweatshirt and my Wolfpack sweatshirt.
Damn.
All right. Way to go, Sandra O. And shoptyt.com for everybody. Okay. Boom. Let's skip forward to here. Engineering final exam in 3 hours, and here I am watching TYT.
That's a terrible idea.
No, great idea. Exams happen all the time. 10-year anniversary happens just once. See, there you go. Now you're thinking to here, okay?
That reminds me of the NCAA championships between Georgetown and Villanova when I was in college. And I didn't study for the test because I wanted to watch that because I knew this only comes around once a year and a game like that. And then my friend, Chris, didn't watch the game and he studied. And I have a much, much better life than he does right now.
By the way, though, this is all funny, but a teachable moment. I literally also have a story like that. Like I was in law school and I was supposed to be studying for a final. Instead, I watched the Bills Oilers. They were still the Oilers at that time. Game, and then the legendary Bills comeback.
Oh yeah, that was a great game.
Yeah, and at halftime, I was like, come on, knucklehead, turn it off. Like, you've got a final.
The game is over.
The game's over. And I was like, no. I'm an American.
No.
I'm an American. I don't do homework. I do football.
And who was right?
And who was right.
Yeah.
If I had missed that,
you'd never forgive yourself.
I might have dropped out of law school.
You don't even remember that test. You don't remember anything on that test, but you remember that goddamn game.
That's right.
And I remember that Villanova-Georgetown game because Villanova won.
Oh, yeah.
And they were the underdogs.
That's right.
You remember, that was Patrick Ewing.
Of course. All right. Last couple
Very often I have an important life event, but there's a sports athletic match, and I watch that instead. Because there's like a game thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want to know which team is going to win.
Okay, I've got to read these last 4 quotes. These are great. And the last one relates to what John's joke did. David Griffin, happy 10 years from England, guys. He says, I have to do this in this voice. I do declare it's been awesome. He's from England, right? Okay. Bree Hood says, I only missed a few shows. I come back and find out we're all regressives. What in the holy hell's a regressive? No one knows. No one knows. Okay.
You don't have the balls to say what it is.
You won't name it. You won't name it. Say it. Okay. Jamel writes in, OMG, I love this power panel. Hashtag regressive. Hashtag Sprinkles. I'm not kidding. There you go. Swear to God. He had them both. Unrelated to the other tweets.
Our Sprinkles.
Hashtag corn.
Okay, and then finally Garden Goddess says, Sprinkles is the funniest guy on the power panel. Oh, that's nice. There you go, John.
Still don't like it. But thank you.
Okay.
I like that nickname. I really do. I really think that's got legs.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's such a good
Johnny Sprinkles.
Wait, hold on. So if I pretend to really like it, that'll kill it, right? I think it's great.
I think it's unkillable.
Calling me it. Give me some sprinkles.
There's some chance it's like Trump. Yeah. The more you attack it, the bigger it grows, and so it might not be killable. All right. By the way, members of the hour, I'm a couple of hours behind here, so let me catch up. We're doing the first 10 members ever of the Young Turks. So member number 6 is where we're at now. Jay Tomlinson, the great creator of the Best of the Left podcast.
I thought that was.
It is.
Kidding me.
And all 10 years ago, Jay was like, I like this Young Turk show. Well, I'll subscribe to it. Okay, and then Best of the Left podcast.
Wow.
Well, John said he was a member before he ever joined the Young Turk.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
that's very cool.
I've been watching for years.
Yeah, number 5. Well, like I know this top 10 so well, though. Anyway, so I feel like all of these are like, of course, number 5 is Eric Sorensen, obviously. But of course, a lot of you guys do
also.
Yeah, Eric Sorensen. All right, that's great. All right, we got a couple more left to go, but we've got some stories. John.
Okay. Today we have even more instances of Islamophobia around the country, both attacks and acts of possible terrorism. The first is a man in New York who launched an attack after screaming about Islam and ISIS. So he goes into this eatery, and he's been going there for a while apparently. It is staffed by some people who originated in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and he apparently didn't like the look of them. So he started yelling about Islam, yelling about ISIS. According to an employee, the altercation came after he harassed other customers before turning on Mahood, one of the employees there, and saying, "Why don't you tell me your religion?" and calling him a Muslim motherfucker. He didn't tell you his religion. That's presumptive to say that he's a Muslim motherfucker. A brawl between employees and Marino ensued before he was ejected from the restaurant, only to return moments later where he picked up chairs and began smashing the glass dividers in the restaurant before leaving again. And so we've had a couple of cafes/restaurants in the past week or so that have been attacked by somebody screaming about Islam, screaming about Muslims. But that's not the only attack. There's perhaps an even scarier one, and that has to do with the Council on American Islamic Relations that had to evacuate one of their headquarters because of a suspicious envelope filled with white powder. It had a hate message in it. It was signed that an infidel had sent it. And so that was the executive director there explaining that. One of the attorneys for CARE said that we receive hate messages daily because of our advocacy on behalf of the American Muslim community. By the way, this is like literally like minutes before we were gonna go live. There's a Coachella area mosque that has an act of arson that's being investigated right now. No injuries, but it was set on fire. That was very recently. And overall, largely, we've been talking about these stories now for weeks about attacks, about the woman in a California park who went up to a group of Muslims who were praying and started yelling at them and threw coffee in their face. So overall, through December 8th, so far this year, American mosques and Islamic centers have been the victims of vandalism, harassment, and anti-Muslim bigotry at least 63 times this year. That's the highest number since the Muslim civil rights group CARE began keeping track in 2009, and a threefold increase over last year. The previous high, just a little bit more history, the previous high was 53 incidents back in 2010 during the controversy over the Ground Zero Mosque, but many of those incidents just concerned biased zoning hearings for new mosques. This year's hostilities have a sharper edge, meaning that they're acts of arson, assault, potential like attempted murder. We had the cab driver who, the guy went into his house, got a gun, and started shooting at him. These sorts of things. So this is scary, and perhaps a coincidence that it comes at a time when people like Donald Trump and Fox News are hyping up the threat of Muslims across the country.
Yeah, so it's of course not a coincidence that the more it's in the news, the more people do the hate crimes. They get passionate, they get worked up. So so-called Ground Zero Mosque is in the news. People do anti-Muslim stuff. Now, to be fair, it's not just Trump that's in the news doing this, or even Fox News, but it's in the news because of the terrorist attacks. So the Paris attacks that killed 130 people, then we get hit here in San Bernardino, 14 people killed, 21 injured. People are already pissed, and then Trump comes along and pours significant fuel on that fire. And the reason why the Trump part of it is so damaging is because it seems to legitimize what some of these hateful guys are thinking, and they go, "Oh yeah, he's saying it too, right? Yeah. And look at that, and that guy's leading, presidential contender for the Republican Party." I mean, I don't know that they say that exact sentence, but they feel like it's okay, it's legitimate because that guy on TV keeps saying it. So, and then all of a sudden, you have these guys now that are brazenly saying, "Hey, what's your religion? If you're Muslim, I'm going to kick your ass."
Yeah.
This is a problem with hate speech generally. We always, the refrain in this country is it's a free country, I respect your right to say whatever you want, and I understand that. But hate speech is damaging for just this reason.
that if you put enough out there, it catalyzes people who are on the edges. I understand this is not the average person doesn't, go out there and shoot up a mosque or take a chair and throw it through the window. Frankly, against the backdrop of all the shoot-em-ups, I'm kind of happy, for a good old-fashioned glass breaking. You know what I mean? It just nobody was killed. But having said that, I think that's the real damaging part of this. And when Trump first started with the Mexicans and Latinos and building the wall, that was the beginning of the hate speech. And of course, it's been amped up now to an even to a level that's even more dangerous. But I feel that's what I really lament in this country now is that there's sort of political correct. I'm not going to be politically correct, so I'm going to put a lot of hate speech out that might catalyze a bunch of people to do things that we've seen you reference.
So I grew up around a lot of racists, so I have real, I feel like I have an insight into the way they think. And the way they think is that Donald Trump isn't saying anything racist. He just has the guts to tell the truth, right? And they think that people like me and you and us, when we don't say horrible, hateful stuff like him and blame Mexicans or want to exclude all Muslims, they think it's because we're weak. Even though they think we actually think those things and agree with those things, but we don't have the guts to say them.
Yeah.
And because we're afraid of what it would look like and that we're being anti-PC and the PC crowd would shun us and we don't want to be shunned. That's literally what they think. They think that what Donald Trump is doing is he has the balls to tell the truth and call a spade and nobody else has that kind of courage. Yeah. That's really what they see. That's because racists... Just like, I was in an acting class one time, and they taught me not to judge the character, even if you're playing a murderer, because murderers don't judge themselves as murderers. They think that anybody would do what I'm doing in this situation. Yeah. So they don't judge themselves negatively, just like racists don't. They think anybody who had the courage like I do would be saying the shit Donald Trump has that courage. That's exactly what they're thinking, right? So I just hope that gives you a little insight into what they're thinking. They don't think, hey, I'm a racist. They think I'm courageous enough to tell the truth and stand up to these motherfuckers. That's what they think.
Yeah, by the way, like the first story we gave you here, and by the way, we've done 3 stories a day almost every day this week of different attacks against Muslims. So these 3 isn't like, hey, we found 3 stories in the country. Yeah. No, there's just today.
These are the ones we chose out of the ones today.
Right. And so the first one of the guy attacking the store in New York, right? So what kind of courage does it take to just pull a random guy who doesn't want to fight back? And the guy said, the Muslim kid says that he didn't want to fight back because he said, as a Muslim, I want to be polite. I don't want to fight anyone. Okay, that's his interpretation of Islam. God bless. I like that interpretation, right? But so how courageous is it to punch that guy in the face? Not that courageous. Yeah. Right? So, I mean, it's not like the guy's fighting back. There's nothing going on. It doesn't take courage to throw a punch like that. They think they're so tough. They think they're so manly and all this stuff. No, you're the one throwing the punch. There's nothing courageous about it.
But, throw
coffee in someone's face.
Yeah, I mean, the tough-talking Lindsey Grahams and Ted Cruz, these are all a bunch of pasty white dudes with man titties who are trying to act tougher than ISIS, right? So I would say you put a split screen up of Lindsey Graham and an ISIS guy with a head chopped off, you tell me who you're fucking more scared of.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, we had the attacks on, there was an attack on one African-American man at a Trump rally, but an attack on the 2, I believe it was 2 Latino men in New York. And so now we have all of these attacks. I know that they've been going on for a long time. There's more of them now. But like we said, it's no coincidence that Trump is the most outspoken. There's others who are saying similar things. He could go on one of his big speeches and just say, ISIS is the biggest threat the universe has ever known. But how about we not terrorize these people? How about we not send fake anthrax if it turns out to be fakes? Let's say we don't actually recreate the crystal knocked in their businesses. He could say that. But we're at a point in 2015 in America where it would hurt his poll numbers to say don't commit acts of terrorism against Muslims. And the thing that's so crazy about this country is we're coming off of a week where Megyn Kelly and Bill O'Reilly were both saying there's no evidence of any Islamophobia or anti-Muslim bias in this country. Fuck all these stories, who cares, doesn't matter. If the thing with, if it had been a Christian business and a Muslim guy goes in and says, tell me a religion, you motherfucker Christian, they would never stop talking about it. Ever. I mean, we have every year a War on Christmas month on Fox with books written and specials, because Starbucks doesn't put enough Christian verses on a coffee cup. They literally, I went to Starbucks, there's Christmas shit everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah, and that's in July.
The
Rambling Christmas, it's laughable, that whole thing.
It's amazing. But you can go into their cabs and you can shoot them, you can throw coffee in their face, yell about that they're driven by Satan. You can, and that's no evidence of anti-Muslim bias.
You can invade their country, kill hundreds of thousands of people, displace millions more on a lot, and still call them the violent, crazy ones. They're the violent, crazy ones.
Yeah.
Because you see how they fought back? Like fucking maniacs. That's how they fought back when we were bombing them. They're crazy. They all banded together against us like fucking maniacs.
You know,
it's a religion.
I do a podcast.
The Edge?
The Edge that Jimmy's been on. Actually, everybody in the panel, I think Sprinkles has not been on, but it'll happen.
Not after that.
Anyway, this week, it's at edge-show.com. This week, we talked to a guy who's a Marine and a Muslim. And, of course, that's not in itself that extraordinary, but in this context of so much anger toward Muslims, he was making the point. First of all, I was asking all those basic questions like, how come there's so much violence in the name of Islam? What do you think there's anything, endemic to the books or the verses or whatever? But he was making the point, there are a lot of Muslims in the U.S. armed forces. And what kind of message does this send them right now? They're in Afghanistan, they're in Iraq, they're in foreign theaters of war. And so it's sort of, that's where the shoe pinches, the other place the shoe pinches on this Trump speak. Hey, Don, we got a lot of people who are Muslim. They're fighting for us over there. They're getting their boots dirty. Yeah. So it's
the parallels to what happened with the Japanese in our country are really striking, right? Because
he made them.
I mean,
for him to cite it was crazy.
It is. I mean, like we all understand. Ronald Reagan gave reparations to the Japanese because of what we did to them. Ronald Reagan. Right? And Donald Trump's like, I think that was a good idea we did that to them. We put him in there. It might be a bad idea. I'm not Japanese, so who gives a fuck?
FDR, they named highways after him. Yeah.
Very well respected.
Yeah, that's why everything he did was great. Wait, no. We liked FDR despite the fact that he did that terrible thing. Right. It's not because he did that. But for him, he probably thinks, of course they liked him. He turned to Japanese for no reason.
Yeah.
Right, that's
Hey, same thing with everybody liked Andrew Jackson. Nobody fucking bitches about him.
Totally,
and the Indians and the Trail of Tears and the Typhoid and the
John Wayne Gacy did a lot of good stuff in his free time. He was well respected by some crazy people. So what's the problem with the murders?
Everyone loves a clown.
Okay, I can't help but say one last thing about the Starbucks thing. It just drives me crazy. It's like the Muslims with the drawing the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, don't draw the Prophet Muhammad. No, I'm not in your religion, dude. Okay, you don't draw the Prophet Muhammad because you're a Muslim, and that's what it says. What you think it says in your religion. I'm not in your religion. I can draw anything I like. I can draw Bugs Bunny, even if that freaks you out. Okay, and for the Christians, why does Starbucks have to put Merry Christmas on their Christmas cups? First of all, the CEO's Jewish. Why are you going to make him force him to write fucking Merry Christmas on his Christmas cups? Yeah. That's nuts.
Yeah,
that's not church. It's a place I'm going for an espresso.
Some people. Yeah.
By the way, an espresso invented by the people we fought in World War II.
I know. I posted on Instagram a picture. The entire rack, as you're waiting to get in line, it's all Christmas blend. It's not even holiday blend. It's literally
I know.
A mountain of red Christmas.
And they still attacked him. It's not good enough.
It's amazing.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that the GOP, all the Republicans want Barack Obama to be bombing Syria more, and Barack Obama wants to be bombing Syria more. I wish they could agree. They agree.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Carly Fiorina is still facing questions that the sort of rhetoric that she was using in reference to Planned Parenthood seems oddly familiar when you listen to the words of the Colorado Springs Planned Parenthood shooter. Was she in some way responsible for driving these sorts of people to do crazy things? You're going to see that in this video.
Do you feel any sense of regret about how you characterized what was going on at Planned Parenthood after the attack in Colorado because of what the man said, which seems as though he was influenced by some of the rhetoric that was coming out of you and others that painted a very ugly picture, an unfair one, about Planned Parenthood?
Oh, please. Really, Chris? Look, 9 videotapes have come out about Planned Parenthood. It is very clear what they have been doing. And in fact, Planned Parenthood several weeks ago made a quiet little announcement that they would no longer accept compensation for the sale of what they call fetal tissue. That's about as close to an admission as you can get.
That's not what they say.
Admission. Look, what happened in Colorado is a terrible thing. This guy is a deranged murderer, and I hope he is put away for life. It may be that we should be classifying that as domestic terrorism as well, but that has nothing to do with the truth of what is going on in Planned Parenthood, and this is a typical left-wing tactic.
Can I just make a real quick point on there? Because when she says that what that guy did is terrible, hey, Planned Parenthood admitted that they were selling baby parts. What that guy did was terrible. Those two sentences aren't congruent. Because if you really think people are killing babies and selling their body parts for profit, why would you think it's terrible to go in there and kill those motherfuckers? Because that's what you should do if that's what they are doing. But they're not doing that. That's why you say, oh, it's horrible to kill. You can't feel both those things. If you really thought there was a building on the corner of your block that was killing babies and selling their body parts for profit, it would be incumbent on you morally to go in there and shoot the place up. But they're not doing that, which is why you say it's horrible. So you can't have both those things. So that's how you know they're full of shit.
Yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. I mean, literally, if you thought babies that are born, they're 2 months old, whatever it is, and there is some maniac ripping their body parts off, right, and then selling it to, I don't know who would buy it, but okay, they're selling their baby parts.
And Carson would buy it because he did research for fetal tissue.
So we would, if we would send the police, and if they needed to, they would go in shooting, right?
Yes.
Right? And so, of course we would. So they get people to believe it. They themselves don't believe it. But they get people to believe that that is actually what's happening when it's not. Because these are, they say, because the pressure we put on late-term abortions are not legal. No, late-term abortions weren't legal to begin with, right? So you made that up. Late-term abortions, third trimester abortions were not legal. So that was the law. You didn't do anything to get that put into effect. So we're talking about early-term abortions when none of those, like the whole thing about, the brain exists and they feel pain, it's all made up. That's not true. That's not the state of affairs at that time with a fetus. That's just not what it is. It's not a baby yet. If it was a baby, it would be born and it would be a baby. But it's not. It's at a different stage of development, right? So at one stage of development, it's an egg and it's sperm. But the baby parts, you can't do that with the egg or the sperm baby parts. No, it's in a different stage of development. Get it through your thick skull. But you already know that, as Jimmy's point is. Carly Fiorina already knows that. The leadership already knows that. They want to rile people up. But the Robert Deeres of the world, he's stupid. There's a lot of stupid, crazy people out there. They don't know that you're messing with them. So they believe it. They think there's someone literally ripping baby parts off of babies. So they rush in with a gun. Yeah. And then when they do, and he says, I'm a warrior for babies, you go, what, me? And he says, I'm doing this for the baby parts as he's killing people. You go, me? Oh, I don't know why you would connect those things.
Well, and it's amazing. So she did the same exact thing that Bill O'Reilly did, I think, last week, where, like, you can say, it's not fair of you to say that the words I used in the past, just because they're the same words that a terrorist used, it's not fair of you to connect that. Fine, you can not like that. But both of them, immediately, the first thing they do is say, that's not fair. By the way, Planned Parenthood selling baby parts is the worst thing ever. They're selling baby parts. You should go crazy. Bill O'Reilly, in his talking points memo, it was just baby parts, as he's talking about the rhetoric. Okay, maybe you think it's not fair to say it was irresponsible beforehand, but you can't take a couple of weeks off from using the exact sort of language? It's like unnecessarily needling crazy people into action.
Then one Fox host said that when Planned Parenthood complained that this guy killed them because he was yelling baby parts, that they were politicizing the issue.
It's a left-wing tactic.
No, but wait a minute. Am I not supposed to say what he said as he was murdering us?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't politicize it. When he started shooting me, yelling baby parts, I think it was him that was politicizing it. And see, that's why he's a terrorist, because he did it for a political ideology.
And they don't want you to say that for a political reason, Jenk. That's the whole irony there. They're saying, why are you politicizing it? You mean the truth, the facts, what actually happened? You don't want those to come out? Why don't you want those to come out? Oh, for political reasons?
Yeah, well, there are two things. First of all,
the percentage of abortions that go on at these Planned Parenthood clinics is fairly small anyway. I mean, it's not really the lion's share of what they do there. So the whole idea that they could focus on this is really sort of a disingenuous and intellectually and morally bankrupt thing as well, because there are a lot of people who go to these Planned Parenthood clinics, and this is the only place to get any kind of reasonably priced care for the sort of reproductive issues that they might have. The other thing is that, yes, the politics of this is that they've identified this soft spot, and it is baby parts, right? They've latched onto it. That's why that verbiage exists. It's their way to get these clinics closed. It's their way to defund these clinics. And what worries me is that it might be an effective way. They really might have a foothold with this. I don't know. I mean, but wow, they found the gold vein of what's resonating with a lot of people in this country.
Yeah, with those deceptively edited videos.
And it has some consequences that go along with that. And I guess they're willing to live with the consequences because they're still alive. Unlike the people who were murdered by this guy. By the way, one of the guys who was murdered was a cop. This is an amazing stat. When Robert Deere declared himself guilty at his trial, said, "Yeah, I am guilty, and I did it because I'm a warrior for the babies." Fox News spent 27 seconds covering it. 27 seconds.
Admission of guilt of a domestic terrorist.
Yeah, imagine it's a domestic terrorist who was Muslim and said, "Yeah, I am guilty. I did it for Allah." Yeah, Fox News was probably only covered for 27 seconds, right? And so CNN only covered it for 2 minutes and 31 seconds. MSNBC spent about 21 minutes on it. Okay, good. I guess it's fine, but
they'll spend 40 minutes on an unedited Trump speech right after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but here I think is why that happened. So if we could bring up that first chart again with the Fox News at 27 seconds. So that's just because they're not interested in this abortion, Planned Parenthood, baby part stuff. They're not interested. You're going to see this in this next chart that shows, the exact opposite. They kept talking about baby parts more than all the other networks combined. Even Fox Business is pretty low there. Now, CNN, unfortunately, did use it quite a bit. But so oddly,
baby parts come up in Fox Business. If it was a real business channel, which business channel is talking about baby parts? Yeah. Is there a market in that? No, there's not a market in that.
It's probably Stuart Varney.
Yeah, so, no, they're the ones that are constantly talking about, Planned Parenthood, and O'Reilly, again, in that same talking points that John's referring to, still going back to rub it in for the doctor who was murdered, George Tiller. He's like, well, George Tiller, people were calling him the baby killer, because that's what they do, and then in the body parts and baby parts, and then, by the way, the guy who did the killing based on baby parts, 27 seconds, get out of here. Nope. That never happened. Okay? So, this is the danger of those words. It's what I was talking about before in regard to hate speech. You get it out there enough. You get it out there through Fox News, and you pump it out there through even CNN, because they have to dignify it by actually having that conversation with Carla Fiorina. You get it out into enough places, and then some a-hole buys that BS, and he's crazy to boot, and what does he go and do? He perpetrates this carnage.
You know what? I would say that guy is a victim also. That guy, just along with those people he shot, is also a victim. He's a victim of demagoguery and the media and all the people who are more powerful to step in and do something so he doesn't get that message. They didn't do that, and they let it happen. Even, I'll commend Chris Cuomo for confronting Carly Fiorina right there. Yeah. Right? So good job on that, except, I don't know if you noticed, his pushback to her was, well, they say that isn't true. Instead of saying, that's not true, they always go to say, someone else says it's not true.
He does keep saying that the video was edited. We can't show all the video, but he does keep saying that the video was
progress. But it would be nice. Even Chuck Todd, when he was doing his famous pushback on Donald Trump a week or two ago, he never called him a liar, never said what he was saying was a lie, and he always relied on someone else's words. He wouldn't just say, that's just simply not true, I've checked it out. Why can't Chris Cuomo say, I've checked this out, and you're lying? And then, why do you bring them on after she's lied every time she's been on the show. So come back on and let me give you another platform to lie some more. It's at some point, Joe Scarborough eventually cut off Donald Trump. Eventually, he cut him off and went to a commercial. So why do you even allow these people on your airways if you know all they do is spew falsehoods and hate speech? And that's all they're doing.
Yes, but that goes to good copy. These people are on these shows, and they're having these interviews, and these back and forths go on with that heated rhetoric. because it's good copy.
Yes.
And so that brings eyeballs to the screen.
Yes.
They know Trump brings eyeballs more than anybody, and Carly Fiorina puts on a good show.
So that's why,
and that's all it is a show.
Yes.
And the problem is they pick up that crap as part of that show, and then somebody acts on it.
And that guy doesn't think what he's doing is wrong. That guy really thinks he's saving babies. So how can you hate a guy like that? It's hard to. He's been manipulated by those same people to think, if he really thought that, that's why I said, if Carly Flynn, if you really thought that, you should be going in there with guns blazing. Well, you don't, but you want other people. You want to manipulate the most easily manipulated person, which is what that guy was. You want to manipulate him, the person closest to the brink, just about to go over the edge, and he needs that extra push, and you give it to him. That's all I'll say about it.
Okay, so super last thing here. So Fox News, this goes to the power of propaganda. Fox News spends 27 seconds to talk about the guy who did the Planned Parenthood killing, and explain why he did it or for babies. Just say they've spent 27 hours or even 27 days on Muslim terrorism is, an understatement. Right, so they've decided what they're going to emphasize, and so the right-wing terrorism, bury it. The other one, elevate it. Okay, but put aside that obvious example. Think about this: the Planned Parenthood shooter killed a cop. They spent 27 seconds on it. Black Lives Matter never killed a cop, but how many hours has Fox News spent talking about how Black Lives Matter endangers cops? Yeah. But when a cop was actually killed by a domestic terrorist, they didn't care at all. Yeah, okay. They just covered it for 27 seconds. See, that's propaganda. All right. John, thank you. We'll see you later in the program. Anna's going to come up next. We're going to do the 2nd/7th or 8th, the 8th hour of the show today. All right? We'll be right back. All right, back in the Young Turks. Ho, 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 ho. Yeah. I didn't tell you. Anna's back. We traded up.
That's me.
I mentioned cosmetically.
Okay, that's fair.
God, I love the viewers, man. I love them so much. I mean, how do you not love them when they say things like Joseph's music? What a way to spend my 28th birthday with a 10-hour, 10-year anniversary. Oh, come on. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Candygram for Mongo. Goddamn. Jimmy Dore speaks the truth every fucking time. Look at that. How do you not love these people? Right? Ray for Madness. Mark is 100% on point here. Speech as much as responsibility as it is a right. Okay? So look at this. Look at the love. Look at that. Zinni, I would take a double serving of Johnny Pie without the sprinkles. He's tempting enough. Hashtag brains. Okay. Should that be his new nickname, Brains?
Brains?
No way.
But I do like sprinkles.
Can't even take a meeting on that one. No, that's a no-starter. Okay, finally, non-starter. Okay, Lonnie Tyler says, I've only been on the ride for 2 years now, but it seems like meeting old friends. Thanks. Well, you too, Lonnie. Thank you. And it's true. I mean, we're all old friends here, and anytime I meet viewers, long-time viewers, even 2 years is a long time if you watch the show too. Yes. And people sometimes come up, and I've told the story before, come up and then hug me because they're like, look, man, you don't know me, but I know you, man. And, we spent a lot of time together, and it's true. We're friends and family. So thank you, guys. Thank you, all of you, for making the whole 10-year run happen. It would be great. Wouldn't it be great if we had another 10 years? Wouldn't it be, I just saw this for the first time, like I never even considered it. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be sad if we didn't? Like,
oh, shut up.
But, like 2 years from now, we're like, oh well, I guess the insiders were right. We didn't make it. Okay.
Already? No. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think we already made it.
You've got critical mass already.
How many 3 billion views? I don't know what goal are you in your mind you're trying to get to? I don't understand.
The money, Lebowski. No, but seriously, like, I want to expand more what Jimmy does. I want to have Mark do more stuff. We want to do more field reporting. There's just a ton of stuff we want to do to make it better. We want more languages. Resources are what you need, right? And there's like 55 to 60 people that work here. You need resources. So, well, anyway, first of all, thank you all for watching. And if you remember, I doubly, triply thank you because you guys make the show run. TYTnetwork.com/subscribe. TYTnetwork.com/subscribe. Speaking of which, member number 4, Ed Uthman. Ed Uthman, been around 10 years with us. God bless your heart, Ed. Thank you for making the Young Turks happen. Okay, Casper, all right, let's do it. We got a lot of stories.
All right, we start off with the story of justice, which doesn't happen often on TYT. An Oklahoma police officer by the name of Daniel Holtzclaw has been convicted of rape. He apparently used his position of power to exploit women who were in underprivileged positions, the most vulnerable women who had charges against them involving drugs or prostitution. Basically what he would do is he would stop them during a traffic violation and he would look them up, find out that they had some charges against them, and then he would proceed to either sexually assault or rape them because he knew that they were powerless and they were the least likely to tell on him. So he was found guilty on 18 of the 36 counts he was facing, including 4 counts of first-degree rape.
Man, this guy was a monster.
Yeah, he was.
So, now, a lot of times this happens systemically. This was just an incredibly literal representation of the powerful beating on the powerless, right? Mm-hmm. And attacking them and attacking their humanity. And he did it on purpose. Like, by the way, it's not like the powerful on a macro scale don't do it on purpose. I've had Baltimore cops on the show that say, yeah, we couldn't arrest people in rich white neighborhoods because we were worried that they were the judge's son. But so we would go into the black neighborhoods and arrest them because they didn't have any power. And it's not just cops that were former cops that were on this show. I've read similar accounts in other cities where they say, well, I mean, I got to arrest somebody, and so who am I going to arrest? I'm going to arrest the guy who can't complain, right? So in this guy's case, he did it for his own personal, power kicks and pleasure and the things that he wanted to get out of it. So he thought, like, let me figure out who is the least powerful people in the country, the ones in my area, the ones that are the most vulnerable, and take advantage of them. The other place I saw it was in the great movie Spotlight. The abusive priests would literally figure out who didn't have a dad, who was poor, had a strategy for figuring out who were the most vulnerable, powerless kids in their parish so they could rape them. So there's this one story in the movie that's obviously out of real life where one of the priests hears that a dad of one of his kids has just died, right? And he rushes in, and the mom's like, oh my God, this really powerful priest here in Boston came to help me in my time of need. No, he came to rape their son. Jesus. And he did, and he brought the kid for ice on that day. He took the kid to comfort him for ice cream, put his hand on his knee, and then did what he intended to do. Look, there are monsters, and this Daniel Holtzclaw is one of those monsters. And what do? Since they are, because monsters at their core are not brave people. They're cowards. So they don't want to fight. They don't want to take on anybody their own size. What they want to do is pick on the least powerful people who can least resist, and that's what he did. It's a great day in America that at least we have justice in this case.
Well, two things happened here, Anna, and as you guys know, also he wasn't convicted on all. Everyone who came forward as an accuser didn't really get justice in a way. I mean, but I want to quickly say one of the nice things is, to Jenk's point, that this guy who preyed, the powerful preying on the powerless, as you say, to see him break down in court like that,
yes.
See him become this just sniveling guy who was clearly finally found out. He got 36 years?
That's what they recommended. His formal sentencing will happen in January.
Yeah, they recommended 263 years. But Mark, you're so right. And I don't know if it makes me a bad person, but to see him crying there, it gave me some relief.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Because when they were crying as he was raping them, you know, he didn't care, he didn't mind. But these guys, I tell you, they're all cowards. That mean that it affects them a little bit.
They can't handle it.
Yeah.
Which is why oftentimes when you do these stories of police using excessive force, they get really defensive. Because police in general get defensive. Because they can't handle a little bit of criticism. But in this case, I mean, thankfully there was some justice served. And I like that you mentioned that he wasn't convicted of all 36 counts. That's absolutely true. There were women who testified during the case, and there was this one woman's testimony that really stood out to me. She was asked why she didn't report it immediately, and she said, well, it was my word against the cops. And who is going to believe a woman who had a criminal record against the word of a cop? And we've set up this system where no matter who you are, even if you don't have a criminal record, a cop's testimony is believed over anyone else's. And we need to change that system. There needs to be a healthy dose of skepticism when there are cases like this.
Yeah, and so two other things I really wanted to do, the quotes here in the graphics. His attorney comes in, Scott Adams, and he says during the defense, he was aggressive, he was vigilant, and he was honest. Without people like Daniel Holtzclaw patrolling the streets, what are we? And a woman in the gallery yelled out, safe. That's terrific. That's a great moment. That's like a movie moment. Yeah. Wow. And then this unfortunate fact, which goes to the whole conversation we've been having. Between 2009 and 2014, nearly 1,000 police officers nationwide were either decertified or lost their badges for crimes like rape, sexual shakedowns, and possession of child pornography. So, like, this whole idea of, like, no, a cop would never do that. A priest would never do that. A politician would never do that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Sometimes they seek out those positions to do that.
Exactly.
So be careful. It doesn't mean, of course, that you should generalize or that everybody, all the priests are guilty, all the cops are guilty. No. But at the same time, be careful. That's 1,000 cops that were caught. And now remember, cops' words are taken over non-cops' words almost every time. Imagine the numbers that weren't caught.
All right, well, let's move on to something different. Pew Research just did an analysis of the middle class in the United States, and they found out that for the first time, the middle class is actually the minority in the U.S. The beginning of 2015 saw 120.8 million adults living in middle-class homes, compared to 121.3 million Americans living in lower and upper income households. So you look at that graphic and you think, oh, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe some people in the middle class made it up to the wealthy status. That's not the case. The 21st century has seen middle-income Americans fall behind financially. The median income of middle-income households fell by 4% between 2000 and 2014, while median wealth, assets minus debts fell 28% in 2001 and 2013. So this is an ongoing theme in the U.S. Wages are obviously stagnant. They've been stagnant for quite a while now. But for the first time, the middle class is not the majority, it's the minority.
So think about why people are disaffected in this country. So a lot of people in the halls of power really don't understand it. I know it because I go to Washington all the time. I go to New York all the time, San Francisco all the time. And so it's filled with people who are wealthy and powerful and connected. And like I've said that 1,000 times, it doesn't mean they're bad people. And I think the guys I know are really good guys, and they're fighting on the right side, right? So don't make blanket assumptions. But even a lot of those guys don't get it because they don't live it. And they're like, well, the stock market's back up. That's what I hear all the time. I don't get it. Like, and in fact, a lot of them are Democrats. They're like, why are people blaming Obama? The stock market's back up. But if you're in the middle class, not a lot of your money's in the stock market. That's just a fact. So, well, okay, if your middle-income household fell, your median income fell by 4% in 14 years, instead of going up at all, it went down. Well, you'd have this visceral reaction like, wait a minute, I'm working just as hard. Maybe now my wife is working, we've got two incomes, and some oftentimes working harder, but I'm making less money. What the hell's going on here? And then when you talk about their wealth instead of their income, that fell by 28% between 2001 and 2013. They were supposed to get richer as they worked harder, and instead they got poorer.
Yeah, the problem.
Well, then of course, can you see why they're angry? Of course they're angry.
So Jen, why is this happening?
Because we're taxing these corporations too much, and what we need to do is stop taxing them so much, so the money will trickle down to their employees.
Okay, so there's a great number of reasons why. So, of course, I think the primary reason is the system's rigged. And so the first thing you do in rigging a system is you fix the rules. Because the rest is easy once you fix the rules on your behalf. And how do you fix the rules? The first rule you fix is, who are the ones passing the laws? The politicians. Well, they're going to make incredibly important decisions about your tax rates, first of all. So the minute they lower your taxes by a little bit, you're going to save millions of dollars if you're in the upper bracket. They lower them a lot, you're going to save, some of them are going to save billions of dollars. So, whoa, okay. So how do I get control over the people making the laws? Oh, I got it. I'll make them reliant on me. So if I do private financing of politicians, well, then they'll be dependent on their financiers, and that's me. So I give them $10, they give me $100 in tax cuts. I give them another $10, they give me $100 or $1,000 in deregulation, whether it's Wall Street deregulation or it's deregulation that affects the media,
or a tax break to send a job overseas.
That's right.
Who does it cheaper.
Or they just flat out give me tax subsidies like the oil companies. Hey, I'm the richest companies in the world. Who cares? Give me an extra $40 billion a year in subsidies. Take it from those suckers that are the middle class. Hey, who do you work for? Who signs your paychecks? I do, right? Without me, you can't get elected. I sign the checks that go into your campaign, the independent expenditures, the dark money, etc. They go, oh, absolutely, sir. Yes, sir. They fix the system to rob you. And they have robbed you. See, here it is. You lost 28% of your money. You know where it went? It went to the guys who fixed the rules. They didn't fix the rules for their health. They didn't fix the rules for liberty. They fixed it so they could rob you of your money. And they did.
Some of those rules that they fix also make it harder for you to organize as a union, right? Because of this, what we saw Scott Walker do in Wisconsin, take the union away from the public employees, take it away from teachers, and that hurt. That was one way that workers could get their piece of the pie. They could organize, so we can now demand that we get some of the profits that we're actually generating. Well, now we've taken that away, right? And it's not only the union worker that gets benefited by an easier country to organize in, but it's non-union people, that because the union sets the wage rate, and then other people, other private companies match that, even if they don't have union workers. So that's another way that they've rigged the system. They make it harder for the worker who's working to organize.
And last thing I would say is what Jank has said and laid it out very clearly is something that's not party specific, of course. It applies to Democrats and Republicans and anybody, and so it applies to big politics and smaller politics as well. But that's why, and everybody watching TYT is aware of this, but that's why you really need a real change in the system.
Yeah, and to Jimmy's point, the Republican congressman, it was Don Young, and they asked him, hey, what do you think about increasing the minimum wage? He said, those guys should get a job instead. No, but they do have a job. That's why they're being paid a wage. So because now, if you're poor, you're middle class, he doesn't care about you. But again, I don't have it in front of me exact congressman it was. This is from memory. But it was a Republican congressman, and he doesn't need you. All he needs is the money from the donors, because then he's going to use that money to buy political advertising that's going to trick you. What is a political ad going to say? Hey, I'm giving all the money to the rich? No, it's going to say freedom, liberty, right? I'm fighting to shrink government down that's oppressing you. I'm for freedom and liberty. When he means shrink government down, they mean shrink the taxes of the Koch brothers and all the others. And look, and so we fight to get money out of politics so you can stop getting robbed. We're not like the lunatics on the right who are like, get angry and then do something physical or violent, right? No. We're progressives. So we fight strong and hard, but we do it the American way. We do it through politics. We go get up, but we don't sit on our couch, okay? We're warriors. We're political warriors. We get up, we fight back, and we get our rights back so that we can live as, human beings that actually should get paid a wage for the jobs that we actually do and not be insulted by people saying, if you're a minimum wage guy, you're a bum, you should get a job. I guess he needs a second job because you're not working hard enough. Get back into the coal mines.
There's no reason why a full-time employee in the U.S., the most wealthy country in the world, should need government assistance or should struggle to put food on his or her family's table. There's no reason why.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why is because the system is rigged. This Pew Research Center, I think one of the most interesting things that they found out was that the biggest winners, they say, since the 70s in the economy are those over 65, that their poverty rate has fallen from 24.6% in 1970 to just 10% in 2014, in contrast to younger people whose their poverty rate has gone up. And then you go, why are the people over 65 doing so well? Somebody rigged the system for them? Yeah, that guy's name was LBJ, who instituted Medicare. And instituting Medicare, which is a huge government program, took senior citizens out of poverty. Before Medicare, 33% of senior citizens used to live in poverty. 10 years after, that number was down to 13%. That is a great anti-poverty program, and that's why the people over 65 are no longer in poverty anymore, because we all came together as a country, and we decided that, hey, we can give medicine to the people who work their whole life for us and our economy. We can take care of them when they get sick, because we're the richest country in the world, and so we do that now.
So the lesson here is you can either set the rules to favor the majority of the country and to protect all of us, because we're the ones setting the rules in a democracy, or you can set the rules to favor only the powerful. And that's the system we live now, which is no longer a democracy. So the way if you publicly finance an election, for example, the Republicans have made that a dirty word, like, they're just taking government and making it bigger, right? No, what that does is that means you work for the people. That's why they're giving you the money. And they're saying, okay, I'm going to give you this much and this much, you this much, and you guys are going to have a fair fight. And then I'm going to decide which one is right and which one is wrong. It's called a democracy. The other way of doing it is, one side gets a lot more money, has a much larger megaphone, can say whatever they want, right or wrong, and buy all the ads. The other guy can't even be heard. Why? Because the rich support that guy. And guess who he's going to work for? The rich. Of course that's what's going to happen. So let's reset the rules the way they used to be. When we got Medicare, when we got Social Security, and that existed in this country. Between 1940 and 1980, roughly, we had fair domestic policy. We had a policy that was so progressive that Ralph Nader could almost get Richard Nixon to do anything he wanted. He got Nixon to pass the EPA. He got Nixon to pass OSHA. You know why? Because back then we lived in a democracy. We can live in a democracy again, but you got to get up and you got to fight. So wolf-pack.com. We got warriors over here. And you come in here and you join us and you fight back, you'll be shocked at how great it feels. And when you get the power back and we fix the rules so that it serves America again, well then imagine 20 years later and all of a sudden you hear on the Young Turks from probably other hosts say, hey, look at this, middle class's income has gone up 15% in the last 20 years. What happened? Well, maybe you happened. Wolf-pack.com. By the way, if you want to hear more about the details of this, Wes, in the last episode of Old School, Wes Clark explained how the East Coast and the West Coast has colonized the rest of the country. And I never heard that before. And it was a brilliant explanation of how by deregulating all of the industries, it allowed for, instead of having hundreds of banks across the country, only 5 or 6 large banks. They bought all the big banks. Then all the local bankers who used to contribute to the local economy went and lived in Santa Barbara or Long Island or Palm Beach. And then Walmart drove all the local businesses out of business. So then that guy didn't have any money to spend, right? And every business was consolidated. He talked about a beer distributor in Joplin, Missouri. That got consolidated, and he got bought out of business, and now he lives in Seattle. And so all of the wealth got sucked out of the middle of the country. So So all the guys in the red states that are voting for Republicans, oh God. I mean, I hate to call you schmucks, but you're schmucks. They turned you into a colonized state, and you don't even realize it.
So what you're saying is that we need a Teddy Roosevelt to come along again. So the people who talk about the free market, they're all full of shit because it's not a free market. It's a rigged market, right? That's why we only have 5 fucking banks, right? That's why we only have 4 telecommunications companies. That's why we only have 5 media companies that deliver all the media. It used to be 50 in 1980. Now there's 5, maybe 6. And that happened under a Democrat, right? That was Bill Clinton's Telecommunications Act of 1996. Anyway, so the problem is money in politics. You can't solve any problems until you get that out. Let me just give you one example of how you raise middle class's income, maybe in 15 years. So if Bernie Sanders wants to send everybody to college for free, what effect do you think that would have on middle class incomes? Oh, you'd be able to keep $100,000 a year instead of paying it to a Wall Street bank for the loan so that you have to go to college with your kid. So that's another way you can help raise. So you get medicine to people that's bankrupting them. You get college to people that's bankrupting them, and we can afford it very easily.
Yeah, if I've told the story 1,000 times, but if my dad didn't get a free education for college, I'd be picking olives. And by the way, in a town called Kilis, which is now overrun by Syrian refugees. So who knows? Maybe I'd be down there doing some work to help the refugees. I don't know, but my whole life I would have been an olive farmer like my dad was. Yeah. So instead, what do we got? We got a 60-person company here helping the American economy. It's not just that it's the moral thing to do, but it also helps the economy because it spreads out the wealth not by force but by nature, right? Because if you set the rules right, it helps everybody. And what does that do? It lifts the economy up.
That's the funny thing.
In a bit of irony, I cannot get in my martini any olives at this place. And the Young Turks is the one place, never olives. Great vodka.
Okay, well, if I had stayed an olive farmer, well, yeah.
Better choice, but still. Step up your bar game.
That's okay. All right, fair enough.
Should we take a quick break?
Okay, let's quick break, and then we'll come back, and you won't believe where Granny put her drugs.
It's a crazy story.
Alright, back on the Young Turks, Jank, Mark, Jimmy, and Anna with you. Everybody check out The Edge, Mark's podcast, Jimmy Dore Show, and The Point with Anna. I've got 1,000 tweets for you guys. Live and Learn says, happy anniversary, TYT Network. Thanks for letting me enjoy you anytime and anywhere. Hashtag no excuses. He's got a picture of himself wearing a Young Turks t-shirt in a gym with his baby.
Oh, that's dedication.
You know what? And that's multitasking. Okay. Okay. Phelan Cypher says, public finance campaigns for the win. Get money out of politics. Hashtag wolf-pack.com. Holy Ghost says, I'm in desperate need of that leather jacket, Anna. Hashtag BAMF.
So am I. It's been freezing in the studio all day.
TYT Imp says Anna's absolutely correct. But that makes sense. It's the TYT Imp. No, I'm just kidding. We need to eliminate child labor laws if we want to get the economy back on track. Seth Flicker says something really nice. You've been like a family to me. Knowing you has made me a smarter, better, and stronger person. I love you guys. Right back at you, Seth. That's super, super nice of you. And Thomas Coyne says, I like having 3 or 4 person TYT panels. It's more of a debate and it's fantastic. Hashtag TYT 10 years. Hashtag we are TYT. That's right. Renaissance says, congratulations, Young Turks, on 10 years. I'm loving your 10-hour hashtag TYT live. Established 08, he says, you all been waking me up to the poop in U.S. politics. Thank you. And it was an emoji poop. Nicely done with the emojis. Okay, the other wrestler says the real power panel is everyone who made this happen for 10 years. The next 10 will be a country with 28 amendments. Hashtag awesome. That would be great. Elizabeth Rosario says this TYT is my latest obsession. I've been watching for 4 months, and I went to their channel, and I've almost seen every video.
No way.
Wow.
That's literally impossible.
Julia Mahoney says, I love how quickly Jimmy shut Jank down when he thought it was even remotely possible that TYT wouldn't exist in 10 years. Okay, speaking of people who believed that we would exist in 10 years, The original 10 members, we've been reading their names throughout the show. Time for member number 3 of all time, Kelly Fenton. And I've met Kelly. She's wonderful. And so that's a hell of a thing, man, to be a member for that long with us. So, yes, all you members, you did build this with us. And as I've said over and over again, we literally, financially, could not have done it without you. So, tytnetwork.com/subscribe if you want to be a member. All right, Anna, what's next?
All right. A grandmother in Canada was recently arrested after she showed up to the prison where her son is and was caught with drugs. A drug-sniffing dog found that she was smuggling drugs in her vagina for her prisoner son.
So a pooch found it in her cooch.
Yes, that's exactly right. 62-year-old Linda Ethel Sheridan is the woman who tried to smuggle the drugs into the prison. Police found packages of methamphetamine, heroin, and marijuana resin tucked away in her cavity, plus an opiate called hydromorphone in her bra. Now, she apparently had an excuse for what she was doing. She says, "I was afraid for my son. I didn't want him to be killed in prison. I didn't feel I had a choice in the matter." She alleged that she was contacted by this mysterious, unidentified prisoner who said that if you don't bring the drugs into the prison, well, then we're going to kill your son.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too likely.
I mean, she's definitely down for her son.
So, yeah, like, if she had said, "Hey, my son called me in a panic, and he said, like, oh, this guy's going to kill me unless you bring drugs in," well, that's a little bit more plausible story. Except her son immediately threw her on their bus.
Yeah.
Nathan Sheridan's, he's serving time for a home invasion, and he told the court, "I didn't ask for the drugs. I don't know what, my mom, I don't know what she's talking about."
No.
What, she had what in her vagina? What? No, I don't know anything about that.
No.
I like a grandmother though who's this wasn't her first rodeo. I mean, well, she's got a bunch of stuff secreted in her vagina. She's got opiates in her bra. This woman has.
She's had things up that cavity before.
Thank you, Jimmy. Exactly my
point. She had that kid up there. She had her son up there. That's a lot of things.
That's
By
how
the way,
it works.
I've tried a lot of things for cavities, but I've never done that.
I don't know what to add to that.
I've heard of root canals.
Oh man,
ridiculous.
How did this granny get her hands on all these drugs, though?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. This is not her first rodeo, so it's not like, "Oh my God, I was threatened by this big bully." And then I found all these different kind of drugs. I don't know how I found them, and then I'm like, this and this and that. I get a sense that, like, yeah, you might have done this a couple of times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can you imagine the first time a little old grandmother's called and she's so scared for her son, and she's like, "Oh, I got it, I'll stuff it in my pussy." Like, that's not think of that. That's not that, Grandma.
I called the warden if you're really that worried.
Yeah, that's not. No, this grandma's been here before.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
So go ahead.
I was trying to find a way to fit my favorite porn title in.
I know, busting nut in Grandma's butt. We thought about a play on that, so we could use it for the mask.
Oh.
That's hilarious.
All right, yeah,
that's my favorite porno title is On Golden Blonde, which is a little different because it's an old people thing.
Oh yeah, but I thought it was half a click off.
Sure. Okay.
All right. Recently, MTV did a special on gay for pay individuals in the porn industry, and these are men who say that they're straight. They have no interest in establishing relationships with men, but they put their bodies through quite a bit in order to perform in gay sex. Now, MTV's True Life, I'm a Gay for Pay Porn Star chronicled two people, Luke and Ben, and both of their stories are pretty depressing, but let's hear from Luke first. And the video.
And here comes Luke.
And here comes Luke.
Drop it.
There's no video.
Jimmy, will you reenact Luke for us, please?
Oh, no, please, no. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so let me give you...
These pills right here, this is what gets me hard and lets me do the job. These are not even legal to have in the United States, so This is just my regular pill bottle. This isn't what it comes in. It comes in like these metal containers, which I had to take out of here because I throw them away before Caitlin saw them. I read about some of the ingredients in them, and it's like some of them like poisonous ingredients, and there's a substance in that like makes your healthy cells die or whatever. So who knows? Sometimes you get your blood pressure really high and stuff, and it gets you all nervous. But I've gotten used to it, you know. But at this point, I just get a really bad headache from taking those pills, and that's why I have my ibuprofen with me all the time.
Jesus.
What an idiot!
Look, I don't know what his story is. I don't know what he's gone through in his life or how he got to where he is today. So I hesitate to be super judgmental, right?
You're right. You're probably right.
Right, but at the same time, I mean, he's literally killing himself in order to do this job.
Yeah, that's what he says too.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's a lot of issues here. Luke apparently has expressed anti-gay sentiment on Twitter,
right?
Even though he has gay sex for a living. So literally, now he says he's straight, but he's just doing it for a living, and so because he's getting paid. But as porn stars, they're not wealthy. Like, don't get to say, oh, Hollywood. No. They don't get paid that much. So, it's a little better, maybe, depending on how consistently you do it, than a regular job. So you're killing yourself with all those pills just so you can stay erect because you're not really gay to do this gay porn stuff. I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, I know. It does seem a little odd that, if you want to be a porn star, why do you have to be a straight guy who does gay porn? You can probably do straight porn and make some money. But, it's an odd story. I mean, I know that...
I know you get paid a little more for gay porn than you do for straight porn. Mm-hmm. You'd think that there'd be plenty of volunteers. I mean, guys are horny, whether they're gay or straight.
Right, but I know that there's, this weird fetish of, turning straight guys gay or seeing straight guys have gay sex.
But how do they know? Why couldn't a gay guy just act straight?
Like he's straight, yeah.
That's the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah,
just like the women act like they're babysitters or whatever before, right?
Yeah,
I got what I've heard.
You.
Yeah.
They're not really babysitters.
Right.
Or are they nurses or secretaries? Okay. So, but some of them are moms. Okay. So, and then one guy tries to make himself feel better. So Ben, and he says, fucking guys like fucking a watermelon.
Yeah, he says, when I'm having sex with a guy, it could be anything, from vegetables to fruit to car tailpipes, whatever you're into.
Well, fucking guys like fucking a guy. Fucking a watermelon is like fucking a watermelon.
Yeah, if that watermelon was full of shit, that's what it would be like.
Okay, well, look, shit.
I'm sorry, I crossed the line. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cross the line.
Well, that would also be true if you were having sex with a woman in that particular area.
Yes, if you fuck a woman in the ass, it's like fucking a watermelon full of shit.
Thank you. I didn't know what he meant.
Okay, that clarifies it. Okay.
Well, I swear to God, I don't know how this crosses the line.
Okay, all right.
Well, there are precautions that people take to prevent any type of accident.
Sure. You can have an enema before you have...
right, which also sounds miserable, by the way.
And I'm not against anal sex, don't get me wrong. I talked my wife into having anal sex one time. One time.
Okay,
and she said we had to quit because it was hurting. Apparently her strap-on was pinching her. The point is...
Okay, all right. Much
See, I'm the victim of that joke.
That's right. That's why that works. Ben also said that it was the second performer. Actually, a really, really difficult, stressful process performing in this porn when he's straight. He then added, quote, "It sucks."
Unironically.
Wow. Okay. Hashtag. Yeah.
And he also said it's a pain in the ass. I'll tell you what.
What else? Come on.
So, well then, I don't know why they're doing it.
Yeah.
And why can't you just use regular Viagra? Why does he have to go off market? Viagra works.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just think I got the vibe from this, and I don't know them, but that they were working extra hard to say, I'm not gay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, I just had every kind of gay sex you can imagine, but I am not gay. It sucks what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Well, from a TV standpoint, that's a much better story, and that's a much better narrative than we got a bunch of down and out gay guys who are doing porn to make a living and get by. That's sort of like, okay, I kind of assume everybody in that business is pretty much down and out and has to do this. It's not like, a life goal.
Yes.
Yeah, they go for the straight guys who not only are down and out and have to do something, but they decide to go gay porn, and that makes for a more compelling.
That's right, and this is a show, true life. I'm a gay for paid porn star. So something's not on the level here.
Exactly.
And I can tell. I have a I have a gay detector. I can tell if a guy's gay. I have a gay test. So, and here it is. If I look at a guy and my dick gets hard, gay. And man, do they come out in the summer. Look at the queers in the fucking sound booth.
All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Okay. All right, what's next?
All right. I don't know what we're doing next. Are we switching to our one content?
No, keep it going.
All right, let's do it.
The next story is amazing.
Yeah. All right. A K-pop group that landed in LAX had to be detained because TSA agents and authorities believed that they could possibly be prostitutes. Now, these are young women between the ages of, I believe, 16 and 21. And they're part of a K-pop group known as Oh My Girl. There they are. I don't know why authorities thought that they were prostitutes, but they detained them for 15 hours. And eventually, they had to fly back to Seoul. Okay, so there's no...
They didn't even let him in the country.
They didn't let him in the country. Apparently, there was also an issue with their visa. It's not clear what that issue was. So I'm guessing that's what eventually led to them having to fly back to Korea. However, there needs to be a clear reason for why they were assumed to be part of the sex industry.
Well, no, I think from my reading of the BBC story, yes, the visa issue is what flagged it in the first place.
Yeah.
But then they looked through their luggage, and it was nothing but, like, sexy outfits. And these girls are really young. They're between the ages of 16 and 21. They look, and some of them look even younger. So I think that they were probably worried about child prostitution. And so they're like, whoa, we got to be really careful here. Because all these girls are really young, and all the outfits are really sexy and, suggestive, etc. Now, it turns out that that's the trend in Korea. And so these girls happen to be 16, 21, but a lot of the performers are 14-year-olds.
Yeah, so I have two things that I want to say. Number one, K-pop, and the way that these girls, there's something really sick about those music videos, and I've seen a lot of them, like when I go to, like...
Karaoke.
Yeah, karaoke, and there's this one ramen restaurant that I like to go to, and they have this big screen where they're constantly playing K-pop music videos. And I noticed that they purposely make these girls look as young as possible. And I'm not talking about like, oh, they're teenagers, right? No, some of them look like they're children. And they act like children, and they kind of dress like sexy children. And it's weird, and it makes me uncomfortable. Okay? I get that, first of all, a lot of them are underage. In this case, they're 16 to 21, so they're older in the whole K-pop atmosphere. But another thing I want to say is, if the TSA goes through luggage and they see sexy clothing and they use that as a possibility of someone being a prostitute, that's a really, really bad way of determining whether or not someone's a sex worker.
I know, of course, but at the same time, since they're younger, I think they erred on the side of caution. Maybe I'm being way too kind to TSA.
You are, I think so.
Yeah, and giving them way too much of the benefit of the doubt. And then the other thing is, they could have, wasn't somebody with them to say, hey, they're this group. We'll look it up on the internet.
That's the disconnect for me.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the internet, right? That's them, right? That doesn't sound too hard.
Well, also, they're represented, I thought, by WME, which is a huge company here.
No, WM Entertainment.
Oh,
that's different.
No, okay.
Okay.
Well, as I say, they're represented by this rinky-dink company. So all right.
So, but they apparently are one of the bigger groups, so somebody should have been representing them in a way of like, no, they're not hookers.
Yeah, as you say, a simple internet search would have done it.
Right. But the overall trend, I think, is the more interesting one.
Yeah.
And look, we've talked about this in the past. It's not like we don't do it in America either. Britney Spears with the little schoolgirl outfit in her first cover. Oops, I did it again. Ooh, baby, hit me one more time.
Yep. Yeah, we do
and what was she at the time? 15, barely?
16, yeah.
And so So, like, look, obviously some percentage of men, and the more that it's in the culture, the more that it is encouraged, right, are want to go in that direction. So I would argue, let's not encourage it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I absolutely agree with you. But we have all these different contradictory things happening in society, right? On one hand, you have those Jared Fogels of the world that are condemned. They're sick. They're perverts, which they are, right? They get prosecuted for what they've done. But at the same time, we totally allow media to lure them in with sexualizing underage girls. We did it with Kendall and Kylie and whatever, the Kardashians.
Yeah,
they weren't even legal yet. They're bouncing around in bikinis.
I mean, my sense of it was they were putting out pictures of the Jenner girls starting at the age of 14.
Yeah, they were. So you can't send out these contradictory messages and then go ahead and talk shit about people who are into underage girls.
Yeah, now at the same time, Korea and Japan do seem to be taking it to a different level.
Yeah.
When all of the popular bands are not only super young, but wear schoolgirl outfits. And now, in 2012, Korea even passed law because they realize it, and they're trying to say, okay, guys, too much, right? Because all the videos were incredibly sexually suggestive. So you have these 14-year-old girls in schoolgirl outfits being like, oh yeah, whatever the hell they were doing. That was the worst sexually suggestive ever. It was like being there.
I love that. Wow.
I don't know. I was picturing a stripper pole or something. I don't know.
What is it? Hey. Oh, Jimmy's horny.
So it's a little beyond the bounds of reason, but obviously those authorities realize that.
And this is happening mostly in Japan and Korea, but can you blame them? I mean, they're just full of Asian girls.
Oh no, here we go again. Wait a minute, Jim, have you ever asked the wife to dress up like a schoolgirl Asian girl, or is that not...
Asked? Yeah.
Honey,
asked.
Let's play schoolgirl.
Yes, but she's a teacher, so she didn't
Oh yeah.
She didn't cotton to that.
That's a bit creepy.
Right.
Yeah, a bit, you think? All right. Yeah, but isn't that amazing though? I mean, I'm going to reiterate Anna's point one last time. It's on a personal level, it's super creepy, right? Yeah. Could you imagine if Jimmy actually asked his teacher wife, "Hey, can you dress up like one of your schoolgirls?" You're like, fuck, don't do that, right? But whole countries do it. Oh yeah, let's get these 14-year-olds, get them like schoolgirls, and the guys will go crazy. Older men will go crazy for them.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? It kind of reminds me. Maybe this is a strange analogy, but it reminds me of a conversation we had on TYT a really, really long time ago about, let's say a woman who's scantily clad, right? She's walking around, she has huge boobs, and she's wearing the smallest top possible. You can almost see her nipples, right? And then she's walking around dressed like that, and then she gets upset when people look.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and that's the society that we're living in right now. We're just showing you all these hypersexualized young kids. And then people get upset, and people get prosecuted, by the way, if they get lured into that. I'm not, by the way, I'm not giving pedophiles excuses. They're terrible people. They should be prosecuted. But if we have certain laws that criminalize certain behavior, we shouldn't celebrate, one form of that behavior, which is what we do.
Okay, let's do one last story here. I was going to tell one more story. It's so inappropriate, I'll tell it during the break. Okay.
All right.
Okay. By the way, if somebody okay, look, I'll tell my inappropriate story. Okay. Because the other one was about somebody else. No, if somebody's hanging out, they're like the woman that Anna described. I'll look. Mm-hmm. I'll look.
Okay.
Okay. No, because don't pretend that you didn't want me to look. You wanted me to look. I'm doing you a favor.
Yes.
I'm doing you a solid.
Yes.
Hey, nice job. Mission accomplished. I looked at your tits. Okay, move on with your life. Congratulations, right? But it's got to be really out there. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's got to be advertised. Okay, if you're advertising, okay, I'm a consumer. I'm just keeping it real. I'm a consumer. I'm a capitalist.
I was in Cocoa Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Cocoa Beach, telling jokes, and as I was walking across the street to go to the club, there was this young lady. I don't know how old she was, but she had a tattoo. She had a bikini top on. It's in a nightclub area, and she had a tattoo on her right here. And she's come walking by, and I was like, and it had words on it. And I go, what does that say? She goes, go back off, pervert. I go, you can't have a bikini top on with a tattoo and then get mad if I ask you what it says. I go, I told her, what I said was, hey, why don't you put firecrackers in your pussy and tell me not to look? I mean, you can't do that. Yes.
Hey, pervert, what are you looking at? Just because I got firecrackers coming out.
Hey, go back to what you were doing. What? I like to put firecrackers in my pot. What's the big deal? What are you looking at, creep?
Oh my God.
All right. Okay, we got to take a break. Turns out. Okay, unsurprisingly, I think Irene is probably mainly just saving us from ourselves.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, all right, guys. But we're gonna come back because this is not a normal show. This is a 10-hour show. All right.
Staying on until we find a cure.
Or they filibuster Sam Alito. Okay, so we'll be back. Alright, back in the Young Turks. More tweets. Christy Alexander writes, sick and in bed watching hashtag TYT live almost makes having the cold from hell better. Happy anniversary, and how about 10 more years? Yeah, bravo. Christy. Okay. And feel better, Christy. Much love. Jolene Murray says, happy 10 years, TYT. Thank you for getting me into politics and for always being such a great news source. Love you guys. Hashtag TYT 10 year. Scott Braidwood. I like this. Congrats on 10 years. Just signed up for membership. Feels great to be hashtag too strong. I love that. Okay, so if you'd like to sign up, by the way, tytnetwork.com/subscribe. So thank you, Scott. Great to have you with us and as part of our family. That felt a little Christmassy. From our family to yours.
Yeah, very warm.
Right. Leanne Davis, how is K-pop worse than child beauty pageant stuff?
That's not.
And toddlers and tiaras that air in the U.S.
Yeah, all that shit.
Yep, well, yeah, right there with you. Okay, we're in the second to last hour, right? So I can do member number 2. Member number 2 of all time! Daryl Kite. All right. Okay, Daryl. Whoa! Okay, only member number 1 remains for the next hour.
I remember the Young Turk Network when Cenk was just a fresh-faced young guy with a dream. I was here when we were just doing the show in a burnt-out building somewhere in the Mid-Wilshire district. Now you're all grown up, Cenk, and I'm proud of you.
Thank you,
want to say that anniversary. Happy anniversary, Turks.
All right, thank you, Mark. But that's relatively true. I've been trying to ask people questions that I haven't asked before in all the years that known each other. I asked Ben finally, like, hey, what did you think when we switched to video? Right? And
because it was just a show on radio.
Right. He's like, mainly I didn't want to do more work. There's always more work. So anyway, he had a great answer for it in hour 2, I think, when we first started earlier today. So, do you remember having any impression of me when you first met me a million years ago in LA?
I always felt that you were a super smart guy who wasn't afraid to say what was on his mind. And then when you hear the breakdown on the air, and I mean, really, when the show was on Sirius, and I would come and fill in for Ben or whatever, you really got the impression that there were some truckers listening in Nevada or something, some long haulers in Florida or whatever, but it wasn't, you didn't get a sense of necessarily tapping into anything necessarily, but I also was just passing through, and JR was there and Dave and everybody. But my sense of you was, wow, this guy he does speak truth to power. He's not afraid of anything. And it was a really good feeling. That's why I loved going, and it was really a great experience to fill in there.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for saying that. I was wondering if you felt like there's some percentage chance this guy's unhinged.
No. No, I mean, believe me, I want to say anything disparaging that I can. I want to. But I really didn't feel anything negative. So,
okay, all right. God bless.
But I will say this. I had no idea that it was going to grow so quickly. I mean, I know probably to you it doesn't seem as though it's grown quickly, but really, this has grown into a bigger and bigger operation very quickly. And that means you're on to something. You're filling a need because mainstream media has completely forgotten the public. It's pablum. They're just cranking out the same crap. And And so people need an alternative, and that's why they've come here. I mean, because this is really more than an alternative. This really is the place where you get truth. You get, the unvarnished truth. And that's why I'm here. That's why I watch. Anyway, congratulations. Yes, you've come a long way.
All right, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. And look, best we do is be honest with you guys. So, I don't know if we ever arrive at the truth. I hope we do from time to time, but we're trying to be as honest as possible. Apparently, I was smitten with your colonization theory.
You were? Oh, yeah, he quoted it earlier.
Yeah, I quoted it earlier.
It's a good theory.
Yeah. It smelled a little like truth to me.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. All right, so obviously Wes is back. He was here for a little bit earlier, and now he's back with us. We're going to do more stories.
Yes, we have some good stuff. All right. Researchers at Harvard University looked into Airbnb renters and those looking to rent, and they found that if you have a black-sounding name, you are at a disadvantage. Now, this expands on previous research that shows that if you have a black-sounding name, you're at a disadvantage. But now it specifically looks at Airbnb. Now, a working paper from 3 Harvard Business School researchers suggests that users with black names have more trouble booking rentals. While the company doesn't require users to post a picture when they sign up with the service, it does require a name, right? So people might not see what your image looks like, but if you have a black-sounding name, well, they might subconsciously have some bias that leads them to not want to rent their space to you. The team made inquiries into just under 6,400 rentals on the site in Baltimore, Dallas, Los Angeles, St. Louis, and Washington, D.C., using identical users' details except for names that might have indicated their race. White Lori versus Black Latoya, for example. They found that black guests were accepted roughly 16% less often than white guests.
Well, that's pretty significant. And then, of course, we'll hear that we're race baiting for quoting facts. So, sorry to the Young Turks went into the field and made that study up. Okay, so we didn't, and so it exists, and this is why African Americans feel frustrated in the country. But wait, now this is the other part of what we always talk about is, it's not that people are necessarily doing it on purpose, and that's why they feel like, why do you keep saying there's racism in the country when I'm not racist? And it's because they're not trying to act racist. A lot of this is subconscious. In fact, on the whole, as the researchers say here, we find that the results are remarkably persistent. Both African American and white hosts discriminate against African American guests. Both male and female hosts discriminate. So it's not just white people who discriminate against black people, it's also black people discriminating against black people. Because that poison of the stereotype is in the back of a lot of our heads. I don't want to say all of our heads,
right,
but a lot of our heads.
Yeah, and it's not, I like that you brought that up. It's really important because it's not only black and white, it's every ethnicity, right? It's not like Airbnb is just black and white. You have Asians, you have Hispanics, you have all sorts of people that are renting their space on the service. And so I don't think this is a black or white issue. I think this is more an issue of the biases that we have, the stereotypes that we've bought into, and whether or not we want to accept the fact that maybe subconsciously those biases are playing a role in our decision making.
Yeah, and by the way, unfortunately, it also applies the reverse direction to graphic 48 here. The same group of researchers has looked into other alleged discrimination on the platform, noting in a paper last year that non-black hosts were able to charge 12% more than black hosts for similar rentals.
Yeah, that was the thing that jumped out at me. That's a weird one, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, because think about it, what Mark's saying, why it's weird. Because, okay, now a lot of people will then, I know, will say, oh, well, blacks are more likely to be this or that, and that's why I don't want to rent my house out to them, and that's not discrimination. Let's just keep it real, right? Okay, now wait a minute. How about if you're going to their house, and it's the same house either way, but you don't want to pay for a black house? So why not? What difference does it make, right? It's not like you can't use the excuse of, oh, they're going to be criminals, oh, they're going to take my stuff. It's their stuff, right? No, but still 12% difference. Because it isn't about that. It's about the stereotype. It's this discrimination that we've bred into the culture. So let's take it out of the culture. That's why we put a spotlight on it, so we can realize it, so we can make it better.
Exactly.
All right, well, problem solved.
well, moving on to
I could quibble with you.
Oh, you quibble?
If you want to quibble.
Oh.
I'd be interested to know on the 12% charge, did it go by neighborhood? I mean, how did they study that? I get that you can study how people are turned down, but I'm curious how much you could rent.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, of course, that's a fair question if they did the study wrong. They're like, it's a similar rental. The houses look identical. One's in Beverly Hills, the other one's in Compton.
Yeah.
Right, of course that's ridiculous,
yeah.
right?
And by the way, the stat that you mentioned there with, the 12%, that's a completely different study. When it comes to the Harvard study, they accounted for all those factors. So they looked at, various neighborhoods to see if this is a consistent issue, across the board, and it is a consistent issue across the board.
Look, I gotta say, as bad as it is, the numbers are not that bad. If you would have done this 20 or 30 years ago, if such a service existed, you would have found 30 or 40%.
Yeah, well, if you'd have done it 50 years ago, you'd have found 80%.
But here's another thing to keep in mind. Who's more likely to put their stuff up for rent on Airbnb? It's young people, right? It's part of that shared economy. Like, I don't know exactly what the demographics are of people who are renting property.
I know plenty of people in their 40s and 50s doing it.
Yeah, well, yeah. But at the same time, a lot of young people are the ones that are taking advantage of services like Uber and Airbnb because they need to make money.
Yeah, and to your point, your first point, Wes, I'd be shocked if the latter study didn't take neighborhoods into account.
Yeah.
Because then it's a fraud of a study. Yeah, come on. That's
I'm amazed that when you rent a house, you know the race of the person whose home you're renting on Airbnb.
Yeah, well, no, again, the first study, and I imagine the second study, is doing it based on names.
Yeah.
So if you're renting a house in the same neighborhood that looks the same, but you're getting it from LaToya Jackson, or Johnson, LaToya Johnson, as opposed to Lori Windsor, who actually, again, is a real person, who's in our network, or was. Then that's the 12%. Okay, still Wes is not entirely buying it, but I hear you.
No, I think the bias definitely exists. It's just, it's not that bad. I would expect it to be worse.
Yeah. No, but that's also true. That have racial relations progressed in the last 50 years? Of course!
Have they, though?
No,
yes.
Of course.
Oh, my God. In the last 50 years, yes. But I feel like things have been devolving in the last few years.
In some ways, they have.
Yeah.
Certainly when you look at the crisis in law enforcement,
So, of course, look, and always progress is never like this. It goes in waves, right? And so sometimes it'll dip on its way up.
Oh, it's dipping.
Right. And so if you want to talk about Muslims and Mexicans right now, we're dipping, right? And then obviously you've got all the Black Lives Matter activists, but they're putting a spotlight on it, and the videos that we're seeing are putting a spotlight on it. It's not like it's making it worse, it's just showing you what the problem was. Right? And was it worse 20 years ago? Well, yes and no. See, that's a complicated question. When it comes to police abuse, 20 years ago they were beating the shit out of Rodney King, and they did it all the time, and nobody ever caught him on video until Rodney King, right? But at the same time, back then, I think they were a little bit more reluctant to shoot you on the spot. I feel like they've gotten more trigger happy in the last 20 years, not less trigger happy.
I don't know the data on it.
That's true.
It's very possible it was worse 20 years ago. I don't know the data.
Yeah. I'm doing it based on my experience, which is unfair because I grew up in a nice suburb. They weren't going to shoot me in a nice suburb, but that's just not what happened. That wasn't my experience. And I lived in Ronald Reagan's America where everything seemed lovely, right? And we never got exposed to any of that. So maybe they were shooting people within 2 seconds back then, too. I just didn't know it. But even in the culture, on TV, they'd say, freeze, stop right there, put your hands up. Right?
Yeah.
It was like, that's what we thought cops did.
Well, you've also seen, certainly just because we're on this little jag here, you've certainly seen the militarization of the cops in a very dramatic way over the last couple of decades. So if you go back 20 years, you just did not have the degree of firepower showing up to every situation. I mean, now they show up and they're ready for it. They show up like SWAT, or worse than SWAT, and oftentimes they need to be armed that big, but oftentimes they don't.
They also weren't as jacked up on steroids. back then. I mean, I just remember they weren't like, you know, a moving mountain. And I see it all the time now. They're just huge. You're like, dude, how many hours a day are you lifting?
Right, you long for the old days when they just rolled out of the donut shop and they didn't even want to get out of the squad car. You know what I mean? Don't make me get out of this thing. Come on, knock that off.
And 50 years ago, you had the terrible racism and, you know, the lynchings and et cetera, maybe 60 years ago. But then on the other hand, I mean, you talk about weaponized, Matlock and Mr. Roper hardly had any weapons.
I don't know. I think it's getting better just because I go
Matlock was
and I
Why
think
would Mr. Roper from Three's Company?
No, I'm talking about Matlock. No, I'm talking about the show they did together.
You're talking about Andy Griffith.
Andy Griffith.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I get it.
That's why Matlock and Mr. Roper.
Now I get it.
Okay. No, listen, to your point, I think race relations have gotten better despite all the heated rhetoric on all sides, because I think we're finally starting to address a lot of things, but also traveling around the country, I mean, I see a lot more interracial couples than you saw 20 years ago, and no one bats an eye at it, even, you know, different parts of Arkansas. It's people are getting used to it, and it's just a slow change. It's a little faster here in California than other places.
Almost everybody here is an interracial couple. Isn't that funny?
Oh, yeah.
You're Armenian and Latino. You're, I guess, white and South Asian.
I'm an Irish Catholic, Dutch Protestant, Osage Indian, Russian Jew.
You're mostly white.
You're white.
Yeah.
Okay. White and South Asian.
Hey, we'll call the ethnicities out here, pal. You're white, okay?
Turkish and Asian, right? Jimmy's Irish and Mexican. So, yeah. Hey, Seuss is the racist with Mexican and Mexican, so what the fuck? All right. Is Sarita biracial? Yeah, is Sarita biracial? Yeah. So, okay. You're not as racist as Jesus. All right. What's the next story?
Right. Time magazine interviewed Caitlyn Jenner about her experience being a trans woman, and during the interview, she had some pretty strong opinions about femininity, and if you're a trans woman, you should embrace femininity as much as possible and do your best to look like a woman so you don't make other people uncomfortable. So if ever there was a perfect example of Caitlyn Jenner not understanding her own privilege, this is the best example, okay? She says the following: one thing that has always been important to me, and it may seem very self-absorbed or whatever, is first of all, your presentation of who you are. Alright, so far, that seems fine. Okay, what does it mean, presentation of who you are? I think it's much easier for a trans woman or a trans man who authentically kind of looks and plays the role. So what I call my presentation. I try to take that seriously. I think it puts people at ease. She also says, if you're out there and, to be honest with you, if you look like a man in a dress, it makes people uncomfortable. So the first thing I can do is try to present myself well. Then she finally says, I want to dress well, I want to look good. When I go out, as Kim says, you've got to rock it because the paparazzi will be there. So the only thing I want to really emphasize in this story is just how unaware she is of the real obstacles, the real struggles that the trans community faces. Because the vast majority of people in the trans community who are trying to transition from a man to a woman or vice versa don't have the resources that this woman has to get the surgeries that she needs to look more feminine in her face, and to get the clothing that you need to look more feminine. All of those things cost money. And a lot of people in the trans community are living in poverty right now. So when you make strong statements about, like, if you're a trans woman, you should do your best to look as feminine as possible, it's like you're judging them and you're looking down at them as if they don't want to look feminine. A lot of them do want that, but they don't have the same resources as you.
But to be fair, Anna, I mean, she's getting advice from someone from a different class, Kim Kardashian.
Right.
So
who is an expert on all things.
Yeah, I mean, and if anyone knows how to connect to the underprivileged in America, it's Kim Kardashian, right?
These people are monuments to superficiality to begin with. If you're looking for any kind of great depth, you're not going to find it here. I mean, even Caitlyn Jenner, and I know she's been celebrated in all these different ways, but as you say, she had a safety net of celebrity, of reality show. I mean, she leapfrogged her whole family with this, with what was a sincere, but I'm going to use this word now nonetheless. Now I sound like Jank. I'm going to use this word, though, this stunt, okay? But I understand it was a sincere act, an incredibly courageous one in a way, but I'm saying in another sense, in a superficial way, in a television way, it was a stunt, and it worked. It got all the attention, and she's bathed in glory. And so, with that lengthy preamble, I will say that I think these comments clearly reflect a superficiality, and as you suggest, an ignorance on what the people who are really involved in a struggle, a sexual struggle, are going through.
Look, she has been a Republican all her life, which I find interesting because Republicans hate her, and they hate what she represents. But one thing that she's against is, any, government programs that help the needy. Like, she's spoken out against that on her own show that's supposed to deal with, transgender issues. And the thing is, she's just so unaware. She's in her own bubble, and she doesn't understand. Like, you might be part of that community, but you're an anomaly, honestly, in that community. And so to use your experiences as representative of what all trans people go through and what trans people should be, I think is, cruel in some ways. These comments are offensive.
I don't want to now pile on here a little bit, but I have to just tell the story about Bruce Jenner because I did a big speaking engagement at the Beverly Hilton. It was a big deal, and so I was very kind of nervous, and I had to do a keynote speech. And I was going over my notes, and I said to the guys, the organizer, I said, "Well, he said, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just, just want to make sure I get this because keynote speech is kind of, you want to start with something funny, and then you want to get something serious." And I said, "Hey, man, relax. You'll be better than last year's keynote speech." I said, "Who was that?" I said, "Bruce Jenner." "Well, what happened?" "Bruce Jenner's great. He took a call during the speech. The cell phone rang in his breast pocket, and he actually picked up the phone and had the conversation right there at the podium." Oh my God! Wow. I thought, wow, okay, that's all I needed to know about Bruce Jenner. Now maybe he's found God since then, but that is a pretty self-centered cat, man. So,
I never heard that. So that actually explains everything.
Yeah, really
anyway, because we talk about the bubble that people live in and how they can't understand the rest of the world, and that's why, poor people, why don't they get more money?
Yeah, that's essentially what she's saying here. Trans women, why don't they look more feminine? They're making other people uncomfortable.
Right.
I mean, come on.
So we talk about the limited bubble that people are in. It sounds like Caitlyn Jenner might be a bubble of one.
Yeah.
If you're so unaware that you're in front of this huge crowd that you take a call and that man, you have no conception of other human beings at all.
Or your responsibility to others either. Yeah. It's all about you.
Mm-hmm. So, last thing on this is that I just got a new pet peeve with Caitlyn Jenner, and through all this, I was slightly annoyed that she's still like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Republican," when she doesn't get it, yada. But I didn't care that much, and I was happy that she brought a spotlight to the trans community, and some people like her, so they're like, "Oh, buy transitive property. Maybe transgender people aren't so bad." Overall, still a net positive. But, okay, now it's a small thing. The big story angers me a lot more, of course, the not getting it. The small thing is Caitlyn Jenner. I just realized it. It's the same as the rest of her soap opera family. She chose something with a K. Kylie and Kim and Chloe, and so she did the same thing. No, I know it's with a C. No, but so is Chloe. So I think.
No, it's with a K.
It's with a K?
No, I feel like and this is just speculation, and I don't know if this is even true, but I feel like she specifically chose a name that could have started with a K, but she went with a C to give the middle finger to Kris Jenner. I don't know if that's true, but.
No, I feel like that's like her being like I'm still with the family, but I'm so I'm so risky. I went with a C. Right? It's Caitlyn with a C. Oh, yeah, I know. You're taking a bold risk there. Okay, don't go out on a ledge now. Okay, so, that's officially annoying now.
Yeah.
I have no comment on this story at all.
Okay, bang, no comment. We move forward.
All right, final story for you guys in this hour. A new study from Sweden proves that asshole behavior at the workplace is contagious. According to the researchers from Lund University, workplace rudeness is contagious. When one employee gets away with being an asshole, making fun of someone else, taking credit for another's work, sending gossipy emails, others actually follow suit. So it's very rare for other coworkers to stand up and say, "Hey, you're being a douchebag. Like, stop picking on that person. That high school bullying experience actually extends on to your professional life. Those who act rudely experience stronger social support from their peers.
So the part that I actually found the most unsurprising is the more that it's allowed, the more it spreads.
Yeah.
So if somebody in charge doesn't say, or others that are by them, doesn't stick up for the person, everybody's like, oh, license to be an asshole. Okay. Then it spreads like wildfire. And then everybody's a jerk to one another. And then once you started that culture, like, it becomes a culture of like, I'm going to be smarter than the other guy. I'm going to find a way to undercut that person, whether it's just to get a cheap laugh or to rise up. And you encourage that, and that festers and it festers.
So it always makes me question whether or not people are inherently good or bad, right? Like, get environment out of it. Like, we as people, are we bad? And then we become civilized, and as a result, we behave a certain way based on that. Because, like, why? Why do we want to be dicks? Okay. And why is it that when we see someone else acting like a dick, we use that as an excuse to also be dicks? It's like the Donald Trump effect. Yeah. Donald Trump is a dick, and then all these people, instead of course, there's some people that stand up for the powerless, but then you have this huge population of people in the U.S. that are like, yeah, now I can be a dick. Yeah. You know, they feel emboldened by it.
That's right. And somebody's got to put an end to it, and if you don't, right, and then it grows and it grows. So I have a definitive answer, although that doesn't mean that people won't disagree with me and that I won't be wrong. I'd be surprised if Wes didn't also have a definitive answer. But look, I think that people are both. They're both. So, and I don't say that out of because I'm a libby-lib, peacenik, like, oh, we have a better side of ourselves too. Let's talk about our better angels. No, I mean, look, on the one hand, we're super competitive, and that evolutionarily that makes sense. I gotta get that berry before she gets it, and then I live and she starves, right? Or I get that rabbit, I live, you don't, right? And so that all makes sense as to why evolutionary you would need that competition. But we're also very social animals, so we're also built to be cooperative. And we talked about this on a recent show. We go crazy if we're not in the company of others, right? Yeah. And so that's why if you put us in solitary confinement, we lose our minds. So we are built to be competitive and cooperative. So is that 50-50? It seems close to 50-50 to me. Could it be 55-45 in one direction? I'm sure it could. It's not that exact, obviously, right? But in terms of what arises out of those two different natures, it depends on the culture you create. Yeah, and also we want, as humans, I think you want allies. And so do you make the bad people your allies? Do you just kind of stay quiet? Like, what do you do? It takes balls to kind of stand up against the workplace bully or the bully in school. Yeah. So. Luckily, I got those. All right, what do you guys think?
Okay, my opinion, we're chimps. Chimps are dicks. Civilization and civilized people are all about the process of trying not to act like a chimp. Yeah. But as soon as the chimps get excited about something and they realize this is someone we can go after, the chimps pile on them. Yeah. Well, and then good or bad, it's I like chimps. That. I like that. And if you want the bad stuff in us, is like, chimp behavior. Every time I have like bad thoughts, I'm going to think of myself as a chimp. Be like, I'm just a chimp right now.
It's not even bad. It's just your animal side. I totally sign on to that. I think that's what it is all about. I mean, just like guys are always trying to get it on. And they go, really? Well, what are you talking about? Well, I understand there's been a bunch of layers put on top of that, but essentially we were created to procreate, and that's what
and to be dicks.
And be dicks in the process.
Well, I mean, look, you've been places where monkeys roam free? Mm-hmm. Do you leave your doors and windows open? No, because they're dicks. They'll take your shit. Yeah, they'll take your shit, and they know they're being a dick when they do it.
They'll smile. They'll turn back and smile at you like, that's got you, motherfucker.
So we're in the process of just trying to control all that.
So obviously our DNA is a little different than the monkeys, but we're also very similar, right? So
there's a couple similarities.
And when we pile on people, in some sense, we're also being cooperative. We're working together to pile on that poor guy. There you go, right? So all that is also true. And you can't ignore the evolution. I mean, it drove us to a certain place. We're so competitive that our sperm compete with one another, and our penis is designed to compete to shovel out the other guy's sperm that was there before.
Yeah.
Okay. No, but that's literally true. I know it's true. It's funny every time.
It's just funny every time.
Yeah. It's supposed to, because with the foreskin,
they
serve as a. No, I don't think they do.
Let him look at me.
The foreskin is the head is designed like a shovel, and the foreskin is the vacuum. So pulls out the other guy's sperm and shovels it out, and then puts your sperm in there. That's how competitive we are. Okay, so maybe competitive out, just cooperative a little bit. I'm talking myself into, but both sides do exist. So, and as much as guys want to have sex like crazy, even the guys who can get laid every single day, the most famous guys in the world, get married. There's also a drive to have a single companion, at least for a little while. Right?
So I think that's a cultural overlay, but I think that is stability, and there is a drive for stability.
No, Mark, I don't think it's just cultural.
It's territory.
Yeah, no, I think that evolution. It makes sense that, and this is my theory, but it's not just my theory. That it's about 4 years, super roughly, that we bond together in monogamous relationships until the kid can run away from the line on his own. 9 months, and then 3-year-old, he can run pretty fast. Okay, we're moving on. Because evolutionarily, then you want to spread your seed to other people, so you have more variation in the genetic pool. But you want to make sure that all that time you invested isn't wasted when the 1.5-year-old is eaten by the lion. So that's probably how it works. So obviously, all this is more complicated. But my overall point, despite all this, is don't give up on us. Right? We do have a better side. It's not just, feel-good talk that you get. It is also built into us through evolution so we can all get along and work as a team and win as a team and kill all the other animals. That is what we did.
Your penis is designed to get rid of the other guys. All right. Remember that also. Okay, so if you remember two things, the good in us and your penis is working for you.
Right. And by the way, if your penis is designed that way and you think you're the bad guy, well, she was designed to have several different sperm inside of her, so that's why the penis had to be the shovel and the vacuum. So
don't look to me. This is important, man. Look, I read the book too. I thought it was a fascinating book.
So we all like to have sex. There's nothing wrong with that either. Okay. All right. That is it for this hour. But we have a whole other hour over done. So Mark is leaving us.
Goodbye.
All right. Everybody check out the Edge. Mark's excellent podcast.
Edge-show.com.
Bang. Anna, of course, is on the Young Turks and the Point. Anna's going too, but don't worry, Jimmy Dore's coming back, and so is Sprinkles.
Aww.
Johnny Sprinkles.
All right, we'll be right back. Back on the Young Turks, final hour, 10th round of a 10-round championship fight. Okay, we've been on the air for 10 years straight, it appears. For 10 years doing a live stream, longest running live stream on the planet. And so we're celebrating that today. And we're doing 10 hours. This is the 10th hour. I've got some winners to announce in a second. We're going to do some more stories. I'm going to start super random, though, because these guys were talking about coconuts during the break. So, to just give you a sense of how slow I am. So, I got a couple of friends who randomly, two different guys, I've stayed at their house a bunch of times. We've known each other for 30, 40 years. And they have coconut milk shampoo. I don't know if you guys know this.
Oh, never had that.
Okay, and it smells great. And every time I stay at their house, I'm like, this shampoo smells delicious. I love this shampoo. And then I go home, I'm telling you, this has been going on for 20 years, right? And then I was at the store the other day. I was like, I too can buy coconut milk. I'm a slow learner. Remember, I was a Republican. So I bought it, and I'm like, yeah, this is it. This is the good shit. And I'm using it now. I'm like, I just feel liberated. I
I'd never heard of or seen that ever.
I had a very similar experience. It was when I moved out of my parents' house and I was going through the food store shopping, and I'm looking for stuff, and then it just hit me. I can get whatever the fuck I want right now.
Yes.
And I went and I got a quart of chocolate milk and I drank it.
That's right.
And then when I check it out, it was empty. I go, just ring it up. I drank it in the store.
Yeah,
and I was like, I can do this. I can do whatever I want. It was just like I could go buy all ice cream and fill it up. Like I couldn't get over it. All I did was the chocolate milk, and that was it. And I got it out of my system.
That's right. No, I remember daydreaming about my driver license because I wanted to be able to just like, you know what? I don't know why this was the daydream. What a silly, silly dream, right? Because, like, I'm like, you know what? If we ran out of milk and I still want to eat my Cocoa Pebbles, okay, I could drive to the grocery store because I'm a grown-up. I'm a grown-up who can get his own milk for his Cocoa Pebbles. Yeah.
We're remaking it. It's an empowering feeling, though.
It does. It is. And then I finally got my license, and then it kind of it happened. Not a,
you went and got milk?
Yeah, like I wasn't sure that it was milk, but it was something akin to that, right? And I felt so happy, and I was like, and I was in my pajamas. So I was like, I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. I'm going to stay in my pajamas. And I got my wallet, and I got my keys. I got in the car, and I'm so excited. And I backed into something and got into an accident.
That's some adult shit right there.
Yeah. And I was like, oh man, this is such a bummer. Yeah. This being an adult thing kind of sucks. It hit me right away. Yeah, like you never got to know.
Sometimes I think about the bigger version of that. Of like, you know, I'm living in California right now, work for the Young Turks, but you can just move. Like I can move to Hawaii or Canada or Thailand or whatever. And I think some people actually do that, and they seem crazy to me. Like I can't, like I can conceive of it, but I can never actually do something that big. I mean, I guess they moved here.
I feel the opposite. I feel like, why doesn't everyone from Cleveland move to LA?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
The rent's already high. Please don't encourage that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've never understood this. I've never understood. Because as a comedian, I drove all over the Midwest and all these shithole towns. And I'm just like, you guys, you know, the road I drove in on goes the other way. You can get the fuck out of here anytime you want.
Well,
I think about Bridgeport, Connecticut. I think the same thing.
Well, there is an answer there. So one of the answers is I'm going to reference for like the 28th time in 2 days, the colonization that Wes talked about in school.
You're dropping that.
No, I'm serious. I'm dropping that knowledge everywhere. Okay, now I'm going to explain it for like the 4th time in the last 2 days. So it's a good thing Wes is not here to explain it, so I'll do it for him.
That guy's a fucking asshole.
So just a quick version is we deregulate everything. Everything is consolidated. So the big banks start buying up all the little banks, for example. So your local town had a big banker, and he spent money there. And then they had all these mom and pop stores, and they had a little bit more money than the other guys, and they spent money in the town. Then Walmart comes along and obliterates them. So some of them are out of business, some of them got rich and moved out of town. Because once you're rich, you want to live in Santa Barbara. You want to live in Santa Barbara. So now, they extracted all the wealth from the towns. They continue to extract the wealth. They've made them into colonies, and there is no wealth going in. And so the coasts have colonized the middle of the country.
Interesting.
And so that's why part of the problem, Jimmy, is that they can't drive out. They don't have any resources. They're working at Walmart. Where are they going to drive to? What are they going to drive with? Where are they going to go?
$3,000, right? $4,000.
The other part of the answer is there's, as much as it makes sense to want to go to that island that Jesus keeps putting up during the breaks, right? We also have a feeling in us that pulls at us to be at home. And so Cleveland is home, so you got to stay home, and that's where your family is, and that's where your friends are, that's where all the people you know are, so you want to stay there.
Yeah, you knocked up somebody.
Right. And there are 3 elements to that, by the way. I'm saying off the top of my head. One is conservatives don't like change. So all the conservatives are far more just as a matter of nature opposed to change. They're not going to, this is the street I grew up in and I'm going to stay here, goddammit. Right? There's those people, and that's a big chunk, that's like 50%. And then there's the people who can't afford to go, right? And then there's the people like me who are nostalgic. Like, I think New Jersey's heaven on earth. Because I grew up there, I go back there to Route 18 that I loved. I'm like, okay, all right, objectively it looks a little run down. Okay, I get it. I'm not sure it looks like utopia that I had in my head, but to me, it's heaven. And so there's that too. And all your family and friends being there is a powerful, powerful thing, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so that's why people stay. Anyway, all right, now let me do some tweets. Keld Bizer says, Mark's right. Thanks for 10 years of unvarnished and unlubricated truth. I'm not sure you quite put it that way, but that is an interesting way of putting it. Amaderby Panda says the Young Turks is feeling the need for honesty since we're all surrounded by lies. Hisham Al-Shoaibi says Wes is in the house dropping some wisdom. Okay.
So far, I've dropped no wisdom. You've dropped.
He has all of his wisdom.
I'm just here. I'm like your skinny Ed McMahon.
Although funny enough, I'm the one laughing and not so skinny. Okay. Dan writes in, thank you to TYT for giving me an interest in politics when I was 14. I'm now almost 16, and I will continue to watch you as I grow. Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you for joining us, Dan. Liquider3, sorry, I always have trouble with your name, says, oh, this is interesting. I'm trans. I can speak with authority here. Fuck Caitlyn Jenner. Wow. She doesn't speak for me or anyone trans I know. Hashtag doing it for profit. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. So I don't know that part, but obviously that's her opinion, and so that's interesting. Okay. It takes a lot of guts to say that. That's right. Okay. Jay Hansen says Caitlyn Jenner has a future Fox commentator written all over her. Eventually, they'll need a trans person willing to sell out trans people. Yeah, that's true.
Are they talking about Trans Ams? What are they talking about?
Okay, all right. Ray for Madness says all shitty behavior is contagious all the time, everywhere, so don't be a fucking cunt. Golden rule, people.
Don't be a fucking... I like that. Is the golden rule.
Yeah.
That should have been one of the commandments. There's room. You can get rid of so many of those.
That's the subtext of a lot of them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't fuck your neighbor's wife. Come on, don't be a dick.
That word without doing a little bit of a British accent, can you?
A little bit, yeah.
You have to. You can't just say cunt.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cunt.
Yeah. I've been listening to the Ricky Gervais show, and I wish that we use their slang more. Their slang is so much better than American slang.
That's
bollocks. Exactly.
Candy Graham for Mongo, last one. Candy Graham for Mongo says Jimmy Jank and Johnny Sprinkles. Just what a semi-drunk girl needs. Hashtag bring it.
Semi-drunk, keep going. That's what I say. Don't quit now.
You know what semi-drunk guys? No, I'm sorry.
All right, last two things, and then we'll do some stories. First of all, the hoodie winners. This is a big moment. Okay, so we did hashtag how I found TYT. A whole bunch of people submitted videos. I love them. I didn't get to see all of them because I was in and out, especially during the breaks. I want to watch all of them because they looked fantastic. And so we were going to pick 3 random winners to win TYT hoodies. So here you are. Megan, DJ Manti, and Connor Lonergan. All right, so well, Sinterland, thank you for participating. Okay,
hoodies too.
So you guys all 3 of you get hoodies. So I guess we'll find you somehow and get you your hoodies.
Now, Cenk, when you started the Young Turks 10 years ago, did you have the vision that this is what it would be? You'd have a company with 60 people, a big wall of TVs behind you. Is this what you envisioned?
Okay. So that's a great question. So we started, the video show 10 years ago. We started the radio show 13 years ago, right? And so the answer is an absolutely yes and no. So the yes part is, first interview we ever did was Pittsburgh paper, because we were on a local Pittsburgh radio station there. And they described us as part Howard Dean, part Howard Stern, which to this day is still a pretty good description. Yeah. And they asked me, "What's your goal?" And I said to them, "Global domination." A rinky-dink, I'm serious. That's barely started. Howard Stern's not there yet. There's hardly anybody listening. We're on a rinky-dink station in Wichita and Pittsburgh, right? And I'm thinking global domination. So I had that attitude from day one, but I didn't envision what it looked like. I don't know. even I didn't have the balls to think like, okay, but what does that mean, right? What do you do? You're gonna have a company of 60 people? No, I mean, okay, but even more so, if you said to me, you know, you're gonna start online video, I would have said yes, because I had already planned to start online video even when we were doing the radio show. That if you said you're number one in the news category, I would have been like, ooh, like I could see that, but like, wow, really? And but you mean in the digital world? And you said no, you beat MSNBC and Fox News or CNN. I'd have been like, I think my heart would have started to beat a little faster, like, oh fuck, really, right? And then if you told me you got 1 billion views, not viewers, right, but views, I'm like, no, dude, fuck off. Like, now you're getting crazy. That's not going to happen. Yeah. Like, I would have, if you told me 10 million, I'd have been like, yeah, like 100 million. Fuck, we did it, man. Holy shit, we got 100 million, right? But now, nothing fucking impresses anybody, right? Yeah. So, we hit like over 3 billion views, and yeah, we get good media coverage from time to time, like we have been this week and stuff, and that feels good. But then you go to do business meetings, they're like, oh, 3 billion, yeah, whatever. Like, Dick, what do you mean whatever? What do you mean whatever? And I kind of want to yell at all those meetings, which you can't, and it's counterproductive. Yeah, but we didn't have anything. Like, right, from nowhere, we invented this. Yeah, it wasn't like the Koch brothers had, David Koch once had an honest speech where he's like, you know, we did this the American way, we worked hard, and my brother and I, and then our dad died and gave us $400 million. Yeah. So that was just one honest moment, right? And it's not like, and they did a great job. If you don't care about morality, they took $400 million and turned it into like 80 billion or something along those lines. That's a pretty good job. But we didn't have the 400 million in the beginning. We didn't have any of that, right? So, but you know what, Jimmy? Though in the business world, they hold that against you. They don't mean to. They're not being dicks about it. They're not like, try again, motherfucker. Right? No, but it's a visceral thing. They're like, oh, there's no insiders of the company. There's no one I recognize. I feel a little uncomfortable. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right? Oh, you didn't start out with a lot of money. Well, that's a little risky. So I feel more uncomfortable. Oh, you built it up from the ground up and it took 10 years. Oof, I really feel uncomfortable because this is not a hot company. Hot companies, you catch on fire. They do it in 6 months and they got a lot of whiz and bang.
So do something safe. Give like a rich guy's kid $10 million for an app. Do that. That's safer.
Yeah. And so we still have that, man. So we haven't, you know, we got a lot of hurdles ahead of us. We got a lot of obstacles. Got to keep on fighting, keep on running. We're still in the woods. We still get no respect. Yeah, well, in some circles, that's right. Okay, so I haven't had a moment, Jimmy, I was just saying this during the break, and maybe that's what triggered your questions. Whether it was mad as hell, or the 10-year thing, or the 1 billion anniversary, or the 1 billion celebration we did at YouTube Space, or the 10-year anniversary we're doing now, where I sit back and go, hey, we fucking made it, man. Look at this thing that we built. Because I'm too busy running. Like, I feel like if I stop for a second, I'm going to get run over. So I'll get back to you in 10 years.
Well, I just want to say I've been with you since 2011 but I knew of you before then because I would rip off a lot of your clips to do on my show. I would always go, you guys got something on this, and then I would just go look at you, and then but it's really changed my life. I never thought I would enjoy doing anything as much as I enjoy doing stand-up comedy, and this has really focused me in another way. It's another chapter in my life. And it's because you had a vision, and then you let down the tent roof, and you opened up this whole world, and then I get to walk into it, and I just want to say thanks.
Thanks, Joey. I really, really appreciate that. And what's great about that whole phenomenon is that if you put down a vision, it turns out people like that come. So whether it was Wes 11 years ago, or you, or Johnny, just John. in 2012 when he came in, you look at his game in the door. Smart people who are passionate, didn't care about doing the right things. So, turns out if that's the flag you plant, that's the flag you get. Okay? And so, like attracts like. Right. And so, if that's the kind of company we're building, and we keep building, talk guys, love it. That's good enough. Yeah, there'd be more cattiness, but we also don't encourage, right? So it's probably not. This is probably not. All right, let's do some more shit. Sort of what we're doing, I guess. Eight students at the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina have been suspended after photos were found of them on Facebook wearing white hoods that some say look like KKK hoods. No. Some think that what weirdos those people must be. I'm joking, of course, because if you turn to the mainstream media in some form at least, you'll see something like this video.
South Carolina Military College now suspending several students over this controversial photograph. You'll see 7 cadets wearing all white clothes and hoods over their heads. They resemble KKK.
Also, that beautiful center there. Some say, I don't know where the government is. Okay, so now if the Citadel had no history of racism, you could say like, boy, maybe there's some real knuckleheads. I mean, I would hope that one of them be like, okay, I get it, man, we're trying to be ghosts. But let's look at me for 1 second. I didn't realize how shitty this looks. Right? Like, so there wasn't anybody in the room, there wasn't an adult, there wasn't one of the cadets. It was like, this guy's at a minimum, this looks awful. Yeah, right? So, it's not ghosts, okay? Yeah, that's just a look. That's a look. It's not a ghost. That's a look. Yeah. Like, you should realize the awkwardness of, like, it's sort of like turning in the eyeballs. It's like, dude, I can barely see the light this cross. The eyeballs keep moving. Like, this isn't right at all. But anyways, one of the heads of the Citadel doesn't want you to think that this is anything racist, despite their history, which we're going to get to. The president, Lieutenant General John W. Rosen, explained this as a group of students singing Christmas carols as part of the Ghost Christmas Past kit. Well, unfortunately, there are ghosts of their past. It's not of Christmas, it's of the Citadel. The Publishing Courier, which is reporting on this, reports that October 1986 incident, which 5 white Citadel cadets entered black student Kevin Nesmith's room wearing white sheets and towels and shouted racial insults. They left a charge Christmas tree or something. They left a charred paper cross in his room. After that, he eventually ended up leaving, despite the slight punishment that they gave to the kids who had terrorized him that way. The NAACP then filed an $800,000 federal lawsuit on his behalf, claiming that racial bigotry has historically been tolerated and sanctioned by officials at the Citadel. Now, really fast, we have a couple of other incidents from more recent history. Former Citadel cadet Jordan Jackson told the Post-Courier that she was a victim of racial harassment at the military college. Almost from the moment she walked through its doors the previous fall, she was the target of racial epithets and notes. She eventually quit the school rather than endure more insults. And so they also have the Confederate flag up on the campus. The Charleston County Councilman Henry Darby received hundreds of phone and email messages after he asked the Citadel to remove the Confederate naval jack flag from Summerall Chapel on campus. This was after he asked like required it. Several of the messages from people identifying themselves as Citadel alumni included racial slurs and the N-word.
Who's in Northwest Ohio.
But they're from fairly recent history and they're alumni.
And Eddie is also doing on air comments.
And the evil of the Citadel's past is them choking one of the co-hosts.
So we're gonna
we lasted 9.5 hours before the coffee. Yep,
pre-game for you guys tonight. We're gonna for a couple of different things, but
I've been coughing during the breaks fairly significantly. But sorry to interrupt.
Some really good news today is
I've as as Wes and I talked
cool
about
news,
earlier,
right?
I've got
Bernie is
walking
now
pneumonia,
leading
so good luck,
nationally
everybody.
in a national poll by 47%.
I'm sick most of next week, but not this weekend.
So that's pretty cool. That was reported in
All right, hold on. We got the water. Let
Politics
me grab the
USA.
water real quick. And I did want to say one thing more about the
Sorry for that too fast.
By the way,
bring the second
article.
From the picture, not
I did not have time today to check real clear politics.
the guy on the left
Incorporated into that yet.
that look on his face isn't like we're doing a sing along.
So I
like
think
we're getting away with it.
Yeah.
We're
That was a
getting
Fox
away
News
with
poll,
a
though,
bunch
right?
of racist
Yeah.
motherfuckers. Holy
Okay.
shit!
I did this rundown so fast, guys. I did a good job as my own personal reason.
interesting coincidence.
And then just the Fox News poll, Scott, we're going to that out. Right. There was an early that showed there within a couple games.
So, literally on, it's not a...
Yes.
28% of the citizens was not black. So, the fact that they didn't have anybody black as gross
Bernie too.
could also be somewhat telling, right?
Complained.
Yeah.
Says to me that
some chance that's what would have happened. At the very least, if they had asked someone black, they might have said, hey guys,
it's not like yo-yoing. People are consistently getting on board.
So,
and you can see that
given
in
the context of the racial
they're with Hillary and
issues
then
in
they
the
worry
Citadel,
about Bernie.
not just in 1986, which was the first story, but in 2013, yes, one of the more recent stories that John told you about.
We're getting the news out there, and that's what we need to do. It's amazing
given
how
all that
many
racial
people
context at that
haven't heard
school,
of Bernie
wouldn't you want to be
much
more
until New
careful?
Hampshire or
So if
Iowa.
you're not careful at all, and you do
And all
something
of a
that looks
sudden they
terrible
hear him
like
all
this,
the time, and they're
it's
like,
almost
who
as
is
if
this
Wes
guy? Where
said,
did he come from?
"Now we're getting away with it."
It's a huge difference in the mainstream media coverage. Now people are saying, "Oh, he's done this for his campaign, for discipline. You know, he's got enough money. He's got a lot of organization.
They are.
You know, he's got a good message. You know, he's keeping it pretty positive. Yeah, for the most part.
You see, the first reaction
people,
from the president is,
even
oh no,
like the mainstream
it's just
media
a Christmas carol. So I'm sure he's going to look into it very diligently. He's going to make sure that they get punished, like his predecessors have.
I'm finding it really funny. It was a morning show, and I don't know their names on that show, but they're like, "Oh, Bernie has done so wonderfully. Like they've been on his side all along and have talked about him
all right,
all along."
You got one more story, John?
Had him on
I've got 3 more stories. All right, give me one more in this segment.
Yeah, I'm amazed that I knew they would
pretty
do
much
that.
every time we go on the air, we're very critical of the way the media covers the election. You've seen us criticize the media time and time again, so let's mix it up.
Yeah, they even said things about, Hillary's going to lose in Nevada, and I was like, wow, they actually said it.
I don't know. I think he's got a better chance there than in South Carolina. You know, I live, a few miles from the South Carolina border, the southern South Carolina border. So,
in Arizona,
and I used to live in Charleston. So I have sort of a sense of what it's like there, and I think, obviously he's going in the right direction there. He's obviously on the upswing, surging, whatever they keep saying. But I don't know if there's time. So that's where I am. What do you think about South Carolina?
Well, I was actually born there and lived there until I was in kindergarten, but I have family still down there. I don't know, are the ads that I've seen online running there, they're really good ads with Eric Garner, some of the civil rights ads. Some of them are really good. I think he's got a real good chance that people are actually seeing those ads, and we're reaching out to especially the young college groups of people and working people in South Carolina. I think Bernie's probably going to catch. There's a good Hispanic population I know in the state now than there probably was when I lived there. Another group I think he's doing really well in. So yeah, I think we shouldn't really say he's behind in South Carolina anymore. I bet he's doing a lot better than we think he is, especially people see those commercials. I thought they were really well done.
I don't know how I was just sure that because I'm pretty sure that was what his sports they're going to have sports on the weekend. Al Sharpton's going to take over.
Okay, so
no, but that's why I really like Charles Barkley because he's going to tell you what he thinks. Yeah, he's not going to pull any punches no matter where he is. Now he's going to take a step out there because he also brings them ratings, right? And so he makes them a lot of money, so they're going to be reluctant to try to put too much pressure on him, especially because he's Charles Barkley. Try to put a lot of pressure on him, he'll come back on there and be like, okay, now this is what they told me last time. Yeah, right? So bless his heart, man, he's got that a little bit of power, and he uses it for good. So that's fantastic.
After the
okay, so I'm going to tell you like I see it. And this is what CNN is doing. He's right.
Speaking in there
so,
as well.
More power to him. And by the way, remember, Charles Barkley was a former Republican.
And we'll also have
so now he's taking on the Republicans. So there's two great quotes from Charles Barkley in that regard that I love. Back when he was a Republican,
while the forum was going
his
on,
grandma asked him, according to him,
footage possibly
Charles
from Scott in a watch
party. The Republicans are the rich people. Why are you with them, Charles?
Bernie.
He says, Grandma, I'm rich.
In the timeline.
But then they asked him many years later.
There you go.
Hey Charles, why did you leave the Republican Party? Until they went nuts. It's like that's right. They lost their mind. And that was during the Bush years. That he said that around 2003, 2004. And so he's like, when you're alone, like, it's all fun and games. I'm with you. Yeah, let's do it, right? That's my outline document. Okay, so America. And he's like, but now you're going to get paid rent, countries, torture people, do all this crazy stuff.
This week.
I'm out.
That's Monday morning, early. Yes.
Torturing people.
Okay, so you guys might have seen the video going around the long line at the Bernie rally.
Snickering about it.
Extremely long line at the Bernie rally.
The lovely opinion was in that line.
Luckily, I was closer to the door than to the end of the line, but that entailed staying outside in the cold for over 2.5 hours so we could get inside. Yeah, it was not a pleasant day in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Which of course is February and the Great Lakes. So, yeah, you don't really expect it to be bombing weather, do you?
That they don't talk about getting money out of politics.
It was
on the
not
gigantic
as bad as it could be, but
that's running this debate
it could have
that
been nicer,
relies on money from politicians to buy ads to then fund their
there were
operations.
about 19 degrees Fahrenheit.
And you combine it with things saying, so
it was
truly
really damp,
about
which
Trump
it usually
because
is
they
in this part of
desperately
the
want
world.
other programs.
So,
Even Chuck Todd,
a lot of people standing in that line did go at least a mile because they had to get out of the parking lot, and it took about an hour to get out of the parking lot later.
Americans,
we went that route, and from that drive all the way up there, it goes past the football stadium. That's one picture I have. It's the football stadium length. It kept going another block, another block, another block, past another light, and then went around the corner to another street. So, yeah, I would say at least a mile. And the Hare Krishnas dancing along it, we didn't see them too often, so if they started from the front of the line and got to the back, I can see why we didn't see them too often, because they weren't,
but they just desperately want to make money.
Yeah,
And they want to access the politicians, like their interest fundamentally is educating the population. And of course, there are other forms of media that don't have that sort of
pretty amped.
PBS and some forms of media on the internet.
Believers. I was going to say everybody
even
who was there had to want to be there because you don't stand outside for several hours in sub-freezing temperatures and risk frostbite.
Give a damn
The thing that really concerned me, we had a lot of young people and working people there with not adequate clothing. It's terrible when you live in the northern Midwest, the Great Lakes region, and you don't own a coat.
To just say,
you can't do that. Inadequate clothing to be outside for that long, and you could tell they were working kids and the shoes, trainers, sneakers, don't work with weather. They were there, a group that we talked to were there because they were all kind of taking a break from work because they wanted to hear more about Bernie's $15 minimum wage.
And I put up a video. Some guy made
that I found very fascinating. Not all college kids there, though. We're on Eastern Michigan University campus, which is a nice little medium-sized state school right next door to University of Michigan, which of course is a huge mega school. So yeah, a lot of students. Some got bused and about 5 miles away from UM. But a lot of working people, older people, yeah. And Bernie baby, I was impressed with the mothers and the snuggle sacks, the babies of the baby.
Yeah, smart.
So that must be
we had all ages and all types of people, all races. Muslim people wearing their scarves and things like that in the arena. So this area of the world is pretty culturally diverse in that regard. And
but so Jimmy brings up a really interesting point, which is
we were really impressed that we really did enjoy talking to people in line, and then when we had to wait several hours inside the arena. So you do. Here's a picture here you can see now. That was when Bernie came in. It was very difficult to see when Bernie came in. People all kind of ran over to the corner Kind of like in a basketball arena where they come in through a corner thing. The Secret Service
now they got it for free,
everywhere.
but it was in return for the government asked for one thing.
I've
you got news as a public service.
They are noticeable, and they're probably not noticeable.
For a while,
we had sheriff's deputies, campus cops.
And
the TSA is there. That's how you
spent
get
a lot of money on news. They wouldn't make it back in advertising.
What do you call it? Metal detectors.
They got that
it's just amazing how much security goes through. But they process about, I would say, between 9,500 and 1,000 people into that stadium arena within a couple of hours before Bernie spoke. And we were waiting, and we kept wondering, where was Bernie? It took a while for Bernie to show up. He was about 10, 15 minutes late that our first speaker came up. And she was with the Michigan Nurses Association, who has endorsed Bernie, 11,000 member union. Yay. So the nurses are pro Bernie. And we kept saying, where's Bernie? Where's Bernie? There was a lot of false starts. The Secret Service don't give anything away.
Donald Trump desperately wants to That's why when he says, I won't go on your debate unless you pay me $5 million, and they say, go F yourself, and then he goes on the debate, they need him. Yes, they want the debate. Desperately wants to be on that stage. Charge him $5 million. Right.
In a different way that you had heard, or
lost the string on that. So now everybody's chasing
he really did. He came out of the box.
No public service anymore.
The first group to hear his
it's
comments
as we discussed earlier in another conference.
Because the reason he had been late is that he had gone
so
to
we made that an informal deal.
So
we didn't make it a formal
it's about
deal.
30, 40 miles away from Ypsilanti at least. He was a little further.
And so, by the way, one thing you could do, and I wonder, Bernie Sanders,
his voice started out rather gravelly, which we kind of get used to. We know Bernie was speaking everywhere. He had been in Nevada the night before. He had God knows how many speaking engagements the last week.
Right? NBC
But it was amazing. I don't think his voice got very strong during his speech. He wasn't hoarse. I think he was actually in tears when he told us about the mother he had talked to. His child was just mentally deteriorating in front of her eyes because of the lead in the water. And he said he did call on Snyder's resignation, which of course in the Michigan arena got a lot of cheers.
Yeah, well, but that's
a bunch of Red Snyder
situation though, because the guy who was
I'm for the free market. I want everyone to go to the free market, right?
If I recall, not so great either.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan's kind of in a real pickle there. It's just a lot of not very good Republican leadership, I guess.
I criticize humanity for saying that we are impossible to educate. We're not that intellectually curious, especially about politics. We're the problem. There's a solution.
I always felt like it was likely to be like very strongly
storing
pro-Indian.
35, 40. No, but I think that's the point.
That definitely has a point about the
since the
Transportation
Reagan
Center.
era, the
And we
unions
try to
have
have a
been
point with most of our
decimated.
services.
And I'm not even
But look, on the other hand, and I don't feel bad about it at all.
They are so
I
weak
genuinely,
here, so few
as we
and far
discussed,
between.
when I have the sports guys on, I gotta go
the higher
debate
temp
with
workers
them,
at
and
$10
when I
an
have
hour
the
at Jeep in Toledo.
Pop Sugar guys on, we got a new Justin Bieber conversation / debate.
That's why I could go on about Governor Kasich in Ohio, another person who's not a favorite of Democrats or Bernie supporters in this part of the world. But yeah, this is an area that's really has been hurting the last 25, 30 years.
Right?
And
It's
so
okay to have
Bernie,
fun.
So we could bring back
I'm not saying
more
like NBC and ABC has to be like even more dour than they
culture in
already
this country.
have,
I
right?
think it
They're
would
plenty dour. That
called
isn't
the
the
Rust
issue.
Belt. A gentleman behind us were chatting with said, yeah, we're not in the Rust Belt.
We already learned everything we need to know on Sean Hannity.
Because we all have infrastructure, we're all probably getting lead in our water. And I think, I live in a little town, there's a little city in Ohio by Youngstown that's also got lead problems in the water. They're going to find it in a lot of cities here.
So we've got so scary, that is terrifying. I mean, because there, like, right now.
All right, look, we got to take a quick break, right? We're going to do one more segment.
There's about 10 million people within 100 miles of Detroit downtown. This is a heavily populated part of the country. There's large families, so a lot of agribusiness and other business going on. But no, the infrastructures are gone. I mean, we need new pipes, we need new water.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need a lot of new stuff. So what Bernie's saying is talking to a lot of people.
But nonetheless, let's
that seems like, that seems like
it is coast-passing around the world at BradLaw.com and also at Al-Qaeda, or that's our main station. And I think Progressive Voices, TuneIn Radio. You can follow us on Twitter at @BradLaw. Follow me on Twitter at
ignorant, privileged white man
and
That's a good moment. I just want to say thank you. That's a good job. Brad's here too. Good to see you, Brad. All right. Yeah, absolutely.
I had no idea.
So, by the way, so wait. So Brad I'm sure glad he's here because he connects, and I'm glad you're on the last segment because he connects the 99-hour filibuster with the 10-hour anniversary show. Right?
That's right. I've known you, and by the way, congratulations.
That would make sense in Texas. They would use that more
amazing. But I've known you since 2006.
All right, so there we go.
The Alito filibuster, trying to stop Alito from becoming.
Okay. All right. So I think so we have
but it was a great opportunity. A lot more.
Are we going to jump to it?
I've actually known
right away.
Longer than that, since like JR was just like a wee baby.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't remember, we did and somebody just wrote in that they've been watching since they were 14. Now they're 16. So that they were probably 6 when we're doing that or 7 when we're doing that filibuster. I'm pretty sure you don't remember. We stayed on the air for 99 straight hours. And our effort was to try to get the Democrats.
What's going on here is the MSN is going to kick on
and filibuster Sam Alito because we're like, if you don't filibuster that guy, what's the point of having a filibuster, right? I mean, he was the most radical conservative justice of our lifetimes that was appointed. And it turns out, by the way, we were 100% right. He voted 100% politically Republican, conservative on every issue, right? On every issue.
Well,
so, and we didn't do the filibuster show over John Roberts, we did it over Sam Alito. And finally, and when we said we're going to stay on the air, it's almost an impromptu decision. Jill Pike had a huge role in it, Mike was sure.
Actually, Eddie, hey.
We voted, Jill was the deciding vote that we should do it, and we're crazy, and we're like, now we plan things out. Right? Back then we're like, I don't know what's going on there, and we didn't know it was going to be 99 hours. We said, let's just do it indefinitely until the Democrats get embarrassed into doing an actual filibuster.
Right now,
I don't know that we had any role in it, but John Kerry was criticized for it. Yeah, and Senator Kerry, when he was in Europe, said, okay, I'm starting a filibuster. Because the Sam Alito's
I mean, I think any strong feeling in a lot of
buzz around it, and the reason I want to thank Brad and Desi for it is not only did they help him
situation at this point.
Doing it,
I mean,
and they jumped over to help us when they were supposed to do so, but they didn't have to, but they also publicized it a lot. Right, and they got a lot of other people involved, and so I think that was really, really great. So that's why we talk about Brad Pike from time to time. And so, and
I definitely think he's honorable. People like a winner.
It's a lot of fun to do. It was, I think,
he's going with a winner.
Hours, like,
as long as he's doing a good showing, I think it's only going to help.
It's great.
I'm still filibustering. And so it's funny though, the historical context, right? 9 years
from Mark
later, like 9 years earlier, the Democrats were, should we use one filibuster? Yeah, you're gonna on the thing you're supposed to use filibusters for, right? And on the most conservative radical guy there was, they're like, oh, should we? And then when the Republicans were in the minority, they're like, let's use it every time. These knuckleheads, what idiots. Of course you use it every time.
Well, and also, I remember about 2006, 2007, talking to Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois. The folks that were with me were all asking, why don't you do actual filibusters? You know, all Republicans have to do is just look at you.
I have not.
It's like, why don't you do that? He said, oh, well, some of the senators are very old and they can't stand up. They're very be in the room for that long time. We're like, they're too old.
I do think that
filibusters. And look what's been happening.
You know, I mean, I
became Supreme Court Justice. And look at all the voter suppression laws.
You know,
everything is we are seeing
like Hillary had by 1
of all the
percentage
social
point, but they gave a margin of error of 6%,
and achievements that have been done since the 1960s. They're all being dismantled.
Which means they don't really know. In other words, I would say statistical dead heat.
Now, Nevada is a caucus, right?
Yeah. Okay. It'll be like Iowa.
So this is, I'm hoping that they
Republicans filibuster when they filibuster.
Make
them look up from their paper. Yeah, I put that too. And that. No, make them stand up and actually filibuster.
I
like what Ted Cruz filibuster.
We were reading the Nate Silverstein this morning on the newsroom.
Yeah, I like when Ted Cruz filibusters. I like when Rand Paul does his scheduled filibuster.
He's got to win those 50-50.
Yeah, that's really the time for it.
That's where the momentum carries over. If he starts to lose the 50-50 states, then
they still haven't done a real
states where he's obviously going to have a loss. We just take a loss.
So, but no, that's okay. They're in the minority now. I'm sure they'll be filibustering just as much as Republicans.
I think what we're going to see there is a lot more Latino votes because they're not.
They have done a couple, but
they don't really have the demographics broken down correctly.
So, of course, we only had 10 hours, so we're going to run over time.
I think it affects it, and we had a whole bunch of endorsements that just came through.
Let me read some tweets. I got to read member number one, and then John has at least one last
Yeah, I was going to say it's Justin Bamberg from South Carolina.
Angry Raider fan writes in, you know we're
that was very
reflective speeches about the show.
Endorsement I thought from South Carolina, so good for him. Thank you, Justin.
Which stands for
Did you see some of the caucus videos commercials by Chad Allen? Some of them were very cute.
Germany says, light a track
videos
light,
that say, wake up and go caucus. I guess it's at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, so we can get young people in Las Vegas up from, at Friday night to go out and caucus.
Tough time. Just some advice for me.
But the little ads, little blurbs for Bernie, get up and feel the burn and vote for caucus.
Well, that's true.
They're great. I came across this today.
I really am so happy. I don't know. I can't even think. Like, every single one
dead, but a Southern military school with
I have to admit, I like Bernie's ads so far. All upbeat,
and
fun,
they do. They're still flying
positive.
that.
So technically, I've seen one or two Hillary ads just because somebody had them on the show and was kind of dissecting them.
And
they couldn't sell me on her. I hate to say.
No, I saw one that she did.
What do you?
Bernie. It was trying to sell Bernie as like a one-issue candidate. Like, all about one. Every answer every debate. And I was like, that kind of makes me feel like he understands how things are
So now you apply that to the Confederate flag. Doesn't mean
Hillary should not have the word Wall Street put beside her or connected to her.
Right, that would be the opposite side of things. You're like, no, I'm a normal human. Go do some normal human. That's philosophy.
I just wonder, she's got a lot of money, or had a lot of money. I'm not sure how well she's doing right now. She's put them into her advertisements. She doesn't seem to be getting the bang for her buck very well. Is it just me, or?
I mean, I'm not obviously not in that
person of the year, and there was actually a great news this morning. I was conversation on things I was going to say, and then everything was shut up by announcing who the actual person was.
We didn't run this.
We were going to talk about this shortly, which is still really interesting. So that's Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's a very good clip.
So we could run that, and right now it's just Rachel Maddow talking to Biden,
leader of ISIS, Caitlyn Jenner,
saying
and Black Lives Matter
streams. There's nothing exciting
going on.
We're going to talk about. You can check in with comments. There's a lot of good discussion going on there.
You said you thought it was going to either be Trump or Black Lives Matter, right?
Video and
Okay, so and the funny thing is, when I thought it had to be Trump, I thought they were going to want to capitalize on that and sell a bunch of magazines and everything. I was going to be mad, but now it's not. And I actually now think it should have been.
Well, I feel the same way, so we'll get to that.
Okay, it is actually Angela Merkel, leader of Germany, and the reasoning for it is pretty interesting. So they said that for asking more of her country than most politicians would dare, for staying firm against tyranny as well as civilians, and for providing steadfast moral leadership in a world where it is in short supply.
I suspect it will be like the one at the University of Wisconsin. They'll give out like
is the Syrian refugee
the
crisis,
actual
allowing
people in the neighborhood.
refugees.
And then the rest will be under the hands of the DNC. They'll be handling them.
The response to
which means they go to Hillary
and also sending in troops to fight.
Yeah, I hope not, but if it's the same as it has been for other past debates,
she is a great world leader and all that. Really fast. We're talking about
it seems like the audiences are picked for, because they're undecided voters, or they have a particular.
I can't imagine.
I mean, I think it's smart to pick undecided voters with that.
Were the runners.
Mostly they're rewarding good, faithful DNC members. That's what I understand, or state Democratic committee.
Yeah, different this morning.
Okay. I did not know that was the criteria.
Yeah, if there's any marches or protests going on that day, let us know. That sounds fun. I might go brave Nicole again.
They think it's ruining Germany. That's barely even a real thing.
Yeah, that's not even.
Okay, no, thanks for that. Thanks for that comment.
And the
I didn't know they were doing
we're going to put up this graphic. Bernie Sanders is
I don't know
twice as much as Wallet. Now you can
I
argue
think
whether or not
one,
Bernie
but it'll be before the Ohio primary, which is the 15th, and the Michigan primary is March 8th.
That's been on
So we're very close together there. So yeah,
the numbers get so small. I don't know what you were doing there.
We're just going to roll from March 1st to the 8th to the 15th, and there's a lot of them in those weeks. Yes,
it's
going to be
prestigious award in 29 years.
That's the very best. Okay.
Okay, so here's my thing. Of course, there's a lot of other people. Like, I think Black Lives Matter activists should have been.
I'm at the beginning of this video.
I thought they
I have a red coat on.
They should have been
There's so much news coverage of it.
Right, I think they're doing
countrywide thing.
Right, I think they're doing good things for an important movement. But I think if Trump had gotten it, maybe he would have been like, I'm person of the universe. I don't need to run for president anymore because I've already achieved this amazing goal.
I think you were right with the first part. He would say, I am person of the universe. And then you get a hat that says person of the universe. But then I think you get so must be.
I didn't hear about it except maybe 2 or 3 days ahead of time, and I saw it on the Bernie TV Slack. And other people I talked to there had heard about it with less than 24-hour notice. So a couple of Detroit stations had announced it like the day before.
Obviously the way that they
came with that short of notice, had to get off work, get out of school, get a babysitter, and stood out in the cold.
I know, but
These people
find it. Of course, but young people are seeing person of the year, and then they look at
I would say mostly southeastern Michigan, and of course I came from northwest Ohio and my northeast Ohio side, but within 100 miles of that area.
The reason
was originally from Cleveland, I think she's at school at UM. She said
in a way
there are 2 good-sized colleges there, but
when we saw,
it wasn't just college students, it was counties,
Germany, and
it
Russia
was
to some
working
extent,
people,
Japan,
it was people of all ages, races, creeds. And Hare Krishna is there too.
And we've
they were great entertainment, I have to say. I was glad they were wearing shoes and not sandals like this.
Right? Oh my gosh, yeah.
They were dancing
because he is getting all of this support.
Yes,
basically,
the only reason amazing how many people were there without hats and adequate clothing.
But only because some of the structural economic variables of those countries aren't true. Like we're in a recession, sure. If our economy was as bad off as Germany was in the 20s and 30s, lost the major war, imagine how much more salient the grand thing Trump would be.
It's still going, it goes down to Huron River Drive. It's about a mile away from
the population that's like
EMU convocation. We had to drive that way to get back out to the highway.
Leader. He was providing a sense of
someone said they could be in downtown Ypsilanti in under 2 miles.
So it is an interesting sort of contrast with Donald Trump being a little.
Everybody, we're getting hey guys, he's in the vein. We're getting Bernie is live. I like that. All right, so MSNBC, I guess. Exactly. We're going to cut out of this. Comments. But by the way, so they put the founder of Uber at number 6.
Uber, hey, in all fairness,
am I still out of sync?
Uber,
probably.
Everybody knows.
Anyway, so here's why I can sort of understand. So I'm extremely critical of people losing their shit about apps.
Tells me that he's got some
10 days after they get taken off the internet, nobody's going to care if they existed. Like, there's so many social media sites that are going to get replaced by another one, and nobody's going to care. It's not going to change anyone's life. All these dating apps are totally replaced.
Unfortunately, we can't bring it to you because political speech is not known by the people anymore.
This has actually changed how people function. If all of a sudden it disappears, it would be replaced by Lyft or whatever. But it was essential that it happened, that it spread so across the world, especially across the United States. And so to the extent that apps do actually change things, this is an example of one that actually changes things. President of Iran, maybe next year or something. Caitlyn Jenner, significant, but no, not Time Person of the Year. I think that we covered all of them. Now, there are other examples that you could bring up, I think. Like, look, Bernie Sanders, I love that he won the user poll. He didn't need to be Time Person of the Year. Maybe if he becomes president and changes a bunch of shit, then we can give it to him. But he doesn't deserve it yet.
Malala should have gotten it probably a year or two ago. Pope Francis, what have you done for us lately, Pope Francis? But anyway, those are some of the examples that they gave, that we gave. Who do you think should have been the Time Person of the Year? Would it have been one of the people on the short list? Let us know down below. We'll see you next video. Earlier this week, Donald Trump took it to the next level, which is hyperbole. He said stuff just this bad, but he also said this. He said that he wants to just cut off Muslim immigration, not Syrian refugees, not members of ISIS. Just if you happen to be a Muslim. So he said he called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what is going on. And what I like about that is that this is a man of specifics. What's going on? We should write a song about that. What is going on? I don't know. He cited polls as evidence of hatred of Americans by large segments of the Muslim population. I'm not going to break down how deceptive those polls that he was citing were. That's been done a million times before. It doesn't actually show what he says it shows. But in addition, if you go to a tiny little polling place called Pew, they show that Muslims across the globe are overwhelmingly opposed to the Islamic State. And in 2007, that Muslims were much less likely to view suicide bombings as justified than 5 years ago. In 2011 as well, they learned that the U.S. Muslims almost never consider suicide bombings to be justified. But damn those facts. We gotta bar them from coming in.
I mean, for a business person, I'm just going to come from this standpoint, because I feel like this might be in terms that he may or may not understand.
Mm-hmm.
So for a business person who presumably is okay with numbers and understands that Islam is, I don't know, one of the largest religions in the world, and then thinks about the Islamic
That's a fact, though.
State and what a small percentage that is.
I think it's something like the percent that support it is like or actually members, there's 0.000497, I think.
Oh, it's that much? Then ban them all, yeah.
I would say ban them all just to be safe and to stop them from coming in. For those two reasons, I would do it. And shut it down as a religion and bar them from holding political office. So, look, he's getting attacked from most corners as a result of this. Even Republicans, to their credit, attacking him, saying that this is against our values. Dick Cheney said this is against everything we stand for.
When Dick Cheney says you're doing something that's immoral, you know you're going where the sun goes.
Emperor Palpatine said, I'm not so sure about that. And Voldemort said, we'll look into it, but I don't know. So he's lost the greatest villains of
J.K. Rowling said he was worse than Voldemort.
Yeah, she loves talking about politics. So, a couple of other quick updates, because I've been checking this as it develops today. So, a spokesman for his campaign was on, I think, CNN, and they were like, well, we're talking about, like, just regular Muslims, and she was like, so what? They're Muslim. It's just a great turn of phrase there. And you probably have heard that Trump wants to go next month to Israel to meet with the leader of Israel, and several Israeli lawmakers have proposed a ban to stop him from coming in because of the most recent comments.
Thank the Lord.
Yeah. So, look, the reason we're talking about this is we don't generally talk too much about politics on Think Tank, but this is important for our country because there are certain things that in the past you could speculate about. You could hypothesize a politician would say, but they wouldn't actually say it because the expectation would be that the voters wouldn't like it, or the media wouldn't like it, or the political establishment wouldn't like it, and there would be consequences. And for some reason, the consequences in this case aren't strong enough, and that says bad things, I think, again, about the significant portion of the American population that already supports him, and about our political process. If it can't weed out someone saying this sort of thing, then what good is it at this point?
No, I think beyond that, the scarier thing is that someone even thinks like this. To ban an entire huge religion that
like a third of the population, or almost a third of the population.
To ban from America, where we're not supposed to, we're supposed to welcome everybody with open arms and things like that. And then he has people who are supporting him. That to me is scarier. So regardless of the politics of it, it's like this is a thought process that a lot of people actually support, and that's scary. Especially, we just see history repeat itself over and over again, and it's like, okay, now it's against, it's against the Jews, now it's against the Muslims, it's against the Japanese. I'm like,
it was briefly against the Mexicans, but he couldn't even keep on that for more than a couple of weeks. He moved on. He moved on. But lest you believe that this means that he's some sort of bigot, he was quoted as saying, "I'm probably the least bigoted person in the world."
Oh, well, if he said that, he's fine.
So you have that.
They say that words speak louder than actions, I think.
I think they say that. It's such a stupid thing to, like, really? You think this rich, kind of overweight, white?
But I don't think,
I'm not the least bigoted.
Exactly.
There's probably, I would guess, probably 2 billion people in the world less bigoted than me.
Wait.
We just lost the background. But that's okay. Anyway, so this is the current state of the Republican primary. We check in every once in a while.
For all you international viewers, help us,
yes,
please.
Help us.
Get us out.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you are our only hope. Let us know what you think about this. Is this going too far for the American people or not? Let us know down below. We'll see this. So a little bit more than a month ago, as part of sort of a countrywide series of student protests and debates about what should be acceptable on campuses and what shouldn't be, a Yale master named Erica Christakis sent a letter out, specifically, well, about the conversation, but also about Halloween costumes, saying, you know, while she might not support every costume, shouldn't there be some room for experimentation? Well, I'll get her actual words here. She says, is there no room anymore for a child or young person to be a little bit obnoxious, a little bit inappropriate or provocative, or, yes, offensive? If you don't like a costume someone is wearing, look away, or tell them you are offended. So either ignore it, or start a conversation about it. Now, there was a conversation about her letter, and it has led to her resigning. Right. Now, I say led to because that is vague language, because a lot of the headlines are saying that she was forced out, which might be true, right? But we don't have enough information to say for sure. And I want to read a statement from the university's leadership, which can be sort of read either way, actually. Okay. So the university's leadership is disappointed that she has chosen not to continue teaching in the spring semester. Her teaching is highly valued, and she is welcome to resume teaching anytime at Yale, where freedom of expression and academic inquiry are the paramount principles and practice. So that last part definitely seems to be supportive of her message, that like the freedom of expression and all of that. And they're saying that she can come back. That doesn't mean that she wasn't sort of forced out by some element of either the leadership or the alumni.
Or maybe harassment. Maybe she showed
harassment
harassment, you know, online.
Well, she's a person who exists on the internet, so I'm sure she's getting harassment.
Exactly. No, so here's the thing, is I am a little conservative when it comes to Halloween costumes. I think we should try to keep in mind
neckline should be up.
No, but not
skirt.
But you don't want to have a costume that offends anybody. And so where you draw that line, it could be different from person to person, but I think everybody should have the option to choose whatever they want. I don't think anything should be banned or anything like that. Yeah. So I like her message that she was saying, like, look, like, we can kind of push the boundaries, and why don't, instead of, you know, banning this, why don't we just let the students have a conversation? That'll be a lot more effective than saying, no, you can't do this. You know what I mean?
You're going to be forced to resign for saying that now.
Wow. Yeah. You win some, you lose.
I'm disappointed Hannah's not returning in the spring semester for Think Tank. So I think we obviously have to mention that there are these protests going on at a number of different universities, and people love to, like, just it's the protest. But the protests obviously are made up of very different groups of students with very different concerns about different things. So at one campus, it might be that there had been either harassment or actual physical attacks against minority students, and they see the leadership as not doing anything, which is obviously a very different thing than a debate about Halloween costumes at a different university. Now, it is all student protest, but not all of the protesters are as concerned about one thing or have the same tactics or the same goals. So we have to understand that.
Or dealing with the same leadership. I mean,
we're dealing with the same leadership, totally.
Different leadership, and so that, you know, they have different motives and things like that.
Now, specifically on the costumes, I mean, we've made 30 videos over the course of the history of Think Tank and TYT about which costumes are offensive and which you shouldn't wear and everything, and I think that there are a lot of costumes you shouldn't wear. Again, as you said, I wouldn't ban you from wearing them, but I think that you can do what she says, where you can be a little bit provocative or spark a conversation. And you might say, well, that's hypocritical because you say don't wear blackface. That's because that's not being a little bit provocative and it's not sparking a conversation. It's you being a douchebag in a cliched way that a million douchebags before you. It's you saying, I think the idea of being black is funny, and so I'm going to put on the costume. That's not like a new spin on something. It's not starting an interesting conversation. It is the same sort of douchebaggery that we see every single year. And all sorts of other faces as well.
With also like a lot of really horrendous history that's associated
totally.
with
And everybody knows. Everybody knows now.
We know about that.
Yeah, don't plead ignorance. I mean, you're probably ignorant. Not you, everybody, but I'm saying the person wearing the blackface. Don't pretend that you don't understand what it actually means. You're just being edgy. You're not being edgy. But there are other sorts of...
I wish she didn't have to step down. I wish she didn't feel like she had to step down.
I mean, it's hard to imagine. So, like, I'm trying to imagine other potential explanations because, like, she is at Yale. She has a great position. Now, that's not to say that she couldn't be going to Oxford or something like that, but it's probably not a career thing. It probably is a result of harassment because whenever something like this happens, 99% of the internet forgets about it 3 days later. But that still leaves thousands of people who are going to tweet you every 5 minutes about it.
Yeah, whether it be Twitter or, I mean, college students are assholes. Like, I was in college, I was an asshole probably. And so you can
it doesn't wear off.
You can say things to teachers, and she was probably dealing with that on campus, and people were probably being rude to her on campus, and so...
Her myprofessorsucks.com profile was probably being berated.
No, but what is rate my professor? Maybe she was getting bad things on there, so people were enrolling in her class, and that was affecting her. So there's a lot of different, I mean, who knows what really happened?
Yeah.
But I wish it didn't, because even if she said something, that people may have disagreed with, like, you're allowed to disagree, you're allowed to have your own opinion.
Yeah, on the college campus.
Apparently not.
Anyway, okay, so those are some of our thoughts and a bit of us just joking around. Don't take everything super seriously. Let us know what you think about both her resigning and the current